I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle in my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed. Man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti. I'm on Hotep, bro. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses are said in Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
If you're gonna take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got plasma Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So is the brother Jabari...
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is, was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledges a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Osset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO, I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs. You know, he took some jabs, you know. And well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisa.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry, when you beat Floyd, you don't get his title? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Check. Mic check. Mic check. Visuals are a little strange. Making it look like it has a shadow. Let me see if I can adjust this a little bit. A little bit of adjusting. One moment, everyone. Let me just fix this shadow effect taking place with the hat and what's behind me. One moment. Let me get a mic check if I can be heard clearly. Mic check if I can be heard clearly, please. Let me see if I can fix this a little bit. Okay, so a little bit better. So yeah. Okay, let me see. Oh, I see. Okay, mic check, mic check. Let me know if I can be heard. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me today. It's an interesting visual. Looks like there's things on my hat that are not there. A little shadowy, cape looking effect. But that's interesting. All right, check, mic check if you can hear me. Mic check if you can hear me. Okay, let me check the room and see the 9s, the beautiful 9s. Mic check, I see 9. Harass did with the 9. Primordial Thought with the 9. Gabriel Lopez with the 9. Emma Kent with the 9. Ox Effect with the 9. Harass did. Robert Williams with the 9. Harass did with the 9. And 2 with the 9. And New with the 9. Everybody's here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. This is beautiful, excellent. Let's get started, everyone, with the proper beautiful frequency. I look a little bit see-through, but that's okay. We are representing at any rate. It's a gift tonight. Today's a gift. Today's a gift. Anu is gonna cry. This is that's how the questions that came in. Watermelon Squano. Squano. Rajamio X. Watermelon TV is also known as a lot of different names, but he was the brother in the very beginning that said he was off today. So he is off today. He doesn't have to work for the tips and then cash. The brother's so diligent. He works at the restaurant, gets the tips, and then forwards part of his tips to me from the tips that he makes while he's working. And so he's very diligent, but he has off, so he has full focus on the pod class today. Today is a gift. Is Angela Gates here? Today there's going to be there's the questions that came in. I think there's several questions that came in, but this is it's going to be a wisdom class. And who asked a question? I turned that into a movie. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish that answer today. I went overboard for the good brother Anu. I know the reciprocity and tips are going to be. It's going to be a blowaway today because the questions are a blowaway. Melanated wisdom. I like that. I like that name. Melanated wisdom. The wisdom is melanated. We have melanin in the consciousness now, so we have melanated wisdom. Let's love these creative names we'll come up with. Bella, who says, Otep Mary to the Nectar in Red. The Nectar in Red. Yes. Shout out to the House of Attend, and shout out to Annie. I don't know if I sent you a message, Annie, or if you're here. I said thank you. I got the packages in. I get the packages in and I hold them actually. So I hold them for a little bit and then surprise myself with what's in them later. Thank you. So wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's going to be beautiful today. Okay, we're going to start with the proper frequencies. I like these names, Amakem. Amakem. That's a great name, actually, if people know what Ama means. Amakem. We're going to start with the proper, wonderful frequencies today. I don't know what I did today. I don't know what's about to happen. But let's start with the frequencies first. Always start with the proper frequencies. We get rid of any form of chaos energy, and we keep with the proper frequencies of construction and production, and that which flows with Ma'at. For those who are just seeing this for the first time, this is the affirmation. And if you don't know this, you can say it with us and just read it, or you can send in a question. to ask about. I've done 2 to 3 classes on this and 1 Metanet of Magic class on this. And we're going to say this at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Emmaat UNNS Nintet Aset Emmaat Min Habapet Emmaat Her and Hu Kiyui Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. I'm already shaking my head. It's, as you can see, some of the questions that came in, I put there on the they're on the thumbnail already. Some of the questions that came in. Spiritual psychosis. Why do people leave the truth? YouTube astrology spiritual influencer ends up in tragic sacrifice. UFO reverse engineering. What type of questions are these? It's going to be wonderful again. Hotep, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Welcome everybody to this beautiful phenomenon that has been created and reborn on this planet called the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. Welcome everybody to the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. The last 2 represent the Neteru known here in this frequency, while everyone is trying to make the Neteru invisible, which is the ultimate weapon, which we'll be speaking about today. The ultimate weapon is not to outright attack your enemy, because then people see there's a war going on. The ultimate weapon is to erase somebody and someone and something and some culture from history itself. Then people don't see there's an actual war going on, because as they look, there's nothing there to see. Kapoof. And that is the greatest weapon that has been fought against the Neteru. All right, everybody, welcome to this beautiful question answer phenomenon class. Woo. Let's get right started, everybody. Let's start with this frequency, with this flow. I have some great students. I think there was some possession going on for these answers today. Oh my goodness. Okay, Gabriella Hotep, House of Aten, and the great SABA Tehuti, Tua, and Marie for everything that you do for all of us. Hotep to your Nefer goddesses, the Neterts. Yes. Yes, you can. And they will say Hotep to you back, I'm sure. When their Hoteps are in the back right now. Okay, so little Hotep voices are in the back right now. Okay, everyone, welcome to the beautiful Tehuti pod class. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. As most people know, we are the, is this on the screen? Yeah. We are the house, backwards. We are the house of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. The last 2 represent the Neteru, known in this frequency. And my name, of course, is Tehuti, which was the messenger, the word giver. My name has been the word. So one moment, it is 90 something degrees in here because I have to keep it a tropical environment. For who? Who do I have to keep it in tropical environment? For the ones who raised me, the ones who influenced me. And who is that? This is Green Osiris. Say peace to them, Osiris. How long are you? You start here and you keep on going. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Are you taller than me? I can't even pull you up further because you're holding on to my other arm and my arm can't stretch any further. And we're just going to end right there because you keep on going and going and going. This is Green Osiris, and he represents the green one. Say peace to them. And yes, he's an anaconda. He represents the snake style that I brought into the debate world, that I was forced to bring into the debate world. I did not come into this internet as a debater. I came in and ended up using the techniques that I learned from the animals on my debate victims. And this was the animal that first influenced the style. was the anaconda, with its ability to clench on, hide its soft head because it does not have any skull. Very, very soft. Hide its head and then wrap its body around its own head and its victim. And as the victim breathes out, the anaconda squeezes tighter. It breathes out. Each breath that goes out, the tightness gets tighter until the victim eventually catches a heart attack, is actually what usually happens. The victim catches a heart attack, but doesn't know that its struggle is actually helping the anaconda win, and that's what created this snake style. The struggle and the feistiness and the chaos energy of my opponent was actually what was assisting me in the win, which is taught in the teachings of Ma'at. Let your opponent be the belligerent one while you beat the opponent within silence. So it has to be 90 plus degrees for the anacondas and other exotic teacher animals that I have around me. So I've been a teacher since I've been around the animals, and that's when I was about the size of, from my top of my hat to my waist, when I was about that size is when I started the quest of going out as a young little what's that? As a little guy. Yeah, as a little guy. I was about from my waist to the top of my head. I was about that tall, and I was out in the fields learning from the animals, always catching insects, studying the ants, understanding what the difference was between the ant with the red dot and the black ant. And I was just studying the animals. I was amazed by the animals. I would go out for hours and hours and hours of the day and be around these beautiful creatures of nature. And when I would come back home, there would be religious conversations that I would notice. At first, I did not get involved with them. I was too young, and I just went along with it as any young man would go along with it. And then eventually, I started questioning the organized religions, and I realized that just as these animals, I would watch documentaries on these animals, and I would watch documentaries on ancient African villages. Oh, let me move this up a bit. Of African villages and Native American villages, and I would notice that the way of life of the animals and the people were very similar, and that was there was a discipline consistency taking place. That discipline consistency was based on the nature that was around them. It was based on the evolutionary nature that was around them. So the baboons, the apes, the eagle, the hawk, the snake, the Nahe tribe of what they call the Navajo, the Dogon, and all the ancient tribes were living around nature and actually basing their spiritual system on the nature itself. I started to see that the language that the European was calling hieroglyphs was actually composed of 99% aspects of nature. The way that you were able to be literate and communicate with a fellow man or woman was that you had to understand what different symbols of nature was. That's why every time you pull up the Metu Nefer or the Neter script or carvings, it's something to do with an image of fire, a pot with fire, a wood stick, a hippopotamus, a lion, a falcon. You could only communicate through nature itself. If you did not understand the workings of nature, you actually could not communicate. Imagine how deep that is, that if you did not understand nature itself before the Matrix, you couldn't communicate to anyone. That means that the ancient people prior to the Matrix were completely intertwined with nature, and I absolutely was connected with that. I called myself the Word. At the time, it was KLM, and that was a word that meant the word because I understood that bringing thought through frequency of sound was how you were able to raise somebody. You could create someone with words and create your environment with words. So I named myself the Word, and I started questioning these religious spiritual systems, and it first started, of course, within my household, questioning at that time it was the SDA, Christian Seventh-day Adventist church, and one of the first things I saw was that the images of heaven had animals in them, and I was confused. I would say, wait a minute, but in order to make it to heaven, you must follow this religion. My mother and my family would say yes, and the pastor would say yes, and I would say, but the images of heaven have these there, and they're not following the religion. How did their spirit get to heaven? I see lions in the Seventh-day Adventists and Jehovah's Witnesses quarterly books in heaven, and they had never read a Bible. How did they get there? And that's where the contradiction and chaos began, that this was a made-up place stolen from actual ancient concepts that had animals and wildlife needed in order to describe this place called the Netzerkert. You needed to understand animals and wildlife to describe it and write about it. And thus animals and wildlife are now in the Christian heaven, but Christians can't explain how did they get there because they can't follow any religion. And they're these atrocious, vicious creatures ripping apart everybody. But yet they're right there in heaven, right beside the Pope, right beside all the people that you say are the holiest people on earth. There's the lion with blood on his teeth. Or does he eat grass now? And as time went on, of course, it created a very frustrating situation in the household. And I started rebelling against everything my inner being knew instinctively, that I was surrounded by the matrix. So I started rebelling inside of the school system, started asking the teachers questions, trapping the teacher in the middle of class, raising my hand, asking questions, and the teacher, that's a good question. I don't know. And that's all I get. That's a good question. And eventually I saw that these teachers couldn't teach me. I started leaving, walking out of the class, just walking out. I would go to the class just to teach people and walk out. And eventually I was removed from the class after I had run-ins with the teachers where I had to put them in martial arts moves. Fights were breaking out in the school systems. I was not meant to be there. I was fighting. Hey, Mr. Ross, if you remember me. Hey, Mr. Ross. I was fighting Mr. Ross and physical fights and moves done to put the teachers in a state of not having the ability to fight back. And I was just a young man fighting teachers and breaking out of classes, and I got expelled. And I would break back into the school because I didn't have a library card for a public library, so I would actually break back into the school after being expelled and go into the library to start doing research to teach people. And I'm now in the library, and they would catch me in the library and kick me out again. I'd break in again into another school's library, and I'm there just studying, and I was just breaking people out of the matrix. I remember one brother named, hey, Francis Graham, if you remember, peace, Francis Graham. Francis Graham was there in the library. He was listening to R&B music, which is the manifestation of the matrix. He was listening to his R&B, and I held him down with a couple other brothers right in the library, held his hands down, held him down on the library. He couldn't move. He said, what's going on? What's going on? Ripped off his headphones, stuck in the tape of Public Enemy KRS-One, put it on his ears. This is what I was doing in grade 9, grade 8. Francis is trapped. What's this, man? What's this? Power to the people. Say, hey, don't believe the hype. I said, yo, take off this Albie Shore, take off this Ralph Tresvant, and listen to this Public Enemy right here. Listen to what KRS-One has to say to you. He's stuck on the desk, and I get kicked out again. So this is what I was doing at that time. It was like a movie I was living, and eventually I was just not allowed on the premises of any school again. So my mother was getting frustrated with this whole situation. Plus, I was rebelling in the house against trapping people in the house with religion. And so it was time for me to get removed from the household. So I was removed from the school, and now it's time for me to get removed from the household, and I had nowhere to go. So me and my mother had to create a situation, kind of a bet, and that bet was, well, mother, how about if I beat your pastor in a debate? I can stay here, at least for a while. Give me some time. She said, oh, for sure, because she knew I'm going to lose for sure, because the pastor is 47. I'm this young, I don't even think I was nowhere near 20 yet. I'm this young man, and set up the debate. The debate went on for 5 hours, and she threw him out of the house in embarrassment, called time on him. Stop. This is called time, stop. This is embarrassing. Threw him out of the house. He was totally confused. She was a Christian. He was his pastor. She was the judge. And she threw him out of the house. And this was the very first evolution of me becoming like the animals, which was the animals' way of life was biological imperative. That means that they had to know their system in order to survive. So my very first neurological combient of survival was not getting a job. I had never had a job. I don't know what a job is. It wasn't going to school and being successful. Go and get the degree. When you get to the degree, to put on the Illuminati hat, and you put on. I never had any of that to survive. So my first aspect psychologically to survive was that I had to know this knowledge, or I'd be kicked out of my house, and that set off something else inside of my DNA. That transformed me when I, right after the debate, looked around and realized I have a roof over my head, not because I worked for any dollar, not because I worked a job and said, yes, sir, no, when's the bathroom break? And I get paid, not any of that, not because I went to school and put on my tie and alumni hat and I graduated with a scholar student. Not because of that. I had a household over my head because of the knowledge I was teaching outside of school, outside of Christianity, and that transformed me completely. That set me on a path that I could actually survive by being in tune with what I teach. That means that this is not for YouTube views. There was no YouTube at the time. This was not for clout. It was not for any of that. This was, if I know this information and I live it, I can actually have a place to live and survive. So the next day, 2 days later, or so, I think it was 2 days later, we got a letter on our door, and it was a notarized letter with a restraining order from me, from the courthouse, and it was signed by the pastor. It had a restraining order against religious facility, churches, 50 to 100 feet, something to that effect. And so now I can't walk the streets in peace because I could happen to turn the corner and be by a church. It'd be talking to people, and I'm breaking the restraining order. Now my freedom is at risk because of the knowledge that I have. So I had a place to live because of the knowledge that I had, and now I have to look out for where I went on what corner because of the knowledge that I had. I was under threat. My place of living was under threat. My survival was under threat because I could be arrested or whatever happens to a person at that age when they break a restraining order. And so I had to be on my toes and look around. So I created a system that was very rebellious. I already got kicked out of the school because I tried to burn it down with a torch. I had a little barbecue blowtorch trying to burn the school down, and I've already been thrown out, expelled. All of this is happening, and so I've decided to go full rebellion, full one on with the force, and I walked into the church with a plan. I looked at my watch. We had watch. Remember watches that was on the wrist? You could tell time, but it had the arms going. So we had watches back then. So I would walk into the church at 15 minutes before the Bible study started, and I would actually put questions in the pupils' minds and in the Bible goers' minds, where I was just having a conversation like, hey, I'm a Christian just like you, but I have this question. This doesn't seem to make sense here. And hey, look at this. This doesn't make. Hey, look how many animals got on Noah's boat. It said Noah built an altar, put every single clean animal on it. Would that be over 5 million animals on an altar? How big was the altar? That must have been, 10 times the size of Kansas City. And people would be saying, I don't understand. And then when the pastor walks in, I put my head down. And I can't be, now I'm just having my head down. And the other people in the church would blast him with these questions. And that's how I was converting people out of the matrix. Church, to Bible study, to Bible study. I was not going to school. I was not doing that. I was, instead of leaving the house and going to school, I'm going to churches and Bible studies and doing this system, breaking people out of the matrix. Ever since 1992, 1993 or so. So this led to me wanting to get more serious about this situation. And I looked for, is there anybody else of a similar mind state? Some brothers had stopped me on the street, and they started talking to me about knowledge of self and things like that. And I noticed that the books that they had were some of the books that I was actually reading, getting the questions from to ask the Christians. And I was saying, oh, these are the people, these are the brothers. So I decided to join that particular organization because it seemed to be along the path. There was some type of discipline going on, and so I joined the organization. And what did I do? As a young man, no job, no school, no formal education, no real money. What did I do? I took gold rings that my mother gave me and different, I don't know where I even got these from. I started pawning them, going to the pawn shop, saving up money by pawning different gold rings. Anytime somebody would do something for me or I do something, I'd say, can I get a gold? And I'll take it to the pawn shop and I would save up my money, and I took an Amtrak to a state unfamiliar to me with no money, just from pawned gold. And I took my newborn 2 children and my lady at the time and moved into this organization where I didn't know how I was going to survive. All my gold has been pawned and melted down, and I'm down to nothing. And I just started selling incense on the street, teaching people, as long as I could be around a group of people that were similar to what I was doing. And one day the teacher decided not to teach the class, and I said, I will do it. And everybody's looking at me like, huh? I said, I'll stand up and teach, because the teacher, his name was Rder. Rder. Hey, Rder, if you remember me. Hey, Mr. Roth. Hey, everybody. Remember me, the little guy? So Rder wouldn't teach because he had to go make money for his wife, Hadassah. I remember hey, Hadassah. So he would go out and be hustling on the streets, and people would come to class and there'd be no teacher there. So I stood up and I said, I'll teach. So I was like, who are you? Who are you? I said, give me a shot. Let me try. I taught the first class, and they didn't want, Rder couldn't get back. The teacher wasn't allowed. The teacher couldn't get back on the stage, on the stand, on the podium, or whatever it was, a little stand thing we had inside of this this teaching house. They only wanted me to teach from that point, so I kept teaching and teaching and teaching. And I continued on, but the place I was teaching from was it was filthy and dirty. It was beat up. It was horrible. So what did I do? I said, I need to teach in a cleaner environment. So I started looking around. I don't have any money to rent any cleaner environment. I have nothing. I'm just selling little oils and incense. And I said, and I noticed a house that was for sale, that was close to this beat up house that we were in. And I looked in through the window, and it looked clean because they're selling it. So it's all done up. You know, they have the new walls and interior carpet in there. So I'm looking in there and I said, this looks clean. I could teach in there, but I'm not allowed in there. So I would look at my watch and watch the realtor come in and out. And I time him, and I said, the realtor comes out at 5 o'clock, his shift is done. I started printing up flyers. Class, I'm teaching class at 5:30, come to this address. And I'm going out on the streets handing out flyers to an address that's not mine. And people are coming to an address, and so before they would come, I would break in through the window of this other person, whoever's house that was. I don't know the realtor. I don't know with whose house this was, but I pick in through the window, lift up. I go get 4 cables. What do they call it? Extension cords. Extension cord. Run it down across the street, across the from house into this house to set up lights. Go open up the front door from that side, because the other side has a realtor's lockbox. What's it called? Has a lockbox. I can't get in the lockbox, so I break into the window, go into the other side, and I open it up. I'm hoping that the people that come to class don't see the lockbox. So I'm now teaching out of this realtor's household, and hoping that the other neighbors don't rat me out, but I'm ready to risk it. I'm ready to risk all that because I have to get this truth out. So I'm there teaching, but inside I'm partly panicking because I don't know if the police are coming in the middle of my class. I don't know whose property this is. They're watching us do this every single week, but that was my biological imperative. That was me creating a situation of danger in order to teach. Ever since I started, that's the situation I was in. Danger, teach. Danger, teach. No money, teach. Because all of this will pay off one day. All of this will pay off one day. It doesn't matter what kind of suffering I'm going through now, as long as this will pay off and people get the truth. So I'm doing that in the organization. The actual head teacher sees me doing that, and he calls me up and he says, I want you to teach up here. Actually, come move in with me. So I ended up moving in with him in this area. It was like 19-acre area. And I was like, this is impressive. Look, we have all these different like, temples, and it was children schools for the children. And he said, you're going to work? And I said, okay. So I'm now working. I'm doing construction work. I have no education, hammering tools and making sheetrock with my hand. I have no knowledge of any of this. I'm just working, and then the cement truck breaks down. We have to keep building these things for the children. So I start making we start making concrete with our feet. So my feet are messed up to this day. We have to make vermiculite, and I'm stomping with my stomp, try to work at least 1/4 of what the cement truck could. Of course, there's no comparison, but we have to get this done. And my whole life was at risk. Everything was at risk. And then in the middle of stomping concrete, he would come and say, hey, you know, there's going to be 2,000 people coming up here to see me. I want you to go up there and teach until I get on stage. I'm looking down at concrete, stuck to my feet, sweating, a hammer in my hand. And I'm like, when are they coming? He says, they should be here in about 30 minutes. I have to jump off, wash the concrete off, throw a staff in my hand, and get up there, and 2,000 people come in. And I said, what's the class about? I don't know. They just going to come ask you questions. 2,000 people from the UK, Jamaica, Trinidad, Canada, all across America are going to come. And I looked down at everybody. The media was there. There's media video cameras there. There was the Freemasons, full-fledged Freemasons were there. Christians were there. People from all over the world. And I'm like, yeah, okay, well, let's do it. What's the first question? Boom, start teaching. And it continued on from there. And I kept on teaching until that teacher told the entire organization, he said, if you want to learn how to teach, teach like that brother there. Amenhotep, that brother right there. Go to him and learn how to teach. And this created a lot of jealousy and strange vibrations. But for a lot of other people, they came in, they learned from me. I was teaching from what I learned from the animals, what I was learning from science projects, and I was mixing it in with the so-called doctrine, because I wanted everything to be backed up. I wanted things to be researchable. I didn't just want this this belief system taking place. So I would give scientific articles, and the other students weren't doing this, and they came to me and they said, you can't teach this anymore. You can't teach like this. I said, why? They said, because you're teaching not from our books. So they brought torches to burn all of the items that were not written by the organization. And I said, but the top teacher told everybody, including you, to teach like me. This caused chaos and it spent energy. I went to the teacher about it at the time. He said, I can't take people to where you are. He said, where you are at your level, if I take everyone there, I'll lose a lot of the following. I have to do it gradually. I can't just jump to where you are. It's not safe for you to be around here anymore. I said, okay. It's not safe for me to, what's the safety? What's happening? So I ended up, I stayed for a little bit longer until he told everybody that this brother right here, Amenhotep Ra, he asks trap questions that trap me as the master teacher. I am being trapped. And that's when I knew. And I was just passing through. The consciousness that was actually guiding me was putting me in certain situations of biological imperative just to pass through them. Never meant to stay in them, but to pass through them and to elevate to a higher level. Not to pass through and be disgruntled. You'll never hear me saying anything bad about any organization. You'll never hear me saying anything bad about the Seventh-day Adventists that I was with at the time. There were Nuwabians I was with, whoever I was with at the time. You'll never hear me disgruntled about anything. They were all beautiful stepping stones, and I rose and I just zoomed through them. Because the consciousness that was guiding me was beyond all of that. These are just stepping stones to zoom through. And anyway, I had to leave, and when I left, I was broke again. I had nothing, absolutely nothing, because I still never had a job to the day. I don't know what a job was. I think I had one job for 2 weeks. I almost got killed at the job because it was a dangerous job called CarMax. I was like, I can't do this. When do I get paid? 2 weeks. I have to trust you. I didn't understand the concept of working for 2 weeks and then getting paid. So I left. I had one job my entire life, and I had to go. And at this time, eventually, as time went on, I was a single father, just not even making any money, and trying to get crumbs to feed my son. My aunt, my beautiful aunt at the time, assisted me in teaching me a little bit of real estate. I closed one mortgage deal, took that money and tried to survive off it till it ran out, but I didn't have the money to survive. I didn't know what this life was about, going out and making money and all of this. And my aunt asked me one day, she said, all this knowledge that you're breaking down, do you get paid for this? I said, no. She said, what? She said, no, there's people that do lectures, the $100 just to sit down to go to their lecture, $50 for the back row or whatever she was describing. She said, you don't get anything? She said, but you're teaching way more than them. I said, no, I never thought about that. She said, no, I can't do that. That's stuck in my mind forever. At any rate, I was making no money at the time, so I ended up creating a system where I had to make something up. I started studying health and how the body works, and I started gaining followers from health websites. And then I started saying that I have this product and this product and this product. I really didn't have it. I knew where to get it, but I didn't have the money to buy it. At any rate, I contacted the main person who had all the products, the main company guy, and he said, I'll meet with you. And he met me at the docks in Staten Island, and we met there, and he gave me all the secrets. He said, I got a good vibe. I got a good vibe from you. And I said, I must be some type of energy is guiding me, because I don't know how this person got a good vibe from AOL. At that time, it was AOL. You couldn't even see each other's faces. You couldn't block anybody. You couldn't do any of that. I got a good vibe from you. But if you release any of the secrets to my competition, we're going to whack you. We're going to whack you. This man had a long ponytail, looking like Steven Seagal, nice gun in the waist, gun in the holster, ready to go. I said, whack me? He said, yeah, they're not to shoot you, but we're going to put you in the cement shoes, and put you in the cement shoes and put you in the docks. And we watch you sink and swim with the fishes. I said, what? Wait, I'm just here about health. I just want to sell health products. Don't kill me. And I was like, oh, here it is again. Biological imperative. I must keep these secrets, teach people about health, and my life is at danger again. Because if I do something wrong, they're going to whack me. So I ended up taking the information, going back to that organization that was dangerous for me, and I ended up teaching them how to make money by buying products from me wholesale, buying products indirectly from this individual person who told me that he was not really into health. He was doing it for money, but he said he's really an extinguisher. Is that what they call it? Exterminator, something to that effect. He exterminates people for those movies you see. So he was an exterminator of the human life, and I took him very seriously, and I started teaching people. I took the information I learned from my aunt, a little bit about real estate, and I started taking the little money I was making, doing little investments, and I created a real estate investment program. I started teaching people and helping people by teaching them how to survive without having a job. And eventually they did bad business and robbed me and sent me back plummeting to zero again. Fortunately, before any of that happened, I took some of the thousands that I had made, and I started buying magic. I started seeking out magic teachers, because I knew one day maybe I could walk the streets and just make money off of doing magic, performing, and I could actually gain students. This prophecy came true. I had nothing. I only had my deck of cards and some forks and the things I learned from magic from Chris Angel and David Blaine's teachers and David Copperfield's teachers, and I had to go out and actually perform magic and get tips. And that's exactly what I did. I built my family up. This time I moved to Canada. I built my family up there, and I single-handedly took care of my family of 5. I had three mates, wives as they call, three ladies, 2 children, and me. No, one child and me. And eventually it became two. We have like 6 people, including me, 5 to 6 people I was taking care of, performing magic on the streets and just budgeting $20 a day for food, $20 a day for food, putting 15 away to move out of here, to move out of there, and just working in the cold, freezing cold, -8, feeding my family, taking care of what I have to do while saving up money because I wanted to go to a place that was warmer so I could do magic and perform and teach people in a warmer climate. That's exactly what I did. I saved up, lived little by little until I was able to eventually move. And that's when I came to California, started performing on the streets, and started teaching students on the streets, teaching students doing magic. Eventually, my Naturts and some of my students said to me, do you ever thought about going onto YouTube? And I said, I'm on the internet. I'm on a thing called Pal Talk, but they can't see my face. They said, well, if you go on YouTube, you're going to see a bunch of people teaching similar to what you're doing, but it's in no comparison. I checked out YouTube. I saw some people on there. I said, wow, this is what's going on. As I scoped, I saw what they were doing to me. I saw what was happening to me. I saw cassette tapes and things being sold with my body on it, with my head cut off, and another speaker speaking on the tape. It's me speaking, it's me teaching, and his head placed on my body on the picture. And I was like, what is this? This is what's happening? What's this? So I'm seeing this on YouTube. I'm seeing this in real life. I saw the tape. I met the person. He took my name. He called himself Amenhotep. And I said, oh, the oldest weapon on the planet. They're trying to erase me. He took my name, took my body, photoshopped his head on the tape, and is playing the tape with me talking as if it's him. And he's booking lectures, and then he go to the lecture and teach what he know. But the lecture was from my voice originally. I said, oh, this is what's happening? This is a strange world. And I'm scanning through YouTube, and I said, oh, him. I said, oh, one of my Naturts said, here's a brother that I learned from online. He was a Christian, and he started getting into Egypt and Kemet and stuff, and now he teaches about the sun and teaches about the plagiarism. I said, who's that? I go to the YouTube channel. I said, oh, that's my student from 1992. A pastor that I had beat in a debate, and I converted him in the debate out of Christianity, and he became my student. And I was teaching him for years and years and years, and then we lost contact. And now he's your YouTube person that is the pastor that was a pastor but came to Kemet and started studying Egypt, and now he's showing the parallels. And I said, oh, that's one of my students. And then I saw the other one that you all gravitated to, getting 50,000, 100,000 views, and I said, oh, that's the son of my student. That guy is the son of my student. He was a little boy, and I was teaching the parents, and that was the son. They were there. We used to take care of the boys. And I was like, oh, this is what's going on online. I said, okay, so I need to come back. I ended up coming back online, but I didn't get any notarization by coming back online until I went to Killer Priest. Killer Priest had said to me that he was always looking for somebody that was living in a certain type of environment that could teach firsthand from that particular environment, and he would love to have me on the show. And I talked to him on the phone. He said, I'd love to have you because I want to talk to somebody who actually had one-on-one with this particular situation. I came on the show, did a master class, and that was it. That was the explosion. But the explosion was what I was teaching, and that brought a lot of eyes to Killer Priest. And AD dumped his wallet out in my hand, and Killer Priest and AD said, we've never seen anything like this on the show. We were getting $500 super chats. Stranger was there. You guys see people that were there. Menkura was there. It was $300 super chat. AD Killer Priest, never seen anything like that before. I was debating people and just winning debates by just teaching classes, and I would win debates. I didn't know that this was I was beating like the top people. This is the Floyd Mayweather. This is the best Hebrew in it. And I said, I don't know because I wasn't in the internet world. I'm just beating people. The win goes to Tehuti. What do the crowd say? The win goes to Tehuti. And I would be like, oh, this is good. This is interesting. But then I know it's an evil. And the evil was when I beat my opponents, there'd be some type of pushback of them giving excuses of, no, it was rigged. With the audience, Tehuti brought the whole audience. Somebody was saying that I brought the whole audience against Jabari. And I was like, I don't have an audience. He's the most popular guy here. I have no audience. And I was noticing this evil going on. Like if I lost the debate, I would just say, hey, that's good. Maybe I have something to learn about how I articulate my points. And maybe I was wrong. But when these people were losing, they were saying, no, I didn't really lose. What happened was we moved to the fifth dimension of the left nautical points of a ladybug came and hit my arm, shoulder, and neck, arm, a leg, a leg. I was hearing all kind of weird stuff to what happened with the judges were brought by Tehuti. And I was like, well, the judges were Moors. You were Moor. I don't know any Moors. The judges were your fans that said they were here for you. And one of the judges was the person that started your Amin Ra squad. I don't understand. So as this was going on, I saw the evilness that was taking place. And I just continued to teach. People started seeing me on the Killer Priest show. And they started recognizing me from teaching in Tallahassee, Macon, Georgia, teaching in Canada, teaching all over. And they said, are you the same guy that was called such and such? I said, yeah, that's me. He said, oh, you have a different name now. I said, yeah, I have a different name now, but look at the name before it. Oh, yeah, that's right. Amenhotep. It's Tehuti. Amenhotep. The name after it. Tehuti. Amenhotep, bro. Yeah, I remember you. And they were setting up one-on-ones with me. It was taking up too much of my time. So that's when I set up this beautiful thing called the pod class. I told Killer Priest and everybody, AD, I said, I'm going to invent something brand new that's never been brought to the internet before. They said, what's that? I said, I'm going to set up a class. Whoops. Hey, stop it, Osiris. I'm going to set up a class where I have absolutely no topic. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, you said you're amazed that I was able to come to the Killer Priest show and answer questions as if I know that, as if I set it up, as if I knew the people that were asking the questions. And you know that I don't know those people because they're your fans. And he said, yeah. I said, how about I'm going to set up an entire class like that. Let's make this impossible. How about I come to an entire class and instead of any Killer Priest music, any of the breaks, any of the guests, it's a whole class of me sitting there with my head down, somebody sending in a question, and me doing a class with visuals, video, with references, sources, with everything on the screen, as if me and that person set it up, but I don't know them. And they said, what kind of, I said, yeah, I'm going to come and be quiet. Well, how do you ask questions? I said, that's where I'm going to change this whole internet world. My aunt said to me, do you get any reciprocity for this? She didn't use reciprocity. She used another word. I don't think reciprocity. Maybe just paid. Something like our feedback. I forgot the word, but there's something about giving back for what I give. And I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a system where people send in through Cash Apps and PayPals. And they send it in, and I'm going to set up a team. Somebody owns the Cash App. Somebody owns the PayPal. I'm going to set up a team. And I'm just going to be the SABA. I'm only going to be the person that answers the question. But the question is going to be sent in from a Cash App from someone else who owns the Cash App, and I'm going to see it, put it on the screen, and then answer the question. Because the question has value. And this is what I've came to change this strange internet weird world. Somebody took away the value of upliftment. Only from the culture of melanated people, which means that when you go to school, you pay a tuition. If you want to enroll your child in Kung Fu class, it's knowledge they're getting, Kung Fu, how to fight, karate, tennis, anything. They're getting knowledge, and you pay the fee. What's the fee for my child to do Taekwondo? What's the fee for this tuition? What's my annual fee? I got to get a student loan for everything except for your culture. There is no school set up based on breaking the matrix and learning about Ma'at, and learning about anything you want to ask about that can uplift your frequency. So I created a system of reciprocity because I saw that the same school systems and universities that were set up, stealing everybody else's knowledge, Pythagoras stealing, Aristotle taking, Christians taking from Kemet, everybody's taking from the ancient culture, and the ancient culture, those who represent that, we're just poor righteous teachers. We just break things down in the street. It's just like a hobby for us. While the other people are making millions off of a culture that they stole, setting up a museum. Here's King Tut. Here's Pharaoh Ramesses. I'm like, Pharaoh Ramesses and King Tut is ours. Here's the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead is ours. Wait a minute. Where's the brothers teaching from the Purim Haru in the college, in the school? Where's the Kemetic school system? What's happening here? And so I noticed that we were spending money to learn from stolen knowledge, getting college degrees and tuition and all of this, spending the money on that, while the brothers and sisters who were teaching, it became a hobby, and it clicked. And I said, why is that? And I said, that is because there's a psyop taking place to separate your culture from biological imperative. And that's how I started this class, by saying that the animals, the indigenous people, the indigenous cultures, all of their cultures were based on biological imperative, and their spiritual teachers and systems was set up to be in tune with everything that everybody did in their life. So the doctor was a teacher of spirituality. He was called a Rek. Tessie Ray was a teacher of Ma'at, spirituality. His body was actually used to create the first human canon on the planet, and he was a dentist. So the dentist, the doctor, the teacher, everything was in tune with survival, and they were getting reciprocity from raising people's consciousness, because that was the most important thing in all of the other cultures. Today, the most important thing is to be Kevin Hart. Most important thing is to be LeBron James. I can dribble. I can dribble. Give me millions. I can dribble. And I never seen a pharaoh or anybody in Kemet dribble and get paid. But that is the highest paid. And now the dribblers get paid more than the teachers. And the people that are actually teaching the culture are only doing it for a hobby, waiting for the YouTube video to be done so they can get to work. And their neurons associate their job with feeding their family, not what they teach. Whereas in ancient Kemet, to the Navajo, to the Aztecs, the job that they were doing was intertwined with the spirituality. And by knowing the spirituality and the job they were doing, is what was feeding their family. So their biological imperative was connected to feeding their family and taking care of themselves. Whereas today, you can teach on YouTube for hundreds of hours. When the rent man comes, you better get to Macy's. Floor 3, I'll clean up on aisle 1, clean up. Floor 3, you better go sell your car. You better rent your car at the renter center. You better go work your job. You better be the janitor. You better do everything else, because you set up a system where money and finance came from everything except for your spirituality. Whereas it was reverse prior to the Matrix. The priests and the teachers were exalted to the highest. There was no high-paid basketball player boxer in Kemet. There was no Ramesses, and he's the boxer. He's the Floyd Mayweather. He can punch you, a dribble. You throw a football, Ramesses, pay him millions. There was no such thing as that in ancient culture. The SABA, the scribe, the priest, was the one that people looked up to. Not the silly guy that can't talk. And when I was in school, it hit me. When the principal said, you don't have to get expelled. I said, really? What can I do? We can fix your grades. My principal told me, we can fix your grades. Your grades are very low. We can fix that. I said, how? Join the football or basketball team. That's when I knew that this was the Matrix. You're going to fix them. The principal is telling me this. We can fix your grades. You're tall and strong. Join the football or basketball team. We'll do something about your grades. That's when I knew they wanted me to be a buck. To make a buck. Rather than to elevate my mind. Instead of saying, what is that you're breaking in the library teaching and studying? No. Get on the field, boy. Get on the field, boy. Dribble that ball, boy. Dribble that ball, boy. Throw that football, and we're going to give you millions, because that's what a black man does to rise up to a pharaoh, is throw that football. Throw that football. What is that? Is that my phone? I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me reset that. Let me... Is it through here? Let me see. Let me bring her down. So throw that ball, boy. Okay. So that's what they wanted me to do, and I want to reverse that. I want to reverse that by putting value on that which can make you expand. Because a true teacher doesn't come off the top of his head, give you opinion. A true teacher is going to take hours upon hours to walk you through something. And just like your school teacher or your karate teacher, that teacher gets reciprocity. You give Nike reciprocity. You give the Avengers reciprocity. Thanos gets you reciprocity. Adidas, Polo gets the reciprocity. The cotton candy maker at the carnival you took your children to gets the reciprocity. But the spiritual teacher in Ma'at, he's just a guy on YouTube. So he's devalued. So that's a gimmick. So I'm here to remove that. So we set up a system where I said to myself, I'm going to give up everything that I'm doing in my life, and I'm going to create value by letting people appreciate what it is that I'm bringing this gift and answering questions. And I'm going to stop what I'm doing. And I actually went for broke again. It was perfect because it was COVID time. So I actually couldn't do some of the things. I'm a fitness trainer at a gym. This is what I actually do. I'm a fitness trainer at a gym. I perform and I'm hired for magic shows across America, across Canada, across America. That I perform on the beaches. I get hired to do magic. I do fitness and diet training and planning with people that you watch on TV. Yes, people that you watch on the, what are they called, reality shows? Your people that you watch on your Survivor series, and I'm not allowed to say who it is, or any. I'm not allowed to what are they called, NDA, verbal NDA. I can't say, but that is what I was doing before. I was doing this. I'm training and doing health. And I said I'm going to give that up, and I'm going to see if the people will appreciate this more than just that. And I'll add that to this. So the brother in the room, Ox Effect, just got his diet program. Jeffy got his diet program. And he got it. So I'm still doing the diet program. I'm still doing that. I just brought it to this. But I said, let me give all that up. I could go on the beaches with my snakes and do a magic show in 3 hours and make $300 and come home. If I get a spot, I give it up. I do the same magic show over and over and over and over again. Wesley Snipes watching the show. Halle Berry is there. The Kardashians are there, kicking off money in my magic hat. That's what I do. But I give it up. Instead, I will teach the people, teach the masses. So I set up this system here that is a reciprocity system. And when you send an accretion or when you just show reciprocity, what I will do is something never done in history before this phenomenon is I will create an ebook, a living ebook, live in front of the people, teach it live in an ebook fashion, documentary, matrix breaking fashion, because I'm very sensitive to the matrix, so I can see things. Plus, as a magician teaching you, I see the tricks and things that I'm learning from magic done on a mass scale, because the people that are controlling this system are actually magicians. And I spent thousands and thousands of dollars to enter into the secrets of that world, but for good shows, good things. But the same exact principles and the same teachers and the same exact things are done on a massive scale to control the society through actual magic. So because I've learned, because I know how to perform it, because I know what it is from the other side, I can automatically see a movie or see something, and I see the magicians that they hired to put together the movie. I see the principles that they use. I see what's in there. So therefore, people send in questions such as this brother right here sent in $30 as reciprocity to explain the never-ending story. I have never seen that movie in my life, and I did an hour and 15-minute class, hour and 20-minute class on blowing everybody's mind up. Everybody was like, "What in the world? What? That's in the movie? What's the heck?" And I showed the things in the movie are parallel to what's being done to control your mind in your regular life at home. You're like, "What in the world? Is that your favorite movie?" I said, I've never seen it yet. I still have never seen the movie. I don't have to see the movie because I know I know the magic behind the movie. Such as this brother here sent in $111 to break down the Matrix movie. I broke down 5 minutes of the movie, and the answer was an hour again, an hour and a half or so for 5 minutes of the movie. This is the reciprocity shown in just for movies because I know the magic. So I'm able to look at a movie and skim through a book and skim through a movie and see, just like a kung fu master can just watch some people fight at UFC. They don't have to join UFC. They can see and say, "Oh, that's the 100 kilo. Oh, that's the Galileo. Oh, they just know. They know because that's their world." So I'm able to see a movie and automatically see, "Oh, they got that from here. Oh, that's geometry. This number here. Oh, yeah, we know this number. This number is a number that was used over here, and that. Oh, this is Kamala Harris was this many years from Biden. Oh, this was already done before. I already can see it because the magicians are the ones setting it up, and I spent my whole life's money worth on learning the secrets of this magic and hypnosis and things like that." Does it stay just with movies? No, reciprocity is shown in a variety of different ways. That means that it's not limited to movie questions. ANTU and ANTU sent in, "What's a Navajo skinwalker?" $60 support. Navajo skinwalker has nothing to do with the Matrix movie or with Never-Ending Story. This person sent in a question on the Orion star constellation. In the middle of me looking at the question, I started putting together the answer, but then I said, "Hey, wait, there's a spelling error here. Let me just make sure." And he said, "You know what? I want to change it." He changed it. I already started working on it. But he said, instead of correct, I knew it was Orion, but I always want to be precise when a person sends in a question. He said, "You know what? Instead of correcting it, I'm going to send in a completely different question." And I'm thinking, okay, Orion star constellation, maybe he's going to send one on Andromeda, maybe on Pleiades star constellation. The question that got switched was for, "Can you please speak on ancestral therapeutic approaches for recovery from a stroke?" Is this what's being done with your teacher? Is this what's happening? You send in a question on Orion, he starts putting together the answer and said, "Scrap that. Can you give me ancient and therapeutic answers on heart stroke and heart failure in the Meta language and in today's modern day understanding with the history behind it?" That was another hour class. Sherry Ka sent a question. Her name is not Sherry Ka. Well, her name, it says Sherry Ka here. She has another name now. She has not officially told me that she only wants to be called the other name, but I see another name pop up in a class that she did. Neferet Antoinette. So I will call Neferet Antoinette. But in the screen here, it says Sherry Ka. So it'll be the same person. Sherry Ka asked the question, "Please explain on an internal level why each of us experience time on different rates. Many claim time is speeding up and everything is happening fast. However, for me, I feel the contrary. Each moment is growing in presence and slowing down." So there's a question on time. That was support of $44. So this has never been seen on the internet before. Brother Stranger, who donates literally, he used to, but he's coming back to that. He's been donating like almost every pod class. This brother set off the large donations. Him and Black Alucard set off the large donations And he sent a question in on, look at this question, is knowledge and application of math triangulation a part of living in Ma'at? Didn't Pythagoras get his formula from Kemet? So everybody knows that Pythagoras got his formula from Kemet. So people send in these questions to see, how am I going to answer Pythagoras' formulas? And what is this triangulation mathematical code of Ma'at? And that he was so impressed with that answer, he sent in another $200 as a bounty to anyone in the conscious community that can break down the triangulation, how it equaled out the Star of David in Kemetic origin. I put the origin for the first time in history, the Kemetic origin of the Star of David, for the first and last time in history. He saw that, he said, wait, the Star of David, nobody put the Kemetic origin of the Star of David. I put $200 on anyone that can break it down like Tehuti. And that's the type of students that I have. That's the most students that I have. So much that they even send in money for Cobra food. All type of questions coming in. Black Alucard sends in $50. This is for the support. I have students that send in questions on. They don't send in questions. They just send in support because they see what I had to give up in the life I had to give. For longer than some that are watching have been alive. I just kind of look a little bit young, but I had to give up longer than most people have been alive to get to this point, finally, where I'm getting some type of reciprocity for this gift that I'm sharing. Question on the shout out to Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary was one of the greatest supporters. He used to support 2 to 3 times a pod class. I hope he is okay and safe out there. Shout out to Raphael Gary if you're out there. Hope you're safe. So he said, what's your take on the Pentagon UFO? How did you take the Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston? Look at the variety of questions. Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston. Today, questions are sent in on reverse engineering. ANU and ANTU, if you're listening, you're about to see a movie. Never seen a question answered like this question here that I'm doing for you because of your dedicated support, consistency. This is a movie you're going to see. This reverse engineering is going to be a movie answer. Spiritual psychosis, Angela Gates, and look at the variety. So this is what we're doing here at the Tehuti Pod Class. The House of ATTON. Let me see if I can move this camera down a little bit so you can see the whole shirt. On the hat, the House of ATTON. And the Tiru exist. House of ATTON, everything. House of ATTON. That is us, the last people on the planet to do what's being done here. The last netters to represent the netter. And what does a netter do? A netter brings wisdom. A netter brings knowledge. A netter teaches discipline. And most people, we'll be talking about that today, can't handle the discipline, and therefore they have to leave and create frustrated answers within themselves of, I'm not around because of this. I don't know I'm not around because of this, not because of that. And what are you doing in your life? What did Dougie Fresh say? Nothing. We're going to talk about all of that, but we are the last representing the netter. So welcome everybody to the pod class. We're going to get into the question that was sent in today. What I'm going to do, I'm going to drink a little bit more water, step away. This is Osiris, the green one, green Osiris. Next pod class, I may bring black Osiris. Black Osiris is about this thick, except for he has a rattle at the end of his tail. And he's extremely dangerous. Legal, dangerous though. I won't get any illegal, dangerous ones because those ones they don't have anti-venoms for because you're not supposed to have them. I have the legal ones, but in the legal realm, this is extremely dangerous, but they're not really dangerous to me. Peace and love, everybody. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to get some more water in me. Throw a little bit of water on me to refresh myself. Then we're going to get to the very first question of the Tehuti Pod class. This is going to be an anthem class. This class is definitely going to be an anthem. When you all see this, I just hope that we'll see the reciprocity when this is done. Jump in the panel for those who support. Jason Kirkland. I was wondering what happened to you. My good brother Jason Kirkland every day used to send me adorations. I don't know if they're still coming through. I get so much messages. Sometimes I don't get notification, but this brother here is man, he's on it. He's just like every day. This is what he sends to me every day. This Henu Sabatuti moderated. This is what he sends to me, but about 2-3 times longer. So shout out to you. Jump on the panel. Those who support the team. Watermelon TV. This is your day off. You could definitely jump on now. You don't have to come in between your breaks. You can come in now. You have time. Oh, you lost your phone. I knew something was odd. I knew something was off because you text me all the time. Jump on Ox Effect. I see some people in. Hold on. One moment, everybody. I actually partly lost my my eyesight for pod classes. I actually sacrificed. That's why I have to wear glasses now. I lost part of it. I can't look at computer screens or my phone. My phone. Somebody could be texting me, and I look at my phone. I don't see anything. I have to put on glasses. So I've sacrificed my eyesight. I can see everything else fine in the real world. For some reason, the Matrix AI world, I can't see the computer screen unless I put on glasses or my phone. But I can take them off and look at my turds, look at the floor, look at the sky, and everything's beautiful. But I sacrificed for the AI world. To teach the pod class, and I'm not going to stop. I'll just keep going. So I want to give a shout out to everybody. I see people in the bottom. I'm going to click on them in just a moment. I actually almost didn't. Here they are. Here they are. We got Bella. We got Antu. We got Harass Did. Harass Did. No more 4Ye culture. Just Harass Did. And only positive words after the did. So Harass Did. Where's my almost didn't have a class today. I have to get my phone back. There almost was not going to be class today because I not accidentally, but feeding one of my serpents, I got bit again by one of my big cobras. So I got bit by one of my big cobras a few days ago. I looked down at my hand. The blood was coming out. I said, "Oh, he's just trying to eat." I gave her a rat, and she just zoomed past the rat. It was a second. Next time my finger was dripping with blood. So at nighttime, I do something called the nighttime dream work. My Naturts, one of my Naturts get it on a certain night. And I looked at the blood, and I said, "Well, the venom on this, the effect is you get knocked out." And then everything happens to you. So you actually can't fight anything because the first effect is you get knocked out. It's only snake that knocks you out, and then everything starts destroying you. So I'm looking at the blood, and I said to myself, this is a waste of time. I have to do dream work on my Nutert. So that was it. So I said, this is not going to happen. Not again. I'm not going anywhere again. So and I just did dream work in here. I'm still here. A little bit of burning, but I'm still here. So I said, no, don't waste my time with this venom thing again. No way. Anyways, peace and love to everybody. I'm glad you are here. How you doing? Antu, Bella, how you doing? Who else is here? Oh, Nefert. How come she's not on? Oh, can't take it on. It's piling up. Nefert, ATTON, Angela Gates. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I have glasses on, so maybe the wrong person. Let me just hold on. I'm looking at her with my mind. That's Angela Gates. Angela Gates has stepped in the building. Peace and love.
Some reason I'm not hearing you.
Oh no. Can you hear me?
Hold up, Angela. We can hear you.
Can you hear me, Angela? Oh, she'll be back. Shout out to everybody. Nefertatin did a class with a little subliminal in the class, and I caught that, and I love it. It was a class that was on was it show your face, something to that effect. And that's what I did a class telling the sisters, can you show your face? Come on the screen, can you teach? She did a class called that and totally double and triple entendre the class. I was very, very impressed of how the class was labeled and what she did with the class. So I was very, very impressive. Good work. Sherry Ka. Well, so Sherry Ka, so you've never personally told me, me and
Nefertatan. We'll make it simple. I like the way Annie described it, like Nefertiti and Nefertari, so Nefertatan.
Yes, that's what I said when I saw the class, and I said, you know what? Me and Nefertatan actually speak off of the pod class. We speak through other messaging systems, and so I didn't get a message that okay, from this day, SABA. So when I text her under the Sherry Khan name. So when I saw Nefertatan, and I wondered, hey, does she want to be? Is this it from now on? And then so I'm going to ask you, is that it from now on, Nefertatan?
Yes, until you give me a Ren. Yes, that's what it will be going forward.
Okay, wonderful, and that's what you shall be, because I didn't get that word officially from you, but I saw it, so I love it, and wonderful. How you doing today, Nefertatan?
I'm doing really well. Really excited. It is definitely a potent pod class. We got the Angela Gates debut. The gates have been open, and it's beautiful to see Anu and Antu and Bella as well. A lot of the Naturts stepping forward. The call has been heard, and beautiful times and things to come.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely wonderful. And I saw you when I saw you, the first thing I said when I saw your class, I said, I saw the name and I said, that's the ATTON family. I said, she must have did that purposely. I said, hey, Nefertiti and ATTON, that's a 2-in-1. And I said, there's no head wrap and no glasses. I see everything. Hey, I said, great. She showed her whole face and head. I said, this is great. I was clapping in the back, telling my Naturts to come look at this. And I'm very proud of you. Great job. Great job. Wonderful. Excellent. Angela Gates, can you hear me? I had to take my glasses off and look through my third eye to make sure that was you, because
yeah, I heard you.
Okay. How you doing there, Angela Gates?
Doing good. Tired, but I'm doing good.
I did something special for you today.
Definitely. I didn't think you was going to get to it this soon.
I didn't. It's magic. I didn't get to it yet. There's something important within the question that you asked, because of when I looked at the question again, it associated spiritual psychosis with why people they kind of come and go. They're in the knowledge and they come and go. And I said, oh, I have to address this. I have to. I'm going to show the limbic system. I'm going to show. And then you wrote down the question there that somebody got killed, and I'm reading the story. People get thrown out the window, and I said, this is brutal. This is a brutal question. I got to get to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to get to that. It's going to be great. I'm glad you're doing good. Angela, good to see you on the screen.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Good to see you. And
everyone else.
Yes. And how you doing, Mankora? How you doing, good brother?
Peace, Hotep Saba. I'm doing well. Good to see everybody. How are you doing?
I'm doing very, very well. I'm doing very well. I'm very happy. 2 pod classes ago, I had no questions, and now the questions came in, and I was going to answer Angela Gates' question a little quick, and then I looked. And I saw something that sparked me, and I said, I just got very happy when I saw something. So I'm going to utilize this question to give a lot of wisdom and actually show how the brain works. And I feel very, very good. And then Antu and Anu's question kind of took me to another level. So Anu's question, I looked at it and I was like, okay, I have to blow this brother away. So I feel very good. Thank you for asking, Mankora. Thank you. How you doing there? Who's next after you? Somebody popped up beside you. Ox Effect. Is that you? How you doing, good brother?
Hotep, peace, Saba. I'm doing very well. Excited for class. How are you doing, Saba?
Wonderful, wonderful. I had to put on the red today. Got some shirts in from the House of ATTON, and I had to put on the fiery red because I feel little fiery today. I feel a little. I feel very, very hot. Usually I wear the black, but I feel fiery today, so I put the red on. I'm doing good, thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Who's next after you? Anu and Antu, or Antu and Anu, whichever way the name is written. But how are you two doing today?
Doing that for SABA. 2 for asking. 2 for you being here, all that you've done to get here, and 2 for the consciousness that guides you.
I'm also doing very great. I'm very happy and thankful to be here with you all today.
Good to see you too. Wonderful, wonderful. Who's next? Harass, did I already ask you how are you doing, or I just said Harass did everything? I can't remember.
I'm great, Saba. I'm great to be here, ready to absorb and support.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And now we're on to Bella. How you doing there, Bella? You got the head wrap on. You ready for war? How you doing?
I'm great. Very happy that you and your net certs exist and are alive and well. So for asking.
Nini Ook. You lowering? Okay, thank you. One moment, everybody. Okay, hold on. Glad you're doing good, Bella. Glad you're doing wonderful. I see a little cat house in the back, the kittens. Oh no, the kittens aren't there. The kittens are outside, right? Are they outside or inside?
Outside, yeah.
Okay. There's no kittens in there at all?
Well, there's.
Okay. Okay. I see the cat house in the back. Wonderful. All right. Now we're on to Annie. The screen keeps flipping. We're on to Annie Patah and Nefer Keperet. Looking like a Nefer Keperet, looking like an ancient. Is it a Shah woman? They say shaman. How come over here says Shah woman? But anyways, looking like an ancient Shah woman. There, how you doing, Annie? And how you doing, Nefer Keperet?
I am doing excellent. Acker, doing Usir, doing. I am wealthy. I am happy. Great Saba. 2 for asking. Excellent to see you. Look excellent and definitely look fiery. Inu and 2 to you. Great Saba. Okay, it's on you, Nefer.
I am doing great.
Okay.
What's up?
What's up?
Can I be heard okay?
Yes, now you can. There was a little lag, but I can. It caught up. I can hear you now.
Okay, great. Yes, I'm doing wonderful. I'm great. I'm happy. I'm very excited.
Okay, wonderful, Nefer Keperet. Absolutely wonderful. Good to see you. No, hold on. Okay. I don't see you. Hold on. There it is. Good to see you. Good to see you both. And you guys are a wonderful team. You guys are a wonderful, wonderful team. So, oh, okay, nice to see you, Menkora. It's like the Brady Bunch. Menkora, you ended up there in the corner under me. Weren't there before, but I see you now. How you doing, Menkora?
Cool, Saba. I'm doing well. I think primordial thought popped in, but yeah, the thing keeps shifting. But I'm doing well, Saba.
Good to hear, my good brother. Good to hear you're looking well. Great to hear. And primordial thought, we're gonna make my Netert said we have to make a soundbite from you. A soundbite for you. The Saba. From Saba. You were talking about the whatever was going on with you and Gabriella. Saba. So we're gonna make a soundbite of that. I gotta go back to that class, and that will definitely be the Saba. So how you doing there, Primordial?
Peace, great Saba. You know what, Saba? I wasn't gonna jump on today because I had I had some raw almonds the other day. I ran out of my provisions and I damaged my tooth, so I wasn't going to get on. I was just going to message you, and then
okay.
Then you said you got bit by your cobra. It's like, well, I did my magic and the class is still on. So I'm like, well, looks like let me log in. Let me come on and still talk. So yes, I'm a 2 out to you, 2 out for setting the example. I just felt, I mean, you just made me feel like, just come on, you know what I mean? Bear through it. Make it happen.
Thank you, my brother.
So I'm here, Saba. I'm right here.
Thank you for coming on. Love to see you. I know you're like, wait a minute. I'm not coming on because I chipped my tooth. Wait, Tehuti's on, you got bit by a cobra? I'm on. So thank you for thank you for thank you for coming on. Your energy is great. I hope Gabriella is doing is she feeling okay today? Or is she going through
up and down. Yeah, she laying down right now. Back was hurting a little bit, but she's doing her thing. Hopefully she'll jump on a little later if she feel better.
Wonderful, good to hear. Okay, everybody, let me put this guy down. Oh my goodness, man! I'm gonna take a little. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna take a little break. Step off for just a moment, and you all build. Tell the people in the class how you feel about the class, the support. Is that me?
No, yeah.
Okay. Tell the people, give them your testimonies. Let the new people see them. There's 35 people watching for now that some of them never seen this before. And tell the people they definitely need to support the Tehuti pod class. It is Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. There it is. Oh, it's already at the bottom. There it is on the screen. Shout out to the moderators, the TEP. I don't know where you are, but I hope you are safe out there. These are the beautiful moderators. Nania Setmer, the beautiful, the great secretary, Anki and Ma'at, the wonderful technician, Ani Patah Tehuti, and the great father of the TEP Rem Ma'at. Those are the moderators. Everybody watching the Tehuti pod class. Support the Tehuti pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. For those who are watching new, if you're watching, even if you're not new, Jeffy, Mark Strumble, Nana Amun, and all the people that are probably watching this, send in your support, beautiful people, because this is what I do, and this is all that I do now, and I give up everything to do this with the faith that the Netzer will take care of me. Peace and love, everyone. I will be back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
All right, Hotep, Tenuma Akaru, Tua, everyone. Peace and love to everyone here on the panel. Hotep to everyone in the live chat watching right now, and Hotep to everyone who is watching on the playback. Peace and love to you all. As the great Saba said, the links to support the pod class, to ask your questions, to get your questions answered, the links are pinned to the top of the chat. You'll see the name House of ATTON, and you'll see the support link. So utilize those links, send in your support, send in your questions, also in the bio. So just sending everyone Hotep and Marie. Excited for this class, as I am for every class, to take in information from the great Saba. It's a beautiful thing. houseofatton.org. We'll show that a little bit later. Go and get your merch. You see many of the supporters here on the panel representing the House of ATTON. You see Saba Tehuti, HOA'd up. It's a beautiful thing, and that's the goal. So yeah, we'll just go around the panel. We'll start with you, Nefer Keperet, and then we'll go to Bella and just let everyone speak freely from your Eve and let everyone know how you are feeling. So we'll start with you.
Okay. Hotep Ma'at to everyone on the panel and everyone present here for the pod class. Tua to just everyone that's here, and Hemi to the great Saba. I also want to give great Henu to my Sinet Nefertatan. I'm so happy that she is able to just be on here as well with us. So yes, Tua, and also Tua to everyone that was able to come and see us during our presentation and support us. in the House of ATTON. So Tua and Henu and Hotep to everyone. Hotep.
Henu, Hotep married to SABA and his Nefernetrix, for letting me on the panel. You are all nothing less than magical, and I am very grateful to be learning from you, SABA. You're very Nefer in every way, and you are young yet a forefather, and you can completely subsist in all the fields you travel in. For that and for many other reasons, it is an honor to be in your presence and learn from such a wise Neter. And to all the Nefer Kagu on the panel, to Nefer sisters for your classes this past week, to Angela Gates and Harasted for being on the panel, and to Antu for all that you do for the House of ATTON, and to all the brothers for all that you do as well, and for all your magical Nefer moments of Ma'at that you share with your families. So,
Hotep, Uncle Justineb, to the fantastic, wonderful Sabatuti, I'm Hotep Ra, Henu, Marie, to Sabatuti, Henu, Marie, to everybody on the panel, all of the supporters, everybody who's going to be watching the video on the playback. I'm very excited for today's class. Extremely excited, especially because I asked one of the questions. I'm looking forward to what Sabatuti will bring forth. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy I'm alive. I'm happy you are all alive. Everybody support our Sabatuti. I'm with Hotep Ra. There is no one like him, and he is the foundation, the Neter Tehuti for all that you see and things you don't see as well. Everybody go and check out the sisters' classes that were made in the past few days. They're absolutely Nefer. They both brought very unique things. They deserve your attention and hopefully inspires other people to make classes as well. I'm happy to see so many people on the panel. Happy to see Angela Gates on the panel. I don't think I've ever been on the panel with you, so Hotep. And everybody, I hope you have a fantastic curve, fantastic class, absorb what you need to absorb, and continue living with them on. Hotep, Uncle Justineb.
Nefer words, Anu. Very Nefer. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very thankful to be alive and for all of you to be alive as well. I'm very appreciative of every single one of you and all that who are in the chat as well. And those who take this information and are here consistently and support our great Saba Tehuti. Tua and Hotep and Mary and Henu, to the great sisters for their presentations. It was very Nefer to see two sisters up there. It touched my Ebe in such a deep way. It is so Nefer. I can't put into words what seeing them on the panel did to me. It was something very, very deep. So Tua so much for all that you guys did and what you guys will bring forth in the future. And Tua to Tehuti Amuna Hotep Ra for all of the life-changing classes he provides us with consistently. I'm very thankful for his intensity and everything that he does, his health and his life. Tua's Netzerts as well for everything that they do for him. Hotep and Mary.
Hotep, peace and love to everyone on the panel. Peace to everyone in the chat and everyone that is listening. I want to give a supreme adoration to our master teacher, Saba Tehuti, for what he shared in his testimony regarding the ultimate weapon is to erase your enemy and bringing light to what the tactic is. And I want to give even more adoration to Saba Tehuti for not allowing that to happen and to multiplying and teaching about the Nectaru. And I want to send strength and love and power to all the luminous warriors all over the world that represent or that will represent the Neteru. So, Hinu Hotep, peace.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Well, Hotep, everyone. It's a pleasure to see all of you. I see you every week, but it is nice to finally be able to come up with you guys. It's nice to see Bella coming forward. And of course, Rder, she's always been there. And Nefertatan, your new name. I love it. I love it. Love both your as well as Nefer Keperet's presentation. I had to make sure I had to be there and be present and represent. So I appreciate you ladies coming forward. And of course, the guys. You guys are always doing what you have to do to make this happen. So, and I'm appreciative because without you guys, it will kind of lead to the question I have to SABA about the spiritual psychosis, which I think is what's happening with a lot of us, is that we get a little spiritually exhausted, so to speak, when we're trying to navigate towards through the matrix, and then also trying to learn a better way through our spiritual enlightenment. So I'm excited about the question. I didn't think he was going to get to it this soon. When he said he didn't have questions, I was like, well, let me go ahead and send it to him. But I didn't think he was going to get to it this soon, but I'm glad he was. I'm glad he was able to get to it. So, but it's a pleasure being here, and I'm just thankful to be here.
Oh, tap, peace everyone. Before I get to the build, Angela Gates, that speaks to your own Heka, how quickly you can just manifest your answer coming through for SABA. It's beautiful to be here live and feel the vibes and the faces, and in coming forward with my first class, it actually gives me an even, I appreciate SABA so much, but it gives me an even deeper Henu for just the consistency. And, you know, my class might be, hour over an hour, but Saba's teaching for like 8 hours, 9 hours. It's just nonstop, and his form never ceases, and it's always the best of the best. So I'm very grateful to have him, and as well as him giving us a platform to even just build and take some of that nutrient, take some of that medicine and vibration, and giving us the opportunity to speak and build with one another. So looking forward to whatever comes through, and whatever it will be is going to be the greatest. So may everyone receive dua.
First, I would like to say, I don't know if anyone else noticed Saba handling the anaconda with just one hand before he went off. I just needed to say that because that just shows his tremendous strength right there. But I want to say thank you, everyone, for coming on the panel. I'd like to see the full panel. Hopefully soon we'll have to rotate out so everyone will get a chance to show their appreciation for Saba. I am immensely grateful for his presence in my life. I feel truly honored. Again, the known and unknown that he does. Beautiful class, ladies, on Sunday and Monday. Glad that I could experience that. And I want to also give my appreciation for Saba for bringing you guys forth. And I hope more to come.
Hotep Henu to everyone on the panel, Henu to everyone in the chat, and Henu to Saba Tehuti. I'm Hotep Ra for holding this class like he does every week. This is a highlight of my week, and Saba's helped me immensely throughout my life since knowing him. Pekka improving, getting rid of the ispet in my life, and still continuously doing this to this day. And excited about the diet program he just gave me to get that started and to see where that takes me and pushes me to reach my goal. And yeah, I'm excited for this class today. I'm excited to reach for this class. And just grateful for this community we have. Dua. Anu.
What's up? Peace and love to everybody. It's good to be here. Shouts out to the great SABA Tehuti Hotep Ra and his wonderful Turks. Appreciate and shouts out Hindu to everybody on the panel. It's definitely good to see the multiple boxes on the screen. So that shows strength. That shows love. So peace and love to everybody in the chat. Hey, we here. We excited, man. Just bearing through a little bit of pain, but we're gonna make it happen. So I'm excited for today's class. And I am very curious about this question. So I was about to get ready to break down. So two up for that, and yeah, let's make it happen.
Yo, let's go.
All right. Tua, everyone. Peace and love. Hotep. It's a beautiful thing. The only place where something like this can exist. So, Hindu to everyone who is coming forth and putting themselves in positions to expand and grow and be a representation of the great ancestors who taught us that the Natiru exists, and the great SABA Tehuti just doing everything that he does and being who he is to allow this to exist once again. So this is a very magical place, and for those who have the ma'ah, which is the eye and the sight to see what's taking place, may you all be nourished from the heka'u that's here. So Tua and Hindu, yes, peace and love. Angela Gates, super happy to see you here and have you here with us on the panel. Peace and love to you. And yes, it's a beautiful thing. houseofatton.org. Make sure you're subscribed to our YouTube channel as well, where we go live every Sunday. And we also go live on other days as well. Like you hear the great sisters speaking about their classes. And this is an opportunity that is available for all of the Karu, all of the great members of the House of Atton. So if you participate in the membership of the House of Atton, you can sharpen your skill set, sharpen your sword, and begin to teach here at the House of Atton. So it's a beautiful, beautiful system that's been created, and where everyone can come together and learn together, and teach together, and just continue to expand, so we can break ourselves out of the matrix and those who are around us as well. So it's a very powerful Sekhem Nefer thing that's taking place. So yes, make sure you subscribe to the House of Atton. Go watch the sisters' channels or the videos, and leave comments, share it, as well as all of our great classes. The great brother Tefrim Kima'at, sending him much Marie as well. Hope that you are doing great. Great brother Minku Arab Mary Ma'at, Hindu and Hotep to you, great brother. He just hosted a Discord meeting, as we have every single month, the last Friday of the month, and this great brother leads that and hosts that. So Hindu to you, great brother, for that. Very, very powerful brother here. And of course, the great brother Primordial Thought 9. These are the great brothers, the great leaders of the House of Atton that you see, who is all playing a major role in bringing together this movement and this organization, where where we are becoming Natiru. So houseofatton.org. Go get your merch, support the great SABA, utilize those links. And for those who are wondering, how can I join this movement? How can I be a part of this? I see all of this growth. I hear multiple brothers and sisters saying, I'm doing this for the first time, bringing forth their ka to the panel for everyone to receive. And how can I be a part of that? Well, you just go to houseofatton.org. Of course, you got to support, let yourself be known, bring yourselves forward, so we can begin to build. So here is the website, houseofatton.org. This is where everything takes place. Right here, we have a shop section. You see the Great Saba with the beautiful red HOA shirt, which you can get here as well. You see him with the hat, and what he has on top of the hat there is this covering. So take the cover drawstring and get creative with it, as we always did. It's a beautiful thing. So definitely go here and support the House of Atton, represent the Medu that we're bringing forth as you traverse and as you walk. Let people know the Natiru exists, and we too can become that. We don't have to succumb to the humanism of the matrix that is being pushed on us every single day. We do not have to do that, and here we don't. We choose not to. So get your merch for the children as well, the youth. We're gonna have to bring forth some baby clothes. We have some young Natiru coming through, so we're gonna have to definitely garb them up as well. So and so yes, here's join the House of Atton. We have 3 membership tiers. Keru, which is the right here you see Keru, which is the metanetter word for household member, because this is the House of Atton. The acronym is Ancient Tehutian Teachings of Natiru. And as a Keru, we become family members. There are many words, there are many definitions with the word Keru, and one being the voice. And the Great Saba teaches us about Heka. And he also brought forth a class that is no longer live, but we have 64 classes that have been recorded, and they're called Medu Magic classes. And it was a private class where it began with him teaching us the fundamentals of the Medu Netter, and it expanded into true Heka ritualistic classes. So we are all about the Heka, and Keru is a representation of that. So here is the membership, which is Uwa, Sin, and Kemet, which is 1, 2, and 3. And so we have 3 different tiers, depending on what you would like to contribute to the House of Atton, and there are different benefits for each tier. So you can just go here, read through the Hepu and Ma'at, which translates to Laws of Ma'at for the House of Atton. And you just join through your membership here. And when you join, whenever you log into the website here, you'll have access to this. It says Keru member access only. And the only way to gain access to this is to be a member through the House of Atton here. And so we are working on some classes that'll be available very soon for everyone for the Keru. Very powerful and very excited for that. Debates. The Great Saba has many discussion debates that are not on YouTube that you can participate in. So you can watch this here, and if you're not a House of Atton member, if you're not a Keru, you can also watch it on Patreon, as well as if you become a YouTube member on House of Atton YouTube channel, you can watch it. So we have a Patreon as well, where you can watch these debates, and all those links are in the bio, in the link tree. And then Ma'at Fundamental Fridays is a class that I host for free for the Keru, where we go over the Seba'it, which is the Medu Netter word for instructions or teachings, which of course is from the root word Sab or Saba, which means teacher. As our great Saba Tehuti carries that Rin, that sound vibrational tone. So this is something that the Keru are able to participate in as well. And I host those on Discord, so be sure that you are part of the Discord, because that is where the links are posted for this. And as I said, the social media, the link tree, everyone make sure that you have this link tree. And this is where all of our Instagram, our Facebook. So I know majority of people on social media. So make sure that, you know, you follow us on these places. We're working to grow these platforms so we can reach as many people as possible. This is where everyone is, especially the youth. So we definitely want to take place in going to where they are, which is on these social platforms, and bring the teachings there. So I want to give Henu to the great ANTU, who does a fantastic job of making sure that our classes from the pod class here, from the House of ATTON, and all the teachings get out to all these different platforms: TikTok, X, which used to be Twitter, Instagram. So make sure you follow us on all these platforms. And even if you don't utilize it, because I know a lot of us don't because of what's on social media, but we're creating a space where only the teachings exist. So even if you just create a platform or create a social media for yourself, just to promote the teachings, to help get more people to the pod class, help get more people to the House of ATTON, we would definitely appreciate you doing that. So Tua to everyone who is doing that. I see Maharu. He posts a lot of information on his TikTok. Henu to that great brother for that. So yeah, follow us on all these platforms. And we also have a Spotify here where the classes are just in audio form. And it is consolidated to just the teaching section. So if you want to just be able to listen to the audio form of the classes and some of the discussions in between and the teachings, you can come here to the Spotify, who this is ran by Nefertatan. So she's the one who runs this section of HOA for us. So Henu to Nefertatan for taking all of these classes, both House of ATTON, when the Karu come on, our Sunday classes as well, and the pod classes. So you can definitely come here and just utilize the audio tones for those who want to get to the teachings in audio form. So Tua and Henu. Again, I have sound vibrational tones known as music. And I have a SoundCloud. I also have a website that you can go and listen to the tones and working on some very powerful things. I have an EP out called Scribal Sessions Volume 1, Tua and Henu, for everyone who supports me on that. It's very powerful. I didn't know so many people actually wanted tones that are teaching, which is actually what the root word of music goes back to, knowledge. So it's a beautiful thing. So you can definitely support me through my tones here on SoundCloud and also at tehuti.com. As I just posted I posted a single for everyone called Dua. So you can go here and listen to Dua for free. You can download it and you can also support me as well if you'd like to do so. So Tua and Henu. Again, there's a lot here. So everyone just take your time, go through the website. For every dollar you spend, you get 1 point. And for each point you get, you can redeem it once you reach 100 points for 10% off. So a beautiful reciprocity system that we have here set up on the website, as you see here. And you can also gain points by following us on these platforms. Just go here and click them, and when you sign up, you get 100 points. So you can start off with the ability to save 10, 20, 30% on your first purchase if you utilize all of these systems here. So again, Hotep Henu to everyone who's supporting the merch, working on more things as well. We have bathroom sets where you can utilize the shower curtains, bath mats. We have towels. They're all high quality. We have computer desk mats that you can use for anything, really. as well as, you know, for your rituals and placing some of your sacred items on the House of ATTON. The Natiru exists. So we take everything that is available, and you know, we do what we do with them. We're creative. We're the originators of so many things. So this is why I give so much Henu and bring forth for everyone to utilize and find that part. For those who may feel like, you know, I don't have a talent, I don't have a skill set. It's just we have to we have to dig and search within and express, be creative, and remove that fear, that and come forth. And you'll then begin to find out that you're great at many things, because we always have been. We're the originators. So we're bringing that forward again. So to our Hotep and the Great SABA ebooks, for anyone who is new and do not have these ebooks, you have to get these ebooks. This is what initiated the whole gathering together. Before we were the House of ATTON, we were the teachings of Ma'at. And you can go through the House of ATTON YouTube and go all the way to the beginning. The very first 13 episodes were based on stepping out of the matrix. So for anyone who is new and do not have these ebooks, you can go here, and as soon as you make the purchase, you get an immediate link to the download, and you can read these very powerful books. So Tuan Hinu, Hotep, I can hear that the Great Saba has come back to the panel, so I will stop sharing. Peace and love, everyone. Tua for your attention. Welcome back, Great Saba.
Peace. Can I be heard? Mic check?
Yes. We can hear you.
All right. Good to be back. Let me come. Okay. Good to be back, everybody. Everyone is here. We are going to get into. Good job, Annie, and a great conversation, everybody. I heard bits and pieces of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into the first question of the Tehuti pod class. I'm going to check the, let me close this. I'm going to put up the Gmail so I can check the supports. Close Obama. Obama's going to be in the class today. We'll close Obama for now. We'll be in the class later on. Okay, Obama has something to say. So I'm going to check the Gmails, refresh the page, see how the support is so far. Just call it a couple names. I'm going to get into the first time answer of the Tehuti pod class. So I see Angela Gates. Actually, Scribe. Can you hear me, Scribe?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, was there 65 classes?
Let me see. Oh, yes. 2 hours.
Okay.
Only since
only 64. Let me just fix something real quick here, guys, technical, and then I'm gonna get right into it. So I'm gonna delete some things, remove. Oh, I can't delete it. Okay, we're gonna start just shortly. Let me see if I can remove label, hide show. It doesn't want me to delete it. Okay, so I'm gonna go men into classes. I'm gonna delete all these. I'm gonna refresh the men into classes so that people will be able to get them efficiently during this class as you order. So I'm going to delete all this. We're doing everything from scratch again. That's 1, 2. Is that 4? 4. We're going to delete that. And so that's 1, 2. Where's 3? 3. Delete 3. And okay, now I'm going to replace. We're going to go back here. Shout out to Daniel LaRoche. He gave a donation before the class began, and I'm going to move all these men into classes somewhere so I can see everybody's donations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll go to 15. Hopefully it won't delete. 15. And, oh, man. Sorry. No. Huh. One moment, everyone. Hold on. Oh, it disappeared. One moment, everybody. I have to figure out where these classes went. Classes. Nope. Classes. Wow. Okay. Well, I'll have to do that on the next break, it looks like. Scribe. Send me 1 to 15 again. I have to send me 1 to 15 again. Yes. No.
Okay.
Yeah, let me do that. Okay, everybody, we're about to start the first question of the Tehuti podcast. Let me do this here. 1, 2, 3. I gotta get these out of the way so I can see everybody's donations. Robert Williams gave for men in the class. Oh, it went to archive. Well, I see what happened. Pardon me, everyone. The men in the classes went to archives. Ugh. Hold on. Somebody. Oh, okay. One moment, everyone, please. I have to fix something really quick with the reptile. 1 second.
Hotep, Manku, I have a question for you.
Peace, Hotep. Yes.
How are your snakes doing?
My snakes are well. I need more, but yeah, my whole living room is pretty covered with snakes. I guess like the. Oh, okay, so I'm back. I'll tell you more when I get the chance.
Mic check. Can everybody hear me? Mic check.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, one moment. All right. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Hotep and peace. I am back. I had to take care of some unmentionables, but everything to take care of in the background. We're about to get started, everyone. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. We're going to get into the first question, which was sent in by the lovely sister Angela Gates, right on the screen. Angela, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna what I want you to do before we start is tell us real quick what inspired. The question was on spiritual psychosis. What did you see that inspired you to ask this question? Because that terminology is actually a terminology come up with by someone, but it does have a meaning. What inspired you to ask that question?
Well, basically, I was listening to a live, and it was pertaining to the case with the young lady that used to be a tarot reader. I guess she was very popular on social media, and apparently she not only killed her boyfriend, but also killed threw one of her children out the window, and then the other child, I guess, was still in the car, and they rammed the car into a concrete slab. So, and they died. All of them died. I mean, I think one of the children is still living, but the three other people did die. So what they were talking about, they called it spiritual psychosis. That was just one of the people, and then that's one I mentioned to you in email. But there was also another female that also had a meltdown on a live, where she was always, light and loving life and all this other stuff. But all of a sudden, she kind of had a meltdown and took her teeth out and took her makeup off on live and took her weave out and all kinds of stuff. And people just melting down, pretty much.
Okay, very, very interesting. So, and both of these people are noted spiritual guides, influencers. They start off on the positive, right? They start off trying to uplift, awake, that type of woke community type of thing. Yes. And then they end up in these tragedies where they're actually hurting themselves. The one lady hurt herself, right? She started to take one lady's not here anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So okay, we're gonna get into. Has anybody on the panel heard of any of this situation of spiritualists all of a sudden losing it and getting into these self-sabotage or suicidal or violent or chaotic situations, self-inflicted? Has anybody heard of any of the stories or anything like that? You heard of it, Annie?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to get into it, everybody. We're going to put Angela Gates' question up on the screen. And Angela Gates said, and when I looked at the bottom of the email, she said, "You never answered my narcissist question," or something like that. So we're going to cover all of that. And I'm going to explain how I answered the narcissist question. And actually, when I answered this question, the actual question of the narcissist question was narcissism, if it is a spirit energy and if it's found more in men. Today, when you get this answer, you're going to understand also the narcissist question, because we're going to see how these how these situations that take place inside the mind actually corrupt the spirit and cause the person to self-possess their own self and into a self-sabotage, because there is a suicidal force energy behind what's called there's a degradation system, a 7-point degradation nodal system that has to be done in order to alleviate in the mind fully of the necropolis forces of Christianity. And as long as the 7 nodal points are not fully removed and degraded, the degradation system doesn't fully collapse, then the energies actually start to reverse back on the person. We're going to get into all of that. I know most people have probably never heard of that before, but we're going to get into that. I'm going to go ahead and put Angela Gates. I was also inspired because when I scrolled down on the donations, Angela actually gave 2. She gave me there was a $10 one saying to go look in the Gmail, and when I went there was a Gmail, and then there was another one that must have been sent a little earlier, and that was 25. So I'm going to go ahead and put both up on the screen. We're going to give her a clap and respect for her consistent support. She also said something very special to me, that she appreciates the risk, and that's one of the reasons why the pod class today started off with some of the risks that I took that before I even got here, and I'm at risk right now. I'm at risk right now, so there's a constant fight over here where I am, and that's why I'm always smiling and happy, because each day that I'm actually here in front of you is an accomplishment, because I am at a big risk. I'm not like the other people online. There's not the same thing happening with me. So it's a movie life with me. They're looking for me for real. So peace and love to everyone. We're gonna go ahead and put Angela Gates' question on the screen and give her respect and props for her great support and dedication. So let me go ahead and do that, and then we're gonna get into the answer to the questions, and here we go. So we're going to go entire screen. Boom, boom, boom. Hide that and present. Where to go? Is this it? Screen share. Is that showing on the screen right there? Is there two donations showing on the screen right now?
Yes, SABA.
Okay, good. Let's give her a big hand clap. She did a $25 and $10 back to back. One telling me to see the email question, and one with another donation. So let's give Angela Gates a big round of applause, please. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, everybody, as you are watching this class, and I also want to tell everybody too, those who want a REN at the Pathways of the Awakening, email me and I will tell you the process, including the support donation that you should give to get that, because I already know that some people are going to ask me for a REN. There's an actual process that you go through. It's very quick for me to get certain information to come up with, to help come up with a REN. Some people's here's RENs I already have partly, but for the rest of the process, I ask you to do something, send me some information, and then also there's going to be support, because some people are going to get their RENs and not give any kind of support system for it, and I actually have to go through something to to put the whole REN thing together before I even get to there. So we're 4 months, we're a little over 4 months, bordering on 5 months away. June, July, August, September, October. Well, 4 months away. So anybody that wants to contact me for their REN for the process, do it now, because if it gets to about 3 weeks away, I will not be able to be asked to get a REN when we're 3 weeks away from the Pathways of the Awakening. We're actually going to make it a something that we're going to do live, and I have to do certain things long before the event to have things prepared to actually show everybody in the circle what I got to show them, particularly about you as a person. So everybody, go ahead and contact. You can put the Gmail up there, subscribe for the contact, and you can contact me and say what's the process to get my REN, and then contact that. So that Gmail is going to change soon to Podcast Offices shortly, but that's a Gmail that can be contacted now, and send the question in there and I'll respond, or it will be responded to with the process. Okay, everybody. Thank you, Scribe. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's jump into it, everybody. Those who are watching the podcast answers, as you're watching the podcast, send your tip of appreciation at the end. You can send it while it's happening, because there's going to be some heavy hitters in these answers, and you're going to learn a lot about yourself. Which one? Welcome to the Tehuti Zoo. Where do you see him now? He's by the crocodile? Everybody pardon me for 2 minutes, please. I'll be right back. Let's take care of a crocodile. One moment, please. Pardon these interruptions. I'll be right back.
Hotep and Tula for SABA always downplaying his animal nurturance in the most lighthearted of way. I don't know how many people on Earth could casually speak on a crocodile roaming their residence.
I agree with you on that one. I'm gonna start comparing him to the guy that's on I can't remember his IG, but he has this like emporium full of snakes. He has every snake you think of, and all he does is basically just harvest the eggs, and he shows them all the time, and a lot of them he gets striked at several times throughout this little clips. But it's real interesting though, because I guess he sells them, I guess. But it's interesting. I'm gonna start calling Saba that guy. I can't remember his name right now. I'm gonna look him up and start calling him his name.
Angela Gates, you're the are you getting you a serpent soon?
Not unless it's a garter snake. I can deal with those. I don't know if I can deal with anything else. Just as similar as far as like, I love pets, I love dogs, and somebody wanted to give me a pit bull, and I tell them, look, I think I'll stick with the mixed breeds. I like them better. They seem to be a lot more healthier, and I look at that when it comes to a snake. I can want to stick with something that I think that I can kind of manage, and I know that a pit bull is something venomous and poisonous I can't deal with. So.
I thought I heard something about a cobra or something.
Not hardly.
Yes, beautiful thing. Hotep, everyone. Make sure you hit the like button. Those who are watching live, hit that like button. Share this link out. Post this to your social platforms, and help get people in here. Where this is the only place where something like this can exist. So to everyone who's supporting, the links again are posted at the top of the chat for anyone who has any type of question in any format. Make sure you utilize those links, and that is how questions are answered. So yeah, definitely looking forward to this. Is a very interesting. Usually don't really see too many situations like this be publicized, but it is. Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what Saba goes into about this question you brought up, Angela Gates, because it's just even with your explanation right there of what happened.
Right. I agree
That's
with
a
you
lot.
1,000%. Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people are probably dealing with, trying to deal with the matrix and also trying to absorb the enlightenment that we're learning in the process, because it is kind of tough trying to deal with, not deal with, but learning a new way to unlearn the lies you've been told, but then you have to go back to those lies to make your bread and butter. So that's kind of hard. So I don't know if this could be an issue as far as what people are maybe feeling that may cause them to maybe drop off from time to time. I don't know, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Yeah, we will see. The matrix is real. So stay,
it sure is.
Stay safe out here, because
yes,
stay vigilant, stay aware. I always tell people, when you're traversing out, you're outside of your PER, you create your PER to where the matrix don't exist within your PER. As soon as you step out and you start to maneuver, stay aware of everything. Everyone else is walking around like this, don't know nothing about what's happening. So we see stuff like this all the time. It just isn't brought forward. So yeah, that's the ma'ah, being able to see. So yeah, Tua for this question, and just all the support that you provide as well to the Great Sovereign, to the House of ATTON. Always with us. A lot of times you're first in the chat, so definitely giving you Inu for that and representing. It's a beautiful thing. So Tua.
See if they can hear me. Check. I'm there? Okay, good. I'm on the screen. Wonderful. All right, everybody. I am back. I am back. Feeling good. I had to take care of something almost the size of one of you, but we are back in effect. I heard Angela Gay said she wants a pit bull and a viper or something. I'm not sure, but Angela, we talking about getting a snake or a dog or something? Kind of a pit bull.
We're looking for an emotional support animal, and I was talking to a guy that breeds pit bulls, and of course he wanted to give me the one that his fiance had, but apparently this dog, you can't have him around any other dog, and I'm like, well, that's a liability, so I don't really want that one. But just basically based off of their brute strength, I know I can't deal with a dog like that. I'll stick with the poodles and the Labradors, the German Shepherds. I'll do them, but not a pit bull.
I used to have a joke I would say to people. I would say in Atlanta or different places, I would say they would have these dog fights, and I would say, I think my pet can beat yours. Nobody can beat. Oh, this is and they give all the stats of the pit bull. This one raised up on hot pepper, gunpowder. I don't know what they would say with all this weird stuff they were talking about. He killed 3 dogs, beat this, and I said my pet versus yours. And they said, what you got? And I come back with like a 18-foot python. Or I'd say you're a pit, and I said, oh, I didn't finish the rest. Pit, mine's are called a pit viper. So they say, no man, but no, pit bull is extremely strong. My partner has had one, and they hurt you while playing. It's not their fault. They're just very powerful, and they play, and they're not. They're great, and they're very loyal, but at the same time, they are. I wouldn't suggest that as anybody's starter emotional support dog.
I don't either.
It may get you emotional, but I don't know about the support.
Right.
Okay, everybody, we can finally start now. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti podcast. We are about to begin. To get to Angela Gates' great question, I heard you all building on the spiritual psychosis of being in knowledge
and trying to bridge that door. How do you live both lives? Will it drive you crazy? You're in this knowledge, you realize that you're in the matrix, but then you got to go back into the matrix and deal with all these different individuals, and then come back to the knowledge and try to cleanse yourself and back in the matrix. That is also a part of it. We're going to find out more in depth. Angela, I think that's what you said, but that's a good start. We're going to get into it.
Yes.
We're going to get into it even more. So I'm going to get you guys to jump back in the chat. We're going to get into this beautiful questions by Angela Gate. Peace and love. Nefer Keperet, Annie, Bella and the kitten, Menkor Ra, Nefertatin, Primordial Thought, and the new baby coming up. Menkor Ra. Oh, it flipped. Okay. Harassed, Annie, ANTU, and Bella. Okay, I'll see you all in the room. All right. Peace and love, Bella, with the throwing up the signs. All right, here we go, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me. There's been a little technical difficulties, a little reptile difficulties, a little crocodile type difficulties, but we are about to finally get into this answer, everybody. And press 9 if you can hear me, please. I see the beautiful Unki and Ma'at has entered the building. Maharu can definitely hear. I know this is Maharu's favorite day of the week. Angela Gates can hear. Nook Panuk with his favorite number 999. Harass Did can hear. Bella and Nefer Kepret. Okay, good. We're about to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Pop Class. Okay, I'm gonna put the timer on the internet. One moment. I'm gonna put a timer on here because I don't have my Okay, we're gonna start timer stopwatch. Yeah, start now. Okay, good. We're about to start, everybody. Here we go. We got the stopwatch timer on. Nicholas Nowadik in the building. I saw his support from earlier. We're going to be announcing that after this too. Get ready to send your tips. Send your support for this question coming up. Cash App TTMoon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm glad everybody can hear me. That's my AI moderator there. Support with Cash App question TTMoon. Here we go, everybody. Boom, we're about to get into it. And here we go. Let me see if the timer's still going. Okay. Oh, this is good. The timer's right on the next bar. Okay, here we go. Boom. Boom and boom, and here we go. All right, everybody, if you can see, there we go. We're ready to break this matrix. Here we go. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists. What is the original religion, original languages, spirituality? Who are the Netzeru? Health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic, quote-unquote, Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or pictures, or only do debate, debunk, I exposed you, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, there's a mistake here, I disagree with this, I disagree with you on that, you're not right about this, you're not right about that, debunking, exposing, only debating if the Egyptians are black because somebody said the Egyptians are white or something else, just to fight. The pyramids in America are older than ones in Egypt. Everything is a competition, argument. Everything is based on contention in their teachings. We are the Abos. We're the American Indian. We're not African. Attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice at home. After the arguments, what are you dedicated to? What are you loyal to? What is your discipline? Never showing what they actually believe in. Because in truth, those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. that they just have the urge to want to argue, have contention, conversations, discussions based on contention, thus to hide that they cannot answer. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix broken for you, is here at the Tehuti Podcast House of the 10. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And it was Angela Gates sent in $25 and $10. And the question is here on the screen. Let me see if I can get it a little bigger. There we go. Henu from Angela Gates. Henu Tehuti. My question is, what is spiritual psychosis? In what ways does it manifest in people? I'm wondering if this is the reason that so many people come and go when it comes to spiritual enlightenment. To give context, there was a tarot card reader on social media that stabbed her boyfriend to death, whoa, and threw one of her kids out the window, whoa, out of a moving car. The second child was left in the car with her while she slammed the car into a cement wall, whoa. Also, you never answered my question on what are narcissists spiritually. You only mentioned the meaning has changed once the matrix started. Religious people call them demonic. So first of all, much respect to Angela Gates. This is a wonderful question from the great supportive student Angela Gates. And also I wanted to clear up for the good sister Angela. Let me straighten this down. I want to clear up for the good sister Angela and anyone asking me a question in the pod class, typo there. When I receive a question, I deal with this specific question word for word. And in this particular question about narcissism, the question that I received in the email was not what is narcissism, but actually why is narcissism found more in men than women, and is narcissism an evil spirit? Here's the question Angela sent me. Angela Gates, hello Tehuti, I hope all is well with you. I sent $20 for men in the class. I hope I spelled that right. I hope you see my small donation, $10 on Cash App. I forgot to leave a note regarding my question, and my question is, why is narcissism predominantly found in men, and is narcissism an evil spirit? So that was actually the question that was sent to me. Why is it predominantly found in men, and is narcissism an actual evil spirit? I recall elaborating on narcissism, what narcissism is, and that by definition it's actually not factually found more in men than women. That's the answer of why it's found more in men than women cannot be answered. And it is not a conscious entity spirit. Narcissism itself is not an individual entity spirit, but can convert your ka into an evil spirit. Today, as I answer this question of spiritual psychosis, we will learn about the limbic system, its default defense mechanism, which can also result in narcissism, starting off as a small sign seen as what's called prodromal. Prodromal period is the small signs leading up to the large version of spiritual psychosis. It's called the prodromal period, which also results chemically as spiritual psychosis and can also result as narcissism, which actually can convert your ka or your spirit. But narcissism itself is not an individual spirit and is not found in more men than women. By definition, it's actually found in both. But we're going to get into the actual question at the top, which is about this wonderful topic of spiritual psychosis. It's going to be very, very important for people to analyze what's actually taking place in themselves. And I'm going to go through the process of what actually manifests as this and why you see so many people come and go at the House of the 10, the Tehuti class in spiritualism, why people actually lose their mind and what actually is taking place inside of the body, the self-sabotage, psyops that's actually taking place. So first, you'll notice in the question, the great student Angela gave an example of what she's calling, or what she has heard as spiritual psychosis, with a brutally tragic event that took place through an influencer astrology tarot card reader, this is what Angela Gates said, who murdered her mate and child and an attempted suicide murder by slamming her car into a cement wall, successfully committing suicide and unfortunately leaving one child surviving. So who exactly is this person that's being used as an example, and what actually happened? Well, her name actually of the example that Angela gave. Her name was actually Daniela Daniela Sharakia Johnson, and she was also known as Ayoka. She was also known on the internet as Mystic X Lipstick. This is the actual person that Angela Gates is referring to. Tarot card reader, yes, astrologer, Reiki master. Daniela Ayoka is a certified Reiki master teacher who is also trained over 10 different alternative healing modalities. At a young age, Daniela had her near-death experience at 3 years old, which served as her rite of passage to shamanism, coming from a rich lineage of indigenous shaman medicine women. Okay. Daniela's spiritual gifts began to blossom. Daniela began her tutelage with her personal healer in 2011 after beginning her own healing journey. After 3 years of intensive training, Daniela began to expand her abilities by creating a unique method of healing that combined her training along with her knowledge of energy, physics, and psychology. After going to undergrad for psychology, Daniela decided she wanted to go beyond the mundane limitations of traditional therapeutic methods of healing and started her professional career. And here's where the story ends. And now I'm going to play the footage. So from this, let me come off the screen. Now here's where the story actually unfortunately ends with this young lady. And I'm just going to go ahead and play the footage for you all to see for yourself. And here we go. Let me see if this loads up. A very unfortunate, tragic story. Let me see if I can get the, there we go. Boom. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this down because the actual volume is a little low on the news footage. So here we go. And I'm going to go ahead and play this now. So here's the end of Daniela and what the young lady, Angela Gates, is asking about spiritual psychosis and the actual story. I'm going to play a few minutes of it. Here we go.
New at 10 tonight, we've learned that the suspect in this week's horrific murder-suicide was an online astrology influencer. Here's a look at her, who posted about the solar eclipse being the apocalypse. Fox 11's Gina Silva, she's live with developing new information on this case tonight. Gina?
Marla, this case has been so shocking from beginning to end, and now we're learning about a new disturbing layer to this tragedy.
A lot of our foundations as a society are toxic. They're ungrounded and they're unrealistic.
LAPD confirms Danielle Johnson, aka Danielle Ayoka, seen here on the Scotty and Sylvia show, was an astrology influencer on social media who was concerned about the eclipse.
Eclipses, there's more births, there's more deaths.
Leading up to the eclipse on Monday, Danielle, who went by the handle Mystic X Lipstick, made several alarming posts like these. Wake up, the apocalypse is here. And the eclipse is the epitome of spiritual warfare. She also reposted alerts that signaled this is the final warning. Something big is coming.
This type of story is probably one of the most tragic and horrifying stories that we'll ever hear about.
Like the rest of us, clinical psychologist Dr. David Swanson, who never treated Danielle, is trying to make sense of this horrific tragedy. Just hours before the eclipse was to take place over California, Danielle stabbed her boyfriend to death in Woodland Hills, pushed her kids out of a moving car on the 405 freeway in the Westchester area, which resulted in the death of her 8-month-old baby and the injury of her 9-year-old daughter. Then Danielle died after crashing her Porsche into a tree in Redondo Beach.
Perhaps she thought that this eclipse meant that it was the end of the world. The apocalypse was here, especially because of some of the statements that she made.
There were plenty of similar posts and videos on social media predicting all kinds of disasters and the end of the world.
And when you're sitting on TikTok or you're on social media, and clearly she was an influencer, so you know she watched a lot of this stuff, it's very easy to get sucked into the fear that these videos start to create.
Could this have been postpartum depression?
I don't think it would have been totally postpartum depression, because we have a lot of women who deal with postpartum depression and it doesn't result in something like this. But certainly any type of mood disorder makes it much harder to cope with other things as they start to come up.
Looking at this tragedy in hindsight, Dr. Swanson says there were obvious signs the happy and smiling Danielle had changed and was struggling with something dark.
She was warning people. She was saying, pick a side. The way that she typed about it was in all caps. It looked like she was very disturbed.
If you or someone you know is struggling with a mental health crisis, this is the number to call. 866-903-3787. I'm Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
So there we are, the 3-minute summary of the situation. There's more to it, but that is the first that's the first news that came out about it. But there is what I want everybody to see, who Angela Gates was actually referring to, and we're going to get into this now. Now that you see who Angela Gates is referring to, this is an absolute real story that actually took place not too far from me. Actually, this is actually a story that took place here in LA. And let's get into it, everybody. Let's see the workings of the Matrix. Here we go. Okay. And there's the footage. There she is. She's absolutely, she's a beautiful young lady physically, and she had good intentions, but of course got caught up in the social media religion, social media spirituality, the woke movement. We're going to get into what actually is taking place, not just in her mind, but others. As Angela Gates said, there was one young lady started pulling out her teeth, her hair, and we're going to get into all of that. We're going to get into the psyops of why that is taking place. Here we go, everybody. Very tragic. So, and what was her spiritual discipline? So again, very tragic. And again, what was her spiritual discipline? What was it? Her spiritual discipline. Oh, I'm coming back here. What was her spiritual discipline? Reiki master, alternative healing modalities. What else we have here? She's shamanism, medicine woman, different kinds of healing. Oh, here we go. Astrology, Libra, Aries, Capricorn, Cancer, placements. You'll feel a huge awakening in your power once this eclipse hits. You'll have solutions to issues you've been dealing with since last October. I'll be doing candle magic to enhance and align us with any tweaks we want to make in our goals for the equinox. This portal of energy is open for a very limited time, but it's potent. We getting in on that tonight. We are getting in on that tonight. All right. So again, what was her spiritual discipline? We'll start off right there. Yes. Spiritual discipline, Japanese Reiki master, Native American shamanism, and Greek astrology, while simultaneously being against psychological white supremacy, while maintaining straight hair, with no discipline in any African indigenous spiritualism, while warning of a biblical apocalypse, while doing candle magic, all bound into one psyche. And this is the recipe for spiritual psychosis. This is the recipe, and this is the definition of the conscious woke community, to be into everything. You're a shaman, Native American shaman, Reiki master, Greek astrology,
tarot card reader. Biblical apocalypse is coming. Some little bit of candle magic, and all of that is inside of your brain as a spiritual master. And if you ask anybody what spiritual master did this, there'll be cricket silence. Okay, so now to understand how this combinant recipe, which is also an intentional organized psyops to put almost everyone who you know who claims to be quote-unquote conscious or woke into a state of spiritual psychosis by never fully going through the 7 nodal point degradation of Christianity. You know what it's time to get into right now? Let's get right into it. We're going to shift up gears because now we're going to get into the 7 nodal system, degradation system of Christianity, and how this is actually never fully degraded and thus compounded in the limbic system. But in order to that, we're going to get into Tehuti overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Let's break this down and build this back up. Here we are. This is a psychological network of neurological network systems of connectivity that takes place, resulting in the psychosis through links and associations. It is usually broken down partially through a process called degradation, where one leaving Christianity leaves a few of these neurological links and associations, but not all of them are extinguished, thus leaking into the next spiritual system, compounding, merging into an eventual breakdown psyops, confusing the neurons, and thus leading to a form of psychosis and eventual breakdown. So here we go. When coming out of Christianity, our religious organization, this good atheist brother created this chart right here because it is actually the chart that takes place in the neurological system of each nodal point that is actually an interconnected network where each of them have to actually be degraded in order for the full discontinuation of the beliefs of Christianity. If all of these are not fully degraded, then as long as one of them are left, it is as simple as a cancer cell getting rid of some of them, but leaving a few of them. They begin to connect to the next cells that come in with an attempt to replace, but in actuality, just augments and compounds the situation, which is some people leave Christianity and religion for 1, 2, 4, 5 of these situations. The logical arguments breakdown of Christianity with flaws in the logic, the creation story having flaws. Sometimes it just takes these two, but there's still a neurological link to other Christians. That means they have a personal relationship and a bond to their other Christians that are still connected to them. They still have a link to the Bible because even though the logical arguments diffuse the authenticity of the Bible, they still say, well, certain other parts are real and we're going to use those parts. Don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Some foolishness. Personal relationships that they may have. So even though they've gotten away from the logical arguments, they may have even gotten away from the full belief of the Bible, they still have a personal relationship and a guilt complex connectivity with their mother, their friends, and others that are still around them that they still feel they need to be linked to, and their relationship with them could be strictly Christian based. The prayer system, the morality system, and then on top of all these, the morality system leads to the immortality system, which is what all these combines into, which means it is the reason why a Christian is a Christian. The morality bottom nodality, they're being more moral so they can be immortal. They're praying so they can get forgiveness of sins. They have to have belief in the Bible because it's God's book. Thus, they believe in creation. Thus, they connect to other Christians. Thus, logical arguments are thrown out of the window, with the area of the brain that deals with critical thinking dismissed through cognitive dissonance. And all of this is done for the immortality system of Christianity, which is the base of all this. So, usually, whether someone stays within the psyops of Christianity or merges into something else, such as astrology or any other form of system, their brain and neurological basis holds fast to all of these 7 principles, or lets go of a few, or holds fast to the rest, simultaneously augments the others, such as someone who is a Christian may have let go of the creation story, logical arguments, critical thinking has taken over, and now the logical arguments diffuse their belief in the full belief in the Bible, their personal relationships with other people at the church, because they stop going to the church and communicating with those people, but still cling hold of the middle node, the Bible. They still hold fast to some of the Bible. And the concepts of prayer never really leaves, because even when they merge into another system, prayer is any form of communication between yourself and anything unseen that you feel can guide you. So thus, even if one transitions to astrology, shamanism, etc., or feels they have advanced to another spiritual system, there still is the concept of you and a connection of something, of a higher force guiding. Thus, the prayer aspect of the neurological link never leaves. And mortality, the bottom node, which is the base of morality, the reason why they're moral, for immortality, because if they're not moral, then they become mortal, and they will burn in hell, or they will die and never see everlasting life. So the mortality, the bottom node, the last part, mortality, which is based on the reason why they're even good or moral, being Christ-like supposedly, is now associated with fear, such as burning in hell or the end of the world. This confused state is attempted by the amygdala area of the brain to no avail. It's attempted to be made sense of through a sequential system, but there's no avail that the amygdala area of the brain can do with it. So eventually it results in psychosis at small levels. That's why when you're talking to these Christians and Hebrews and other religious people, it seems like something is a little bit off. They're not quite where Daniela was, where they're driving cars into cement walls and throwing babies out of windows, but it's slight levels where you can tell, oh, this person has a wall up. You cannot reach them. Something is off with this person pertaining to Christianity or religion itself. Psychosis at small levels or large levels, because the courses works through gradual stages. So the course of spiritual psychosis actually works through steps and stages called the prodromal period, and it may take weeks or it may take months or even years to get to their extremity. But what is actual psychosis? Because the actual word psychosis existed before the combinant word spiritual psychosis was added to it. So what is actual psychosis? And for that, we're going to go directly to WebMD. Under schizophrenia guide, psychosis causes, symptoms, and treatment, medically reviewed by Jabim Begum MD on August 9, 2023, written by WebMD. What is psychosis? Symptoms of psychosis, 3 stages of psychosis and types. So what is actual psychosis? What is psychosis? Psychosis affects the way your brain processes information. It causes you to lose touch with reality. You might see, hear, or believe things that aren't real. Psychosis is a symptom, not an illness. It can be triggered by mental illness and physical injury or illness, substance abuse, or extreme stress or trauma. Psychotic disorders such as or like schizophrenia involve psychosis that usually affects you for the first time in the late teen years or early adult. Even before what doctors call the first episode of Psychosis, first episode of Psychosis, or FEP, which is first episode because it works in stages. You may show slight changes in the way you act or think. This is called prodromal period. This is called the prodromal period and could last days, weeks, months, or even years. So when we hear this new age term, spiritual psychosis, we automatically think that the spirit and the psychosis, or the psyche, are two different things. But in actuality, we all know the word for spirit thousands of years before the Matrix was Ka. And also Kai, which I've shown you in my last class, that the Ka is conscious mental body and the pure energetic template. The pure energetic template is composed of the conscious mental body because the pure energetic template is the base energy from which... Oh, hold on. Oh. That's funny. That's funny. So the pure energetic template, which is the Ka, is that which emits the source for the pure energetic projectable double, the bioenergetic projectable double, and that is what people are calling the Ba. And thus the consciousness is based inside of the Ka and then echoes upwards, and that's what gives you an out-of-body experience through what's called in Meta a Sata, which is a walking, which is an echoing of the pure energetic templates, creating the bioenergetic projectable double that is called the Ba, all which is receiving the consciousness echoed from its source. So in times before the memorial, before the Matrix, we knew that the Ka was the conscious body. It was the conscious body, which I've shown in last week's class on page 782. Another variation is Kai, and it means to think out, to meditate, to speak, to repeat. That is consciousness. Or the Ka, feminized, which is Ka with a T, Kat, which is also the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's pronounced Ka, Kai, Ka with a T. It is all consciousness, thought, meditation, thought of the heart. That is consciousness. The Ka energy is the consciousness that creates things. So in true understanding, in the New Age understanding, they come up with this term spiritual psychosis. Pre-Matrix, we understood that the word for the spirit was thought meditation. Oh, okay. I see. I gotta do something here. Gotta fix that. Okay. That's funny. Was thought meditation. So thus we knew that it was one and the same. And that's why they took it and put in the KYBALION under the principles of mentalism. The all is mind, the universe is mental. The principle embodies the truth. All is mind. That's the consciousness. It explains the all, the mind, the all, which is the substantial reality underlining the outward manifestations and appearances, which we know under the terms of material universe, the phenomena of life, matter, energy, and in short, all apparent to our material senses is spirit. So they took the concept of the Ka being the spirit, which is also the consciousness, which is the mind, and they put it into the New Age KYBALION as the same thing, that the mind is also the spirit. The spirit is what holds the consciousness. So boom, the Kai, Kat, or Ka, thought, consciousness, spirit, are all things. We did not make separation from the spirit and the psyche. So what attacks the psyche? Mental, psyche. The root word of psychosis simultaneously is attacking the Ka, spiritual, because they're one and the same. Thus, like with all mental change, habitual, psyops, and habits, the change is gradual. The change is gradual until the neurons are embedded with each other and are wired. The gradual change, as I said earlier, is called prodromal. The gradual change, as I said earlier is called prodromal. This is where you get the phrase practice makes perfect. Creating a habit, which usually takes place around 21 days. But perfection does not mean something morally good or morally bad. Perfection just means through habitual slow changes, you become very efficient at something. A person can be a perfect skilled killer, a very well-skilled child abductor. They can become perfect at child abducting. They can become perfect at doing evil things. This is just a habitual change that takes place gradually through the mind and then eventually manifests as a form of being close to perfect or very skilled at something, such as playing the piano or anything that you practice. So this is how the mind works, steps by steps, creating a habitual until you eventually embody the energy or action. And that's why when you look up psychosis, psychotic disorder, schizophrenia, involves psychosis that usually affects you for the first time in the late teen, early adult years, even before the doctors call what the first episode of psychosis, FEP. You may show slight changes in the way you act or think. This is called prodromal period and could last days, weeks, or months, or even years. Slight changes in the mind until completely manifesting as psychosis. And where have we seen this description? Right here in the case of this young lady, Daniela Ayoka. What do you mean, Tehuti? The signs, at times, it's working on neurological habit process. Is the first stage is called prodromal. Oh, hold on. One moment, everybody. Hold on. I got to do something really quickly. One moment. Hold on just a moment. I'll be right back in just a moment. Hold on. Okay, one moment. Let me just wipe these glasses and I'll be right back. I'll be right on. One moment. Gotta make sure I see clearly. Let's see. Okay, one moment. What is that? Something in my nose. That's weird. Okay. So I'm fooling my nose, but nothing's gonna stop this. Okay, that's good. Got flies flying. I don't know what these things are. Okay. Gnats. All right, good. Get those things off me. All right, we are back, everybody. Let me get back to the screen here. Got some things flying around. I got to get rid of these things. Okay, here we go. Let me go back to this. Okay, here we go. Share, boom, boom. And boom. Am I on the screen? No, I don't think so. One moment, everyone. Hold on. Okay. All right, we are back. Here we go. Got all type of things taking place here with animals and different creatures and things flying in my face and nose. Glasses, but we are back. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right. So here we go. So what does it do? Slight changes heading towards psychosis, which is disconnect from reality. It's a disconnect from reality. Remember, the psychosis is the loss of touch of reality, which takes place one step at a time, called prodromal. Okay, it's the loss of See, to lose touch with reality. Remember I said we saw this, or I found this in signs of Daniela before it even happened. And here we go. She did not know this was happening for the worse, but it was within her subconscious. And of course, you know, Tehuti will find it. Remember, psychosis is changing reality one step at a time. Let me take you directly to Danielle Ioka's website. Guess what her main moniker was? She has a main moniker. Guess what her moniker is? Let's go to her website. Daniela Ioka. What does it say? Changing reality one intention at a time. That's what was coming out of her subconscious. Changing reality one intention at a time. Not knowing that was the actual definition of psychosis. And slowly through the prodromal period, her reality and perception of it lost touch with reality one step at a time. The FEP stages, losing touch with reality through slight changes one step at a time. And we go to her website and she literally types changing reality one intention at a time, not knowing subconsciously that she was actually changing reality for the worse. Boom. Sometimes the subconscious projects, but with the lack of ma'at, discipline, and cultural discernment, you may not even know what yourself is saying, but there it is. And that's exactly what the definition of psychosis is. Changing reality one step at a time. And so what was the end of her reality? She changed reality till she ended up what? Killing her child, attempted murder of the other child, stabbing her husband to death, her man to death, and then suicide, smashing into a cement wall with the living child in it. The other child pushed out onto the moving highway and killed, changing reality one intention at a time. Psychosis. Or spiritual psychosis, because psychosis is spiritual. We understood that the ka was the consciousness. They were one and the same. So there was no psychosis that was not spiritual. You change one step at a time until you go from stop being, here's what she typed on her Twitter, stop being so chaotic. You literally need boundaries over how you live your life. That sounds like the Tehuti podcast advice. It sounds like Ma'at. Stop being so chaotic. You literally need boundaries over you on how you live your life. Your need for unbridled emotional freedom is stressing you out because you need to allow yourself to have self-control too. You accidentally paint yourself as the villain through acting like one. Her advice, or what she was telling people, have some type of discipline. You need boundaries over how you live your life. You have unbridled emotion, that's chaos. Unbridled emotional freedom, that's actually what's stressing you out. You're stressed out. You need to have some self-control because you accidentally do self-sabotage and you paint yourself as a villain, and then eventually you start acting like one. The definition of psychosis. She went from this great advice to what? To this. Mom who threw her two kids into LA freeway. Mom who threw two kids into LA freeway, killing a baby, seemed agitated by impending eclipse. April 10th, 2024, Associated Press, Los Angeles. A woman who authorities say fatally stabbed her partner at their Los Angeles apartment Monday, then threw her two children from the moving SUV onto the freeway, killing her infant daughter, was an astrologer who called the impending solar eclipse the epitome of spiritual warfare. An online post earlier, Los Angeles police believe Daniela Sharakia Johnson, age 34, posted on Twitter X as an astrologer, influencer, and recording artist with the moniker Ioka in the days leading up to violence, which began hours before the eclipse. So understand student's family, this chaos that we're reading about, took place on the night of the eclipse that she was warning people about. Peaked in Southern California, said Lieutenant Guy Colin. While detectives have reviewed Johnson's post, police are not considered the eclipse to be participating contribution factor of the slayings. What did she say? Stop being so chaotic. You literally need boundaries over how you live your life. Your need for unbridled emotional freedom is stressing you out because you need to allow yourself to have self-control too. You accidentally paint yourself as the villain through acting like one. Let me turn this down. So you manifest the chaotic thought and then you start acting it out. No self-control, chaotic emotional state, causing stress, no boundaries, no discipline. You mentally paint yourself as the villain and then you start acting it out. And this to me sounds like a villain. Stabbing your husband. I'm trying to turn this down. Stabbing your husband. Throwing your 2 infant child babies out of an SUV and smashing yourself into a wall. That sounds like a villain to me. With no self-control. That sounds like a person that is stressed out, that has no boundaries, and is in a very intense emotional state. Warning everybody of the villainous behavior of an eclipse and then becoming the villain. The very definition of psychosis. Aoka reposted, turn notifications on. Do not look at the eclipse. Something big is coming. Look at the amount, 4.5 million, 8.1K hearts, 1,700 retweets, 2,300 comments. Have you all, anybody here ever made a post on Twitter or anywhere that has received 2,300 comments? 2,300 comments. This is your influencer, woke. Something big is coming, she warns. Wake up, the apocalypse is here, everyone. Who has ears, listen. Your time to choose what you believe in is now. If you believe a new world is possible for people, retweet this now. There is power in choice. There is power in choice. Repost to make the choice collective. And there she's depicting a woman with a big megaphone into a microphone, which represent her screaming this to the listeners. Something big is coming. Let me ask the class, when you hear the word apocalypse, what type of big? Remember she warned over here, something big is coming. Something big is coming. The apocalypse is here. So let me ask the class, when you hear the word apocalypse, what type of big events do you think about? What type of situations are coming? Let me come into the class. So what is this something big? When you hear the word apocalypse, what is something big coming? Just type a few things. The apocalypse is here. Something big is coming. What type of big things come with the apocalypse? Is it a bunch of golfers? What's big coming? Some goldfish are coming? What's big coming with the apocalypse? Here we go. Destruction. Boom. End of the world, which sounds like destruction. Boom. So nukpa, destruction. Boom. Big Vapes, end of the world, which is destruction. Boom. Angela Gates put end of the world, which is destruction. Boom. Harass did put the sky is falling, which is destruction. Boom. Maharu put major catastrophe, which is destruction. Boom. Bella put end of the world. Sounds like destruction. ANTU put comet hitting the earth. I'll tell you now, whatever a comet hits is destroyed. Atefrem Kema put end of the world. The sky is falling. End of the world, destruction. Atefrem Kema put end of the world. That's destruction again. Angela Gates backed up, harassed, did, and quoted, the sky is falling. Robert just, the end. The end. If it's the end, that sounds like everything is destroyed. If it's the end of everything. If your life comes to an end, your life is definitely destroyed. When I hear apocalypse, I think of zombie invasions. That sounds like destruction. If you have a bunch of zombies start to invade your house, I would say some type of destruction's happening. They're not coming to get a slice of pizza. Chaos, destruction, everything. So when you hear apocalypse, something big is coming. Nothing positive is typed. It all deals with boom, comets hitting, destruction, end of the world, the sky is falling, which are comets, meteors, whatever is in the sky is coming down. So that means those on Earth that get hit by whatever is coming down is destroyed. That, through links in association, is what comes to mind when you hear the word apocalypse. Are you ready to break the matrix? Everybody pretty much put the same answer. That means that that word is programmed in you as that definition. That's right. Where is this word apocalypse ever found? What culture frequencies does it hold? What vibration does it have? Does this pass on to your cause psyche? So where do we find this word apocalypse? Who's talking about apocalypse? Is it Buddhist monks? Nuk punuk punuk. Your Tai Chi masters, they warn you about the apocalypse? Who talks about apocalypse? Who talks about that? What religion who talks about apocalypse? Is it your people that follow Zen? Yeah? Who talks about apocalypse? The Bible. Bible definitive. Christians, there we go. Christians and Bible. You don't hear any Buddhist monk talking about apocalypse. You don't hear any Tai Chi master talking about the apocalypse is coming. The sky is falling. The end of the world is here. Christianity and the Bible. That's who talks about apocalypse. Let's go, everybody. I'm showing you the step-by-step process of Danielle to show you the step-by-step process that could be happening within you. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. So you all have answered what frequency does it hold, what vibration does it hold, and where's apocalypse found, what religion? Christianity. Let me type in apocalypse in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary, everybody. We're going to type in apocalypse in Medunetter, because remember, spirituality and immortality, the oldest teachings of that on the planet, starts with the followers of Ma'at. It starts in the Medu language. That's where the afterlife and atoning for negativity. In the pyramid text, the coffin text. So if anybody were to know about this apocalypse, end of the world and hell's coming and you're going to burn and the sky is falling, it should be the very first people on the planet Earth that brought the concept of atoning for sins and reaching everlasting life and dying, and it should be those people. So I'm going to show you apocalypse
in the Meta dictionary, or at least one of them. I have quite a few. I'm going to show you the easiest accessible one that you can actually get for free. One of the reasons why I use this one, it's the easiest accessible. That's one of the reasons. But here it is. But you can look this up in any metadata dictionary that you may have. We're going to look up apocalypse live in front of everybody in the metadata language. Let's look it up, everybody. Let me type in apocalypse. So you see me typing in apocalypse right there. Hey, look, it says 00. Huh? Volume 1, apocalypse. 00, nothing showing up. The results come up as 00. Well, that's just volume 1. Maybe it's in volume 2. Let's try volume 2 under the letter A for apocalypse. It should be under the letter A, right? 00. Here it is. We're under A. LMNOP. So here's N. LMNOP. Here's ape. Okay, apocalypse should be here. Hold on. Apocalypse. Here's ape. Ape god. I can't find apocalypse. I find apology. Apparel. Here's apology in English. That's the metadata word for apology. Here's apparatus in English. Page 789. You can get the metadata word for apparatus. Apparel. I typed in apocalypse, and the results came right here where you see the arrow pointing. 0/0. Uh-oh. Nothing to be found here. In the ancient language, when we were in our right mind before the Matrix, this word apocalypse does not seem to exist. And that is because of the psyops done on the actual word itself. The actual definition of apocalypse does exist in MetaNetter. The definition in word that we're accustomed to in the psyche hypnotic psyops doesn't exist. So the actual word itself, which helps to serve as a catalyst for the spiritual psychosis, and that is the word apocalypse, doesn't mean anything that is being described today. Guess what apocalypse actually really means without the psyops? Guess what apocalypse actually really means? Let me take you to Strong's Concordance, G601. And we find the word, we find Luke 12:2. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall be known. We scroll down to G601. Is that what I said over here? Yep, G601. And we go over here to G601. We scroll down, I blow it up. There it is, apocalypse. Coming from the Greek, apocalypto. Remember they made that violent, crazy Aztec movie and gave it this Greek word, apocalypto, to add on to the chaos and violence. The Aztecs in the mind never heard of this word, but here it is, apocalypto. This is where we get the English word apocalypse from. So what does it mean? Uncover, lay open, to be veiled, covered up, disclosed, to make bare, to make known, to make manifest, to be seen, to see. It just means to reveal. Boom. The word apocalypse, that they never told you the real definition, has nothing to do with anything falling from the sky. It has nothing to do with comets hitting the earth. It has nothing to do with the end of the world. It has nothing to do with any of that. It just means to reveal something, to be conscious of something, to see something. But as you see through links and associations, the neurological switch has been intentionally added by the Matrix to create the psyops of mental disorder by associating the word that eventually would turn into a word for fear, which started off as a pure word that just meant to see something, to be revealed, which was the definition of the word ma'at. That was apocalypto, was the same definition of ma'at, to see, reveal, examine something, look at something. That was apocalypto. It was the same definition as the word ma'at, to see, to reveal something, to look at something, examine something. That's the apocalypse. See how it changed in your mind? And that word is in the dictionary and has nothing to do with catastrophe or catastrophic situation. So that word reveal, to see, is in the Meta dictionary and has nothing to do with catastrophe. It has nothing to do with catastrophe. It has nothing to do with catastrophic situations of destruction and death. Thus, by taking a word which originally started off with the frequency of describing the purest form of life on the planet, the very first spiritual form of life on the planet was called ma'at, which means to examine, to reveal, to see something, to look at something. The symbol was the eye. That was the frequency, ma'at, revelation, to see, to be conscious of something, and neurologically switching it to murder, death, catastrophic events. The sky is falling, the end of the world. This is what causes the spiritual psyops within religion, and thus the death groups, suicides, and other forms of violence that we see as a result of this spiritual psychosis that you do not see in Buddhism or amongst the real shamans or the Navajo Native Americans or anywhere in the culture of Ma'at. Because to reveal something, to make known, to see something, and any of the ancient cultures had nothing to do with a catastrophe, destruction, comets killing people, the earth dying. It meant to be conscious of something, apocalypto. Now switch frequency to create the spiritual psychosis. But it's extremely prevalent within Christianity. So as long as any of its nodal points, remember the degradation nodal points, if any of the nodal points that are non-degraded exist within your subconscious, the chaos, suicidal, self-sabotage frequency still lingers within them, causing external or internal violence, suicide. Let me take you to the recent massacre. Let me take you to recent call massacre, March 31st, typo, March 31st, 2000. Let's go to Christianity. Now we're in recent cult massacres. Ugandan police say more than 900 deaths have been linked to Christian doomsday. Christian doomsday. Doomsday. Apocalypse. Doomsday. End of the world. Destruction. Doomsday. 900 deaths have been linked to the apocalypse cult. They're creating an even larger self-destruction, self-sabotage toll than that of Jonestown suicides. Because all you hear about is the Jonestown suicides. That's all you hear about. All you hear about is drink the juice. You didn't know there was 900. There was more. But they aren't the only ones. Suicide cults lasted 22 years. Christian death cults. Why is this psychosis paradigm, apocalypto, destruction, amongst Christian frequency? Why is it? Because the highest example of spiritual manifestation that represents what you are supposed to imbue and imitate did this to himself. There it is. This is the highest manifested physical example of a spiritual being inside of Christianity. Committed suicide. This is what the psyche sees since you're 3 years old. The highest example. No man, no example is spiritually higher than this. And to be Christian means to be like this. To be a willing sacrifice. If you found me dead and there was a letter saying that I willingly sacrificed yourself, what's the word for that? Could it be suicide, self-murder, the opposite of anti-biological imperative, neurological confusion, your neurons, your self-preservation, reptilian brain limbic system, designed for everything in your body to keep you alive. That's the religion of all animals on the planet. So much so that the ancient people of the Nile Valley said, we're going to continue life even beyond death. So our whole culture is based on self-preservation, creating the Sahu, the Manmi, to preserve the body. And the teachings of Ma'at, to Peka Mku, purify yourself, to preserve the pure energetic template and the bioenergetic projectable double. Self-preservation, the law of every plant to stay alive, the law of every ant, the law of every ladybug, the law of every bird, the law of every mosquito, the law of every single thing that your God created except for the one that you are to imbue and imitate. And that which you imbue and imitate is the frequency of suicide. Because that was the best, highest example of a spiritual man on earth, was one who committed suicide. That is what goes into the non-degraded 7-point nodal system. Doing things that are self-destructive, you wonder why you're attracted to do things that are self-destructive. You know sugar is bad for you. You can't stop eating the cotton candy. You know smoking is bad for you. You know drinking and driving is dangerous. So why does anybody drink and drive? Why does even one person drink and drive? If you were to ask that one person prior to them getting in the car, can drinking and driving kill you? The answer of 100% of them would say, yes, extremely high possibility. So why would anybody on the planet drink and drive? Why would anybody on the planet do drugs, cocaine, or anything? Why do animals not commit suicide? Once you understand this, you'll see the psyops of spiritual psychosis taking place, which was an agenda. Because Christ was a manifestation of suicide and a manifestation of non-production. Christ was a manifestation of suicide, one who accepted the death of his own biological imperative and produced no child. That is the highest manifestation of spirituality, is one who takes their own life and leaves no child behind. Thus, there's no reproduction of life. Death, frequency, anti-biological imperative. And these nodal points still exist. When stepping into the new spiritual system you get into, and thus compound and actually augment them, causing complete confusion in the amygdala area of the brain, trying to sequence in critical thinking of one part of your oldest aspect here, saying stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. The other part, apocalypse, Jesus died for us. That is the manifestation. Self-killing, the complete opposite to biological imperative. Self-killing, the complete opposite of biological imperative. And thus, the neuronic systems that connect the limbic system and reptilian brain, that which wants to keep you alive, become paradoxically confused, compounding the psychosis. as you switch from one religion to another. I'm a Reiki master, I'm a shaman, I'm a voodoo prince, I'm a goddess, I'm this, I'm that, I do this and that, a little bit of Zoroastrianism and a little bit of that, and still I'm just putting all these things on top of Christianity. And thus, spiritual psychosis. This is the same definition as cognitive dissonance, the same fear base that the structure that you stand on is being removed, causing adrenocorticotropic just rapidly circulating throughout the body at a rapid rate, resulting in grasping at whatever reality was created in your mind to keep it safe. A subtle form of solipsism, which became a form of mass solipsism. Look up solipsism and times that by 1 million people, and you have the definition of Christianity itself. This is why people get upset when you challenge what you hold too closely. Cognitive dissonance, the mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by new information. The concept was introduced by psychologist Leon Festinger, 1919, 1989. In the late 50s, he and later researchers showed that when confronted with challenging new information, most people seek to preserve the current understanding of the world by rejecting, explaining away, or avoiding the new information by convincing themselves that no conflict really exists. Cognitive dissonance is nonetheless considered the explanation for attitude change. Specific neurons or neurotransmitters, such as norepinephrine, trigger a defense state when we feel that our thoughts have been protected from an influence, need to be protected or have to be protected from the influence of others. If we are confronted with different opinion, the chemicals that are released in the brain are the same ones that try to ensure our survival in dangerous situations, the limbic system. And this defensive state, the more primitive part of the brain, the reptilian brain, interferes with rational thinking, and the limbic system can knock out most of our working memory, physically causing what's called narrow-mindedness. Boom. Due to the intentional manipulation of your natural reptilian brain that unconsciously reacts to protect the state of biological imperative, the neurological fear factor of religion, the religion, end of the world, apocalypse, etc., neurologically binded through wiring with this old system of protection, this old limbic system of the reptilian brain results in, once these bind, results in spiritual psychosis. And this leads to Angela Gates' second thing. Why do people keep leaving? The eventual spiritual psychosis, the eventual end result of the psyops, which is what 95% of my pod classes are all about. Every once in a while, New Agers just give it a new name. The new name of the day is spiritual psychosis. And to answer the other part of the question from Angela Gates is, why so many people leave the truth? Yes, my teachings are based on hundreds of questions. I want everybody to think about this very closely and dearly. My teachings, Tehuti, are based on hundreds of questions that strike a nerve and question your reality on several matrices, several matrix nuances that your subconscious neurons have been involved in. So even though you're excited, sorry, typo. Even though you're excited about, let's say 70% of what you hear, there still is maybe that one aspect degradation that when you hear that one thing, your reality is shook, your limbic security system flares, and the person flees or disappears. After the disappearance, then the mind, remember, let's go back here. After the person disappears, say from the pod class, the house of ATTON, any truth that was actually truthful that they were in, that we have testimonies of, after they disappear, what happens? The brain comes up with excuses. The brain comes up with defense mechanisms for an excuse for why it has done that. It's a protective mechanism because now that particular reality is questioned. There's a defensive state. The more primitive brain interferes with rational thinking, and the limbic thinking can knock out our working memory. Let me come talk to you. The defensive state. That's why when you're in a conversation with someone, let's say someone who used to be at the pod class, or someone that you've had a situation with, and it's a negative situation, and they're talking to other people or about you, and they're complaining. Understand that what they're doing is they're coming up for reasons to be secure within themselves, because the limbic system knocked out the memory. So the security is just in, I don't like this. He did that. He did this. You know, he did that and he did this. What happened to the memory of all the good things? That person that you're complaining about, or that person that complains about Tehuti or the pod class or the house of ATTON or any truthful system, all I say to them is, for every complaint, can you equal it with something that helped you? Because when I saw Kinetic, Metter, G, and all these other people come to Sarnetter when I was teaching and typing these things, I was like, why aren't they followed up with what I did for you also? Shouldn't there? Because the testimony is longer. The list of the testimony of what the house of ATTON and what Tehuti has done for you is actually longer than your complaint list. Huh? The testimony that I have for what the house of ATTON has done is longer than the complaint list. So therefore, if we put them side by side, you'd actually run out of complaints. And if I say for every complaint, say something that was beneficial to you, that helped you. If you do them side by side, you'd actually run out of complaints. You know what you'd be left with? You'd be left with the compliments and the appreciation, because you'd run out of the complaints because the testimony was longer. That's why the limbic system only wants to spit out the complaints. Because if you do it side by side, I'll just say, okay, you done? Let me play your testimony. It's about 5 minutes. So go ahead and say something and say the equal beside it. They can't do that, because if they do that, the testimony would be longer. Yeah, Tehuti did this in the pod class. I don't like this answer. And this I don't like the fact that Tehuti said there's a Sphinx on Mars, but you know what? He saved my life. He made me a man. I'm better in my family. I did this and I did that. I did this and did that. But I don't like that he said the Sphinx had 2 paws and not 2 paws and 2 paws and 3 paws. And how come that person looks like this person, that person looks like this person? But the testimony is like, he saved my life. So what's inclusive in that description? Because this information saved my life, the actual words that would describe that should be a book. Because we have to take all the aspects of what you consider life and define what's been saved, which should be long paragraphs. Don't tell me your life is only 1 sentence. And that's why the people that leave do not come to the panel and explain. on the date that they decide to disappear. They wait for time to go on, because the limbic system knocks out the memory of all the positive, productive things that were done. And then your brain starts to create new realities through spiritual psychosis. Hello. That's why they won't come to the panel and have a talk with me live in front of an audience. Because I will say this, and they'll be like, yeah, that is true. I did say that you made me a man. You made me a woman. You saved my children. Oh yeah. Yeah. Somebody said, get some water, OG. You're on fire. Shout out to the new person. I never received this name before. Choir Gaiotti. Here we go, everybody. Shout out to Choir Gaiotti. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get back into it. Here we go. So there's the limbic system now knocking out the memory, the working memory. So all you have is what you can complain about. So here we go. So let's say about 70% of what you hear, you're excited about, and there may be one aspect that flares up and the person flees or disappears. The mind will come up with a protective system of an excuse of why the person left. But you will notice the excuses never matches the specific date of their disappearance. When you ask somebody, why'd you leave the pod class? How come you don't come around anymore? Why'd you leave the house of a 10? Why'd you leave this? Listen to their explanations, right? And come back and tell their explanations to me. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, oh no, that complaint they made, I have them on video here and them texting me. It doesn't match the date of the complaint. How come? Wait, I still have you here after the... What was the date? What? So they left and created something afterwards in their mind and their limbic system and created a new memory. And that's why it never matches the date. Because I have the date of when everybody disappeared. Well, I disappeared because Tehuti started teaching about the Sphinx on Mars. But wait, what if I have you on video saying this is great after the date of my class of the Sphinx on Mars? Wait, you're here after the date, so that can't be the reason. You're making it up. And that's why they can't come to the panel, because they'd be shamed on the spot. Here we go. So what happens? It never matches the specific date of the person's disappearance. This is how the protective system of cognitive dissonance works. Another form of solipsism and eventual psychosis, because you will notice the people that you see whom have disappeared from the truth, from the podcast, from the house of a 10, have never been seen with a better working system, and thus having an inner battle within. This inner battle projects as complaints, self-created excuses, which create a false security, as opposed to a visible functioning system that they can demonstrate as a better working system or movement. And the matrix wins. This is another form of self-suicide, which is spiritual psychosis. So when you see the person that says they were with the truth, and there was all these testimonies and all this, and they say, I'm not around because of such and such. No. Come to the panel, because I'm going to say, Don't say why you're not around. Tell us about the new system you're in. I want to join it. I want to be a part of it. Because when I go to your Facebook, when I go to your Twitter, when I go to your Instagram, you're still reposting the people that Tehuti would destroy in a debate. If you say to the person, well, you left the pod class and you stop reposting the pod class and you stop supporting and donating, you stop doing all of this, but when I go to your Facebook, you're reposting all these other people. Be honest, do you think those other people can stand in front of Tehuti? Nah, man. Nah, man. Huh? Wait. So you're reposting the inferiors of Tehuti? Do you think that they could come and win a debate where's your testimony for the people you're reposting? You have a testimony for them? No? So you've regressed. You've left the pod class and the House of Attend, and you're promoting and reposting the other teachers on the internet who you would not bring to Tehuti to a debate because you know he would disseminate them, but you're reposting them. They have a better movement going on. They have the House of Attend shirts, and they have Medu Magic classes, and they have Pathways of the Awakening and Out of Body classes, and they have health and diets. They have, yeah. No? They don't have that? Self-suicide. But you're reposting them. Oh, man. Hey, yo. I mean, we're definitely... Jesus. Just put yourself on a cross. That's all you have to do. So you're reposting that, and that is the definition of the psychosis, because you're not presenting. What are you a part of now? I ain't a part of nothing. I'm just in my house. I do my own thing. Humpty Hump, do what you like. You're not a part of it. There's no structure. What structured system are you in now? Where are you? I don't know. I just read a couple books and go to Mickey D's a little bit, watch the game. You know what I'm saying? So here we go, everybody. This is talk to those people. Talk to people. This is the answer to the question. Here we go. That's why I love this. Angela Gates said she didn't know I'd even get to this so fast. No, I wanted to get to this. I wanted to get to this. Here we go. Boom. Spiritual psychosis, self-suicide. You're back to this guy. Excuse me. Now back to the frequency so I can really emphasize what is self-suicide psychosis frequency create in the subconscious and the embodiment of the example of spiritual psychosis. Now hold on one second. Let me shrink this down and see if I have the right thing up. Hold on. One moment. I gotta take off screen share for one moment. I gotta see if this is the right one that pulled up. Hold on, let me shrink it all the way down. I hope this is the right one. This may not be the right one. Hold on. Let me do one thing, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Let me go here. There's a section missing here. I'm gonna go here. Go to download. Let me see if this is right. Was this right? Let's see if this is it. One second. I want y'all to see the right one. I had to correct and add something at the last minute. Let me see if this is it. I hope this is it, everybody. I want perfection here. I don't want anything missing from. This is the right one. Wait, this it? This may be the same one. Hold on. Maybe I'm not seeing the full screen. Hold on. No, I got it. I have it. X out this one. And then we're going to go to this one. Okay, here we go. We have the right one now. We have the right one now. Here we go. Let me get back to the screen. Where'd it go? Is this it? Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, let me get this bigger. It was too small. Hey, then you're back. Hey. Okay, I'm enjoying. This is fun. People are people have lost their mind. Here we go. Okay, good. We're back, everybody. Pardon the little pause. Here we go. We're gonna go screen share back. We are back. Here we go. Entire screen. Boom, boom, boom. And let's get back to. Here we go. All right. So the person disappears, having an inner battle with himself. The Matrix wins. This is another form of self-suicide, spiritual psychosis, and that's why you see people that they stop supporting the pod class through reciprocity by picking one thing they disagree with and augment it into an excuse to disappear or to stop supporting. Well, if you were to look at the person talking to you that's complaining of why they're not at the pod class or the House of Attend anymore, look at their clothing. Go into their kitchen if you know them personally. Go into their bathroom. You know why? Because they're still supporting and giving reciprocity to this. As the person is complaining about the Tehuti pod class and the House of Attend, they're leaving the truth, but you go in their bathroom, there's still Colgate, there's still Dove, there's still Cheerios, Quaker's Oats. They still got Nike. Hey, Nike's Pride collection. Imagine that, everybody. How many people would the pod class lose if I had Tehuti's Pride Day? I'm pro LGBTQ 567851 LGBTX. How many people would disappear? But you got the Nikes on that have Nike Pride Week, and you got the Colgate's for blacks, and you got the racist, you got the Dove, the lady taking off her shirt, turned into a European woman because she's clean. You got the Dove in the bathroom, you got the Colgate, you got all the companies that promote the Matrix. You make sure you're at the grocery store showing reciprocity. You got the polo shirt on, they got the Adidas shoe on, you got all these things on, talking about the pod class. Because I don't think there's any, I heard a couple things Tehuti say. I don't know if that's not too true, man. Don't mind the Nikes and the Knicks hat. Don't mind that. Because they're true. I'm gonna support that. Don't worry about the polo shirt. But they show reciprocity to that. And they never stop. Go into their bedroom, go into their kitchen, go into their bathroom, and look at the things that are in their house that they're showing reciprocity to, while they don't to the pod class and to the truth. With 5,000 excuses and reasons of why not. Why they got the PS3 in their house. I want to know what the corporation owners of the PS3 think about black people and freedom. And Ma'at. Do an interview with them. Here we go, everybody. Boom, we're gonna go on. Here we go, everybody. So that's the psychosis that's happening with the limbic system to keep them feeling safe and secure in an artificial world that they create through excuses just to have the reason to be non-accountable and to have no discipline. That's what's happening, actually. Here we go, everybody. So boom, there's your Nike's Pride. There's a person complaining has Nike or Adidas on their feet. They got the Quaker Oats in the kitchen, with the chlormaquat, they got Colgate's, Black Brewers, and toothpaste. Companies openly promote Matrix anti-biological imperative, the destruction of your culture. So look at the people closely that disappear from the truth and speak against the pod class of the House of Attend. Would come up and down as they speak. Look at them up and down as they speak, wearing their polo shirt, Nike, Adidas, supporting Dove, still eating fast food, supporting the KFC restaurants, not pointing out any flaws with that, showing reciprocity to them with their baseball fitted cap on, simultaneously saying, we don't support Tehuti because of such and such and such and such a teaching. Sabotage, self-sabotage, spiritual psychosis. Jesus Christ, willing sacrifice. Now back to this frequency so I can really emphasize and drive home what's actually happening here. What a self-suicide psychosis frequency creates in the subconscious embodiment of the top example of spirituality. Let me take you through a list so you can see that this is not just one woman, Daniela Ioka, isolated example, but a mass frequency psyops. It's not just Daniela. Heaven's Gate, 39 members, it's found dead. Poison, Order of the Solar Temple, die in a fiery suicide. Order of the Solar Temple again. Order of the Solar Temple again. Branch Davidians, Mexican sect, South Korean sect, People's Temple, Jonestown, Guyana, 900 followers. South Korea with a benevolent mother, and on and on and on and on. Some may say, wow, Tehuti, the spiritual psychosis psyops of self-suicide directly neurologically linked with Christianity is deep. But Ioka was a pro-black, anti-white supremacy astrologist, as seen here in her posts. She wasn't a Christian. Here she is. Nothing about Christianity. Reiki master, astrology. She's tarot cards, spirit cooking. Little spirit cooking going on, little candle magic. Let me ask the class, what religion comes to your mind, your subconscious, when you hear words like spiritual apocalypse, rapture? We've already covered this, right? What comes to your mind, class, when you hear the words rapture? Stay on God's side. What religion comes to mind when you hear apocalypse, rapture, stay on God's side? I'm going to come off the screen for a moment. What religion? Christianity, Christianity. There we go. Christianity, Christianity. Nefertatan said, this is so full already, and overdrive still rolling. No corner of the matrix is spared. To a SABA, end of sabotage. Sabotage. Nefertatan is the master of finding words inside of words. Yep, Christianity. That's right, Christianity. spirit cooking, whipping. It's all in the flicks of the wrist. Jehovah's Witness, Christianity. That's right, Christianity. Basically, there it is. So these words are Christian words. You don't hear the Tai Chi masters saying these words. So these are Christian words. Wow, this answer is long. We're over an hour already. Oh, this is for Angela Gates. Here we go. Here we go, Angela Gates. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Is it screen sharing? It should be. Yep. Stay on God's side. Here we go. True, these words directly link to Christianity, the death, suicide, spiritual system psyops. Now let me take you back to Ioka's post, who is supposedly representing astrology, anti-white mental suppression. Here's her post. Wake up! The apocalypse is here. Next post. Next post reposted. Exactly. People think the rapture's coming. Well, it's not the way that you think. Eclipse is the epitome of spiritual warfare. There's apocalypse, rapture. How about this one? If any spiritual account is not revealing the truth right now, they are fake. They are lies. They have sold out and are on the wrong side. Wake up. Wake up. On the wrong side. Okay. Boom. There's your apocalypse. There's your rapture. None of these words are said by, what is she again? What is she again? Oh, let me go back to what she is again. Let me go back to what she is again. Whoop, go back here. Boom, 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 boom. Here she is. What is she? Shaman, Reiki master, astrologist, tarot card reader. Well, I'm sorry, but there's no Reiki master talking about a rapture. There's no Reiki master talking about apocalypse. There's no shaman talking about an apocalypse. There's no shaman talking about the rapture. If you're an astrologist, tarot card reader, shaman, master, South American, indigenous, shamanist, anti-white supremacy. What are the things that this person, different modalities, physicists, physics, all these different things. When I look at the posts, I see the apocalypse, rapture, and it says, you're on the wrong side. None of these are said by any Reiki master, shaman. And what side is that? Ioka, what side is that? What do you mean you're on the wrong side? What side is that? Here it is. Repost of Cat Williams said it best. It's God's side and it's the other side. We don't care about the other side. That's her repost. God's side. She said right here, you're on the wrong side. Wake up. What side is that? Repost. There's God's side and the other side. Boom, the side of God. Still neurologically holding on to non-denigrated 7 nodal points. As I made clear earlier in this, as I made clear earlier, this is a psychological network, neurological network system of connectivity that takes place, resulting in the psychosis through links and associations, and is usually broken down partially through a process called degradation, where one leaving Christianity leaves a few of these neurological links, but not all of them, thus leaking into the next spiritual system. The answer are this thought compounding and eventual breakdown, psyops confusing the neurons, and that's leading to the form of psychosis and eventual breakdown. Trying to combine all of these things, while the foundation of what the fear system is are all words used by Christians. The rapture, God's side, the apocalypse. No Native American word for any apocalypse, rapture coming, God's side, none of that. No shaman. Which shaman taught you about the rapture? So all of these just link into the next system that you say you think you're out of Christianity, but it leaks in and augments the Christianity, now compounding 2 psyopses in your brain that the brain can't handle, because the brain's oldest part of it is based on biological imperative, which is the reptilian brain, while at the same time, the teachings of the frequency of Christ is about suicide, confusing the brain through a paradox. Thus, the psyche is partway converted, yet still maintaining the violent, suicidal spirit frequency of Christianity, while trying to reconcile being a spiritual practitioner. Here's Ioka. If you haven't noticed yet, all this ish is real. If you're a spiritual practitioner, keep your people safe. The world needs us more than ever right now. And this is not an exaggeration. I don't create PSA, but once again, all this ish is real. And as a great student, Menku Ra, Marie Ma'at says, what does a great student, Menku Ra, Marie Ma'at say? Because she speaks about a practitioner.
He said he was a fellow practitioner. Practitioner of what?
A practitioner of 7 different spiritual systems, all in your brain. But no shaman was a practitioner of 7 different spiritual systems. No pharaoh was a practitioner of 7 to 8 different spiritual systems. No ancient Yoruba Ifa was a practitioner of 7 or 8 different spiritual systems. No Dogon master priest is a practitioner of 7 to 8 spiritual systems. No Navajo leader is a practitioner of 7 to 8, 9 different spiritual systems in their brain. So when you say you're a spiritual practitioner,
he said he was a fellow practitioner. Practitioner of what?
of 8 different spiritual systems. But I want to be like the ancestors. The ancestors were the greatest. Well, give me the name of the ancestor that studied 7 different spiritual practitioners. What was the name of that culture called? That's spiritual psychosis, when you try to compound all of those and augment them and compound them inside the neurological system, and they're fighting each other. One fighting for the limbic system, one fighting against, one fighting for biological imperative, one fighting for suicide. All in, I'm a shaman, and the rapture's coming because the apocalypse of the Dogons are coming with the heat. The Hindu Krishna is coming because Osiris is coming. Namaste, Namaste, Hotep. When you're coming back with the 7 star of Pisces and you're a Leo, Cancer, coming back with the cusp of the astrological tarot card system that knows all about Ma'at. But you're a spiritual master. And you can't name one spiritual master prior to colonialism that ever did that. But you're the master. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti class. A fellow practitioner of what? There was no spiritual practitioner master prior to European invasion that mixed several spiritual systems and was not disciplined to one. And that is where the mind breaks down, and what is the most what is most familiar with, and submits to that which is Christianity. Because prior to you entering into all those different systems, you were a Christian at 5. So that's the safeguard. And the frequency of the end of the world, death, suicide, apocalypse, wavelength default that the mind has known since a child, longer than it converted to the new things that you are trying to learn. It's superimposing with the Christian spiritual psychosis foundation that cannot be shook unless completely abandoned and denigrated. Wow, Tehuti, I see connections between neuronic transition psyops of spiritual psychosis from the suicide death frequency of Christianity, but how does this tie into the eclipse? Is there any compounded psyops tying eclipse into Christianity and suicide? I saw Ioka tied the word rapture into the eclipse, and the answer is yes. Let's go to the book of Luke 23:44. Luke 23:44, and now Luke 23:44 to 46. Now it was about the 6th hour, and there was darkness all over the earth until the 9th hour. Then the sun was darkened, and the veil of the temple was torn in two. And when Jesus had cried out with a loud voice, he said, "Father, unto your hands I commit my spirit." Having said this, he breathed his last breath. Jesus committed suicide on the eclipse that you learned about since you were 5 years old. Boom. So Ioka carried off her own children, killing one while warning all of us of the apocalypse, the rapture. She grabbed her child, seized her child, carried her off, drove with her, killing one. One survived, killed her boyfriend while warning about the eclipse, the rapture. There it is. The rapture, the eclipse, all in one repost tweet. The rapture is coming. Think the rapture is coming, but it's not the way you think. So it's still coming, but it's not the way you think. The eclipse is the epitome of spiritual warfare. There's the rapture linked with the eclipse. Oh, did I ever tell you the psyops frequency of the word rapture and why that was added by the Matrix to the apocalypse concept? We'll learn it here on June 1st, 2024, the Tehuti Pod class. I've taught this before, but how does the word rapture tie into all this frequency? Hey, rapture, the act of carrying off as prey to plunder. Rapture, kidnapping, to seize, to snatch away. to seize, to kidnap, to snatch away. That's the rapture. That's what Jesus is coming to do. Or the apocalypse is coming. To grab, to seize, to kidnap, to carry away. Watch out, everybody. A big event is coming. The apocalypse, the rapture. Keep yourself safe. There's a big event coming. Angela Gates said, this is overdrive for sure. Yes, we're approaching 2 hours. So who teammated it on up? Rapture, to seize, kidnapping, thus losing track of reality, fell into a state of solipsism and viewing the apocalypse. She, along with many others within the Isfet Christ consciousness, suicidal frequency, without full degradation, mixing multiple spiritual beliefs, and without full Pekka Mku, manifested psychosis. And by killing her spouse, child, and herself, she became the apocalypse. She became the apocalypse. The end. She became the rapture. Manifested it fully through spiritual psychosis until you become that thing. Watch out, everyone. A big event is coming. The end. The apocalypse. On the date of the eclipse. The rapture. I just forgot to tell you that it was me. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that they have tipped, and if you have learned or if this had any impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of this subject matter, send your tip of appreciation reciprocity. You can call it Psychosis Broken, No Self-Sabotage, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. What's the time of that? One hour and 49 minutes. That's the answer. Go ahead and save that. We'll go ahead and save that to the time. 1 hour and 49 minutes for Angela Gates. 3 questions. And there it is. She became the apocalypse. She became the kidnapper, the seizure, to seize, to kidnap. That's to take a kid, to take the child for death, for the end, on the date of the eclipse, to manifest the incarnation of sweet Jesus, who committed suicide on the date of the eclipse. I don't like the pod. I'm not coming around the pod class because I like the Nike. Yeah. I'm going to put the link in the room, everybody. Let me check the chat to see what Angela and others thought of this answer. Like I said, if you are getting these answers, if you can go and ask your teacher about spiritual psychosis in this situation, and you get something like that, I will definitely send all the donations for this answer to your teacher. He deserves it more than me. If not, support what you're seeing here for the first time in your life at Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. This is not happening anywhere. There's no answers like this. If you are seeing it, just put the link in the room, put the book, page number. Support the Tehuti pod class and understand also what's going on within yourself. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockPSV. Let me see who's. Oh, there we go. Anu and Antu, how are you?
That was an absolute wonderful class, Salvatore. It's a very fantastic and connecting how you show why she did all that with the Bible verse and what apocalypse really means. That was wild. That was a very wild class, and I love the whole class, and I got insight when you showed the 7 degradation points, I think it's called. I remember the Darren Brown episode where he turned people into Christians, like to follow God, and I saw some of those things he put in their mind. And that right there was absolute jewel, because you could study just that part and learn how to take a Christian out of Christianity. So Tua very much for that. What's that, Marie?
Nini Ook, I'm glad you appreciate it. Where is the team? Where is everybody? Who saw that? Oh, we got Bella jumped in. Harassed jumped in. Where is everybody? Antu, how are you doing, Antu?
I'm doing great. This was really good, Saba. I really loved the subconscious, how you showed that the subconscious projects, and that was a really big bomb for me, because we're seeing it. She's saying it. She doesn't know what she's saying. So I thought that was a huge bomb. To offer that so much. That was so great.
Nino, glad you appreciated it. Let's see what the chat is saying. I see a lot of people just jumped in the room. Let's see if the chat appreciated it. Then I'm going to go to the people that are in the panel. Then we're going to go to the support to see who appreciated it. She became the pep. Tehuti overblast. That's the destruction. The overblast. I'm the comment that hit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. For that, then that's me. I'm the apocalypse. I'm the apocalypse to the Matrix. You're on mute. Go ahead, Nefertati. Go ahead.
So, Saba, you're wearing the red. You brought it on. You brought it on to us subconsciously.
What's the first word you said? There's a lot of kind of noise going on. Say it again, Nefertati. There's some I don't even know what kind of noise that is.
I'll tap test.
Oh, there it is. It's very clear now. You got rid of it.
Okay, great. I was saying you're wearing red, so I mean, if you're gonna blast off and destroy and tap into that Mars energy, you're gonna be wearing red, so it's perfect.
Oh my goodness, most definitely that one. Hotep Saba Tehuti, Oxafet put fire. Suicide. You decide. Yeah, that's Bijan Farrow said, laughing too. I'm laughing too, Sabbath. Insane how one book can damage the the mind. Angela Gates put 100% axe with 2 explosions. Harassed did put wow. I'm glad you all appreciated that. This is that class was actually for everyone. That class was about her to let you know what's happening in you. That's the extreme. You know, when somebody takes you to what's that, Scared Straight, or they show you the worst of the crack addicts because you decided to lace your weed with a little bit of something, a little spicy, so I'm gonna take you to Tyrone Biggums. I'm gonna take you to the worst guy ever, because you're surviving a couple weeks with a little laced weed, living it up. Let me take you to the worst. I'm gonna take you wanna anything you want to do. I'm gonna take you to the worst of it and show you the example of it, so you know what your end is going to be. So I'm glad you all appreciate it. That's what's going on. That's the inner battle war that's taking place inside of all of us, and that's why. And Angela Gates, I wish she was here, but that's why Angela Gates, you don't see people here at the pod class. When you leave something, you're supposed to go on to do better. you don't leave and now you're just you're on your couch. You're on your couch. What are you doing now? I'm just gonna watch YouTube videos. I'm gonna read my books. No. You leave to do better. Like when you leave a company, if you get hired and you go up the ranks in a company and you leave it, hopefully you either start your own company or you move on to a better position. You don't leave a company to sit outside of the company complaining about it. How you doing, Nefer Keperet? Annie, how you like that?
I'm doing great. Great, Saba. I am feeling great. That was a very amazing Tehuti overdrive answer, and it was very much appreciated. And yeah, I think it goes to show how important it is to be disciplined and consistent. So Tua.
I'm glad you appreciated that. I'm going through. Okay, now the tip donations are coming up. My Gmail was frozen and it just showed the Benedetto class, the one that's 65. I have Benedetto classes and nothing was after that. I'm like, oh, there's not one tip for this, not one support. Man, don't let me call Nook on you guys. There's Nook. Nook, come give you the Tai Chi kick. How you doing, good brother? I'm glad you appreciated that, but I'm going to get to in a moment. But Annie, go ahead and thank you, Nefer Kepret, for those great words. Oh, what did it say? You're backstage. What?
It's permanent. I'm here now.
Who is that?
It's me, Angela. They had me backstage some type of way.
Brought you up. Brought you up.
Okay. I see you now. I see everybody. Here. Okay, good. Okay. I'm glad you are here, Angela Gates. Well, Annie, you can give a quick little thing, and then I'm gonna go straight to Angela Gates because she's the one that asked me this 1 hour. I think I was a little fueled. She said, "You didn't answer my question." So I don't answer. I'm about to go overblast. I didn't answer the question. But Annie, give a little something, then we're gonna go right to Angela Gates.
Yes, to our great Saba for that. That was phenomenal how you put that together and laid that out. Yeah, it's very deep. So Tua for bringing that forward, and Tua Angela Gates for bringing up that Saba didn't answer a question, so we could get all that in that fire. And I was living laughing with how much you was laughing at these people stepping away from the House of ATTON and replacing it with whatever they do. That was hilarious. So to our great Saba.
It's crazy, man. It's amazing though the way the mind works. You start becoming a fan of Mike Tyson, so you become a fan of all the guys he knocked out. Okay, Angela Gates. Thank you, Annie, for that. Angela Gates, go ahead and you're the one that asked the question, so you get first.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was everything that I thought it was going to be, because I felt like it was definitely needed to bring up and address this situation, because I know that everyone's going through a certain level of crisis, whether financial or spiritual or whatever it is they're dealing with. So I thought it was very important for you to bring that out and talk about it.
Thank you. I'm glad you appreciated it, and glad you appreciated it. I really wanted to hit home with the fact that all these woke people have never really left Christianity. It's still there. As long as it's still there, I don't care if you get rid of 99% of the AIDS in your body. You just need the one cell. That's all you need. A couple of days later, you'll be full of AIDS again. So you just need the one little thing, and that's what they, unfortunately, and I know that it's hard to fully leave something because people don't want to be, it's just a lack of discipline. That's all it is. Nobody wants to be disciplined to any one thing because we're excited to find out the truth. So we go research everywhere, which you're supposed to be, but you can research everywhere and be disciplined in the thing that you're in. I research and look up more things than anybody here in the pod class. and I follow Ma'at, and I teach to break the matrix, and I teach go back to Ma'at, and I have also an allegiance to something in West Africa that I'm connected to, and that's because of what some spirit energies from West Africa did for me. But I'm not teaching their way of life to anyone. That's just a personal relationship that I have as an ancestor. That's like, I respect Marcus Garvey. I respect a particular ancestor who's in another dimension and has a spirit force, but my way of life is Ma'at, and I'm unshakable with that. And it's hard to be disciplined in the one thing, because we want to be like how Europeans are very interesting, because Wallace E. Budge, Peachtree, all the archaeologists, they know more Medu-Neter than anybody in the pod class. Wallace Budge wrote over 200 books. Nobody talking about Wallace Budge can come anywhere close to him. Nobody here could have a conversation with Wallace Budge and keep up. Nobody on the panel, nobody in watching this, 51 people. If I brought Wallace Budge back to life and sat him in a room for you, you're blowing out the water. You can't keep up with the full Medu-Neter with Wallace Budge. But he never wanted to follow Ma'at. He studied Assyria. That's what they do. Pythagoras never followed Ma'at. So the nature is to study things like a scientist, but they don't become fully a part of it. That's the normal nature. And so because of that, other people who happen to be enslaved by people with that type of mentality grew up with the same mentality, where melanated type people who the culture actually belonged to now want to dibble and dabble, and that's why all the other channels are about arguments. Because that's what the European scientists and that's what the philosophers did. They got together and just argued. I disagree with that. I agree with this. What do you follow? Nothing. But I agree with that. Oh, you got a good point there, sir. Sherlock, you got a good point there. Pete, I like that point. What do you find out? You found out this? What do you follow? Nothing. But the Natiru, they may have been, and for years and years and years, and that's what everybody does now today. The people actually own the culture. No person who's a Navajo. If you are a Navajo Native American, and that's actually what you dedicate yourself to, there's no Navajo Native American arguing about, you see what happened is the Buddhists, I'm about the Buddhists. They don't do that. They stay as Navajo Native Americans, and they submit to that culture or whatever the culture is, and they live it. You don't see a bunch of Navajo chiefs. See what the Hindus and Pythagoras, and you don't see that. They submit to the frequency, because the only way to create a frequency around you is to have multiple minds thinking the same thing. That's the only way magic works at a mass rate. So I wanted to drive that home, everybody, but I'm going to stop right now. Peace and love. Thank you. You guys stay on the screen for a moment. I have to go do something to myself to come back, but peace and love. Bella, I'll be back. Primordial Thought, I'll be back. Nook has been brought to the panel. I hit something, and it has brought the blue-headed Ptah up to the panel. The man who gave me my round ball of what was that Earth? I don't know what that was. That's
the cat's bet.
Yeah, he gave me the cat's bet. So go ahead, you all build for a moment. I have to step away. This is the most packed thing I've ever seen the panel, at least with a variety that I've seen. So I'm going to be back, everybody. I'm gonna when I come back after a moment, we're gonna read I see the donations from Robert E. Williams, Angela Gates, Anu and Antu, Primordial Thought again. Somehow, okay. Owen Hythe, Vortex Ninja. Who else in my Gmail? Somebody wants to buy baby snakes. That doesn't count. Vortex Ninja, and I see a couple others. So I'm gonna when I come back, I'm going to go ahead and put those on the screen. All those who have watched this answer, if you appreciated what you've seen, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. This is just the first question. I don't know if I'll be able to answer the whole UFO question in this podcast, but I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the podcast, and I'll be back. I'm tired.
Otep, peace, good brother Nook Poo. What'd you think about what the great Saba just gave us, great brother? Peace and welcome.
Otep,
Niniot. Yeah, man, it was real powerful, real necessary. Appreciate Angela Gate for asking that question. That's something I also had in my back of my mind. I wanted to bring up, but I just didn't know how to exactly ask it. So I'm glad that you brought that up and asked that question, because, you know, that whole Jesus thing is really killing everybody, you know. So I appreciate that, and how Saba put it all together. It was real powerful. So, Tua.
Yes, absolutely. To our great brother, glad to see you on the panel with us. Yeah, that was very powerful. Yeah, it really just goes to show how, as Nefer Keparet said, how important it is to be disciplined within the thought process, and how you know, there's how many people, you know, went to her to receive some type of reading or some type of information, and someone you know, as unstable as she was, or guiding other people who have questions. You know, and that's happening on a math level. You know, so I'm very thankful. This is why my gratitude is so high, to have been able to maneuver through the matrix, and having so many questions, and being led to different places, but having enough discernment to be here. So, you know, it's a very powerful thing, and what we all are in the presence of, and you know, just what we walk with, and when we speak, you know, how we're so separate from what everyone else is doing, and just the purity that everyone on the panel emanates. So I'm very thankful and grateful for Saba Tehuti, and for everyone here who just consistently come to the panel and are doing their rituals and doing their heka and studying and digging, doing their research and exposing a lot of what's taking place. You know, so yeah, if anybody wants to you know, build or speak, you know, please come off mute. Let's build on it. Yes, Harass did.
To Angela, for asking that question again, it's something I said in the chat. That's something that I had wanted to ask. There was a so-called Saint Francis of Assisi, who was basically preaching the birds, basically telling them that they need to praise God, and it was really weird. And so this spiritual psychosis, I say, goes back a very, very long time ago. That's one of the things that I had brought up in one of the Monday classes, is that I feel that he was on the wrong path. That's why he was doing these weird things. And the same thing, I don't know if you ever seen the movie Agoria, but it takes place in like 391 AD, and it's basically, you know, the fear mongering of the world's coming to an end. And this is 391 AD. And so, but yeah, and I also liked how Saba touched on the fact about schizophrenia. I feel that these mental health medications also perpetuate the spiritual psychosis. I will definitely say that it took Saba. One thing that when I started college in my 30s, I got on Adderall, and I found myself, I would never put my kids on it, but here I am on this medicine, and Saba is really, he broke me free of that. And that was one of the first things that he ever did for me that I never thought that I would ever be able to break free from. And he did that for me. So like I said, I know some of the things that I was experiencing on that medicine. I was on the borderline. So I have all that gratitude for him. Like I said, breaking me free of that. And that's been over a year now. So yeah, like I said, my struggle was never with Saba and what I felt definitely real to me. My struggle was always within myself. And so far, this is the best system it's the system that I've been looking for, and it's the system that I found, and I'm not going anywhere. And if I do disappear, it's because I'm struggling within myself, never with what I feel that, excuse me, I know what SABA is. So that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Hotep, great primordial thought 9. What's on your mind, great brother? Let's hear from you.
Hey, peace. That was a very, very great made plain spiritual psychosis psyops. Man, that was good. 2 out to you, Sister Angela Gates, because I wouldn't have never known anything about this if it wasn't for you asking this question. So 2 out for being a part of expanding my coup. So 2 out to you. It's very interesting how much I use the etymology program, and I've never looked up rapture. I never looked it up, and you talking about this is a word people are waiting on the kidnapping. They waiting on the rape. They waiting on that. That is wild in itself. Using a word like that is very popular, and that's it's not understood. It's not understood what it means. I like that diagram that Saba put up just before he reached that point. That was phenomenal as well. I love when Saba get into aspects of the brain, because as we all know, that's where all of the war is being taken place. So when Saba breaks down parts of the brain and how, people how they're acting and they play this this victim role, or they're a part of they leave this wonderful frequency and they go backwards, and it's good to understand that type of state of mind. So to you, Grace Saba, for that. This is definitely one of those, almost every class is like that for me, but especially this particular question is a good thing to kind of keep playing, because they'll try to, people gotta be careful, because they'll try to label us as kind of what she did to herself, because they like to tie anything that doesn't have to do anything that's opposite of the matrix and going against what they're doing. They'll try to use that as the new example of you better be careful and you better be that's demonic type stuff. So this was a really, really, really good breakdown and build up. So to the great Saba, and it makes more sense now, especially when I come across a lot of people now that has come out of the traditional religions. Like, a lot of people are like this. It's like a spiritual cocktail, spiritual. There's so many different ingredients into who they are spiritually, that it is a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of this. And to me, that is if you just follow the root, just go to the root, and you'll find out the source of how people took that piece and created what they're particularly following. And yeah, it doesn't make any sense to follow so many different principles, or something. It's not principles, so many different spiritual practices, or it doesn't align well. So to the great Saba, Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, for this wonderful build up. To a great Saba.
Not for sure, Brother Primordial. This definitely felt like more than an answer. It felt like a brain surgery. I didn't know the Tehuti podcast is where we get brain surgery done, but it's very never. I have to be honest myself. There's moments where in my own mind I blanked out within the answer, like I just spaced out. So that's a good reflection on me and things for me to, again, just those final little links is what's got to completely get eradicated. So Tua for everyone on the panel, and Harass, it's beautiful for you to share your process. That's what makes this potent, is that our perfection is that we never cease correcting ourselves. So even if we do fall back or if we're in tribulations, we have the heart, we have the face, we have the courage to show our space and come forward and say, yeah, I'm kind of struggling with this, but I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere, right? It's a coward move to be like, I made a mistake, so I'm just going to hide. And now I'm embarrassed. Like the Natiru have no time to be embarrassed. I don't know an embarrassed Natiru. They're too busy being great. And that's what each and every one of us is. So it's very nefer to receive this. Angela Gates, you don't have your Ren, and yet you're holding the Ren. You open a floodgate of an answer, and you have really actually, you're helping many escape from the gates of hell. Truly, with just how Saba broke down that diagram. To me, it looked like a Star of David. Go figure. But that's how deep it is. And yet Ma'at goes deeper than everything. So it's this is an exciting one that I'm going to be able to really refine myself with.
To an effort, Atton, I liked what you said about the you don't know an embarrassed Natiru. That was a good point that you made, and so now I'll remember that. To Angela for asking this question, it was so beautiful, and to Saba Tehuti for another beautiful class, more beautiful teachings. I love your teachings very much. They are protection and safety, and they feel like home for me to learn about all the things of anti-biological imperative. Those feel like realms I just never want to be in, or they feel like houses that have handles that I never want to touch, and I'm just glad I'm away from all of it through your guidance and leadership. And yeah, Tua very much. I had lots of connections and even connections to the Upesh through this teaching. And just the multi planes of existence came forth for me like during this teaching. So Tua a lot.
Okay, great brother Minku Ara, what you writing down over there, great brother?
Peace, Hotep, great brother, Ani Patah. Just collecting my thoughts, and yeah, so I just wanted to say Tua to Angela Gates for having this consciousness and awareness and bringing this to Saba so he can walk in purpose and teach us the truth about all these different topics. And this is the power and the beautiful thing about the Netaru and community and us being a family, that one person can bring something like this to Saba, because I never heard of this woman and I didn't even know about the incident. When I saw the thumbnail, I Googled it and looked it up, and I was like, whoa, this is tragic what happened. And so this is a great example of how, when we work together, how powerful we can be, right? If we're just in Ma'at, right, we're just focused on this one system and we're disciplined, and we have a leader that we can bring things to, and so it's discussed, right, with us, and he shows us the right way to think and deal with these kinds of things, and then it's broadcasted to the world. And so this is the power of community, because some people say community and unity and family, and all these things, and they can sound kind of mundane and very generic, but this is an example of how it really works in a way that's transformational, right? So, and I think the beautiful thing about the teamwork, and I don't really want to use a basketball analogy, but Angela Gates just threw herself a alley-oop. She threw the HOA a alley-oop. She threw SABA a alley-oop, and then this alley-oop and the ability to make this a beneficial thing benefits everyone who will have the awareness and the consciousness to listen to it, so they don't have to go in the wrong direction. And Angela Gates also set herself up to succeed and threw an alley-oop to herself, to us, and to SABA last week when she said, to SABA for having the courage to do the work that no one else will do. So this is the power of community, and how when we work together, it can be duly beneficial for everyone. It's like a win-win-win-win-win-win-win for forever and ever. And that's a beautiful thing. So we don't have to do everything on our own. And that takes a lot of weight off our shoulder, because Saba's ability to focus, right? Because he's been so committed and he is dedicated to his purpose. Let him be dedicated to his purpose, because that helps all of us. So it's just a beautiful thing to see it all come together in this beautiful way. And so that's my notes.
You wrote all that down, great brother. I mean, rip that off, put that in a museum somewhere. That was amazing, great brother. To yes, Henu. I hope everyone is supporting this class. Yes, utilize those links, support the great SABA, support the House of ATTON, houseofatton.org. We appreciate everybody. You see what's being cultivated and what's being created here at the House of ATTON. So it's a beautiful thing. I'm definitely looking forward to building and seeing everyone. Pathways to Awakening this year is everybody going here on the panel? Hope everyone's going. Everyone here? Yes. All right. Excellent. Sarah, you coming out? Harass did. Love to see you.
I'm gonna try to. I have it on my to-do list. Like seriously, I really want to.
Well, let's do some hecker. We're gonna do some hecker to get Harass did out there. Bella, you coming out?
Yes, I will be there.
Excellent. Very nefer. So yes, the Pathways to Awakening in October. Hope to see everyone there. We'll have more details. The great brother Minku Al-Rab married Ma'at. When you look under his ren right there, it says Heb Ma'at. Heb is the meta word for festivities, and Ma'at, of course, is the organization. So I'll let the great brother speak on that. Keep that frequency at the forefront of everyone's, so we can all do heckler collectively, so we can all come out. So great brother, speak on the PTA, great brother.
Peace, peace. Hotep to Ani Patah. Yes, so right now we are doing most of the behind the scene work with the organization of it and structuring everything and conceptualizing it. So we will have information for you. We'll have promotional materials, videos, information will be on the website. At this time, we're just really focusing on the organizing it so we can present it to you. So everything is set and everything will be very organized. But things are, it's going to be amazing. And I'm extremely excited for those who are going to receive their new pen. I'm extremely excited to see you all. I'm extremely excited to hold up our master teacher and give him his flowers that he deserves. And just, it will be a beautiful example of how powerful we can be when we actually really come together as one unit under Ma'at. So yes, right now, you're not seeing a lot of promotional things because we're doing a lot of the organizing and putting things together. So it'll be a powerful event for all of you.
Yes, it's going to be fire. It's going to be fun. For those who came out last year, it was a beautiful thing. Abba said he thought he was in the wrong spot because he heard some some R&B playing. As soon as he stepped through the door, that fire playing. So yeah, it was exciting. The DJ was great. Hopefully we can get that brother out again. He was phenomenal. But yeah, we definitely have some things lined up for everyone. Live performances, and we definitely want to get the talent show in for this one. Last year we ran out of time, but we definitely want to make that happen this year. So for everyone who's coming out, we definitely want to be able to see you all and bring forth what you do. If you want to have a booth as a vendor, you can do that as well. So if you have products you want to work on, and start working on them, gather them together. So when the time comes, you're ready. And yeah, I'm excited for it, and it's gonna be a beautiful thing. So Tuan Hinu, to the great brother Minko Ra Mary Ma'at for putting this all together and organizing this, so we can come off the onlines and come in person and meet each other and hug each other. So it's a very powerful thing. So Tuan Hinu, we definitely look forward to that. So yes, houseofatton.org. Well, I want UFO reverse engineer. I don't know what that's. Gonna reverse engineer some UFOs. SABA probably has something that has to that comes from off planet. We're gonna see what that's about. So yeah, Tuan and just Hinu to everyone who's just supporting and allowing this to exist. And we're gonna continue to keep this flowing. And keep it expanding. And as long as the great brothers and sisters here on the panel continue to just do what everyone is doing, and now congratulations to the great brother Primordial Thought 9 and Gabriella and Sasha and Lisa, who announced they're bringing in young ones, and they're let's just there's going to be many more, and it's a beautiful thing, and just one of my main motivating factors from early on is the children, and being able to bring up the young minds and such powerful information and reestablish the Natiru back on the planet again, with all of that's taken place. And you've seen what the great SABA went and broke down and all of that. So it's a beautiful thing. And again, to Angela Gates, for asking those questions. You may need to ask some more questions, because I definitely brought some fire out. So Hotep, and I appreciate everyone for everything that you all are doing. And I also want to here on the podcast give congratulations to Anu. We had a talent show on the House of ATTON, and this great brother came up and had a spoken word piece, a poem that he brought forth, and also give Hinu to Big Vapes as well. He came up and performed. So that was fire. Great brother Anu, so Tua for that. And stepping up, and he said, I know this has been a while. So yeah, you acted like you just wrote that. So definitely want to give you praise for that, and putting the teachings into tones for people to enjoy.
Ninu, great brother, and Tua.
Yes, we may need to do something together. Definitely all the people who, man, there's so many ideas and creations. So yeah, we may need to bring something together, feed off each other's ka. I know Nukpu probably got some bars too. I know Bella got some bars. I know Bella got some tones. Primordial Thought 9. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Menkuara acts like he don't got no bars either, but he got bars. So
he's got some breakdancing for us too, Menku. I don't think we forgot that. I hope you're stretching on the daily.
Yeah, I've been trying to correct
it. Let me retire in peace. Let me retire.
You can unretire.
Definitely, I'm definitely will be dancing. I definitely will be celebrating at the pathways. It might not be breakdancing, but it definitely will be the celebrating going on.
What's going on? Breakdancing. That's funny. I was just in the other room doing a. No, just in the other room. I guess I was feeling what you all were talking about. That somebody asked me to rap, and I was like, "My name is Tehuti, and that is that." I was in the other room thinking that somebody's gonna ask me to rap, and I started rapping like Run DMC. So then I came back, and you all were talking about rapping a talent show. And so I look forward to seeing all of you guys' artistic work and rap. And I had a vision that Scribe asked me to do the 99 Allahs of the pathways, and who knows what'll happen. We never know. But I look forward to seeing. This is a beautiful family with a lot of talent, and I look forward to seeing Menkora breakdancing. I don't know if Angela Gates does the running man. I'm not sure who does what, but I'm looking for. I'm looking to see who has what kind of talent. I know Nook can move things with his Tai Chi hands. So we're gonna see what happens at the pathways. And glad to see everybody. I'm back. We're gonna go through some donations. I actually brought someone to the pod class that I never bring, and I'll show him for a short while, and then I'll put him back. And this is come over here, man. What you doing? This is Seth. So I have a hyper viper, red viper. His name is Seth. And let's see if he can come to the screen. So this is my red viper, and because I'm wearing red and I feel so fiery, and everybody's talking about the fire, I decided to bring him to the pod class. So this is Seth, my red viper, and he is super fast. he is not playing around, and this is Seth. He's my red viper. So I was running red today, so I said let me bring him because he matches the energy, and he is one of the fastest strikers I've ever seen, and he is usually not too happy and pleased, but seems to be happy today, or at least cooperative today. And this is Seth. He's the hyper viper, the red viper. There he is. How you doing, Seth? Say peace to them. Peace. Shake your red tail. So that is Seth. Peace, everyone. Okay, we're gonna get to the the donations now. Let me put Seth back. Oh, Seth isn't the one that he kept his food. That's nice. He usually can't hold down his food. He's been doing well, so I'm gonna put him back so it doesn't make him so he can hold down this meal that he just ate. So I'll be right back in a moment. About 2 seconds, I'm gonna put him back and come right back. That's Seth.
said, Saba holding snakes like they cats.
Shake
Pull
your
this
tail.
random viper
That's
out.
what I was gonna say.
Only the podcast shake your tail means rattlesnake. Rattling.
Okay.
There was no denying what that was.
I am back, and that's my what'd you call that, Angela? The emotional. What's the animal you wanted? It's called the emotional what? Emotional.
Oh, you talking about the emotional support animal?
That's my emotional support animal. He keeps me emotional.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Yeah, he's the hyper viper. He keeps me. He keeps my emotions down. I can't get too emotional back with him. You can't even see his strike. It's invisible. It's like that's it, and crazy. So but that's set. I wanted to share them with you all because I have the red on. I feel very excited this podcast, and I wanted to share him. He's usually not too happy, but he's getting happier. So hopefully he's does well with me and doesn't do anything bad. Even though his name is Set, he's the Set converted to the good one. Okay, everybody. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through some donations to see how everybody appreciated that answer for a few minutes. Read some of the tips, the support for that answer. Go backwards to the early donations before the podcast started. Read a few of those, and then go on to this next interesting question. That is interesting, Anu and Antu. I've never seen you on the podcast with red.
I noticed that too.
I've never seen the red on. So let me toss this.
I noticed that too. I just put it in the chat.
They got the memo.
They got the memo. We're red today. It's a hyper one. I put the red on because it's gonna be hype with this. I can't get it. That's why I didn't play basketball. But I was gonna be hype with this UFO answer. I hate basketball. All right, here we go. So we're gonna go over some of these tips and support, and see what everybody supported. Let me refresh the page to see who gave some support, some great support. Of course, the young lady who asked the question in the first place. This is just one of her supports for the night. This is actually just one, and it's none other than the young lady straight out the gate. Wait, where'd it go? Okay. Straight out the gate, one tip. What do they call this? Get fast. Psych. I don't even know how to. The spelling of this word makes no sense to me. What? Psych. Okay. Psych. I guess. I'll just call it PS. PS. Psych. Spiritual psychosis. Okay, shout out to Angela Gates, straight out the gate, who gave the this donation I'm about to read right now. We're gonna give her a hand clap. This is just one of the first support she gave for the night. There's $10 for degradation tip to a SABA. Give her some hand claps, please. Who's on the keyboard? I don't hear anything.
Yeah, it's not coming through.
Oh, okay, here we go. Had to turn off reduce background noise.
All right. Okay, and then we got the great brother Apocalypto. Who here has ever heard of the movie that was actually named Apocalypto? Anybody heard of that movie? Let me come to the screen so I can see. Anybody heard of the movie Apocalypto? You heard of it? You heard of it? What a disgrace. I mean, they took they took a Christian term, made an Aztec, a South American movie, a violent movie named after a Christian term, and the movie, and there's actually none. There's not really known South American, Native American, Aztec movies. And the one movie they put out that hit the box office has a Christian name, and as soon as you press play on that movie, you see nothing but bloodshed, and it's really interesting how the Matrix is deep. The Matrix is very deep. Calling it apocalypto, it's crazy.
I know the director of that movie was Mel Gibson, and he also directed Passion of the Christ.
Yeah, of course it was Mel Gibson. he's Jesus and a Mayan. Okay, so shout out to Ox Effect, $15.72. Apocalypto is Ma'at, Dua, Saba, or give him some big noise. Thank you, Ox Effect, for your support as always. Ox Effect, Robert, certain people that just every podcast. So shout out to you all. Who's next here? Vortex Ninja, popping up nice and early. Vortex Ninja usually waits to the end of the pod class, and maybe half an hour before it shuts down, he sends his donation, but he's doing nice and early today. And I don't think this is a tip, but it is a tip for the entire work, which he always does. So we're gonna give a shout out and some noise to the great young, I think it's a young brother, Vortex Ninja. Let's give some big noise. Give him a hand clap. Give him some noise, please. Thank you, good brother Vortex Ninja, if you're listening. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And on to the next good brother who is every pod class is this brother right here. He's a part of the Robert crew that supports once or twice a pod class. Robert E. Williams, $20.72 for Psychosis Uncovered. Tua, give him some hand clap, please. The young lady on the panel right now at the top. Tip. The young lady who's on the panel right now sending a tip of appreciation, as she always does. Let me come off of the screen. And that is none other than the young lady who said, I'm not going, what'd she say? I'm not going anywhere. Harassed did. Sarah Jean 808 for Unpsyched Out. Oh, she comes up with the best names. Unpsyched Out. Give her some hand clap, please. Unpsyched Out. Nice. Okay, we're gonna go down to the bottom to the big. Oh my goodness. To Robert E. Williams. Who's this? Rafael Ortiz with this is the $10
Oh, tips. Let me go ahead and he's always $10 questions. But this one's pretty I may give this a little answer instead. I'll go over this next week. I can actually show the ingredients of things. Let's see, 6 from June. Yeah, this is actually a $10 question. Shout out to Robert Ortiz, who sent in this question here. Raphael Ortiz, who sent in this question right here. And good, valid question. I have a few answers for that. Where is it? Where'd it go? I have a few answers. Hey, it's not showing it. 1 second. Why is it doing that? How come? Okay. Shout out to Raphael Ortiz. Let's see if it shows now. Shout out to Raphael Ortiz who sent in this question. I'll probably go over this next week. Yeah, really quickly, and give some things that I've experimented with and give the reasons. Raphael Ortiz with what is the best toothpaste herb to cure gingivitis, bleeding teeth, gums? Fluoride is destroying people's teeth. Absolutely. I'll cover this tomorrow. I'll cover this next week. Giving some advice on ingredients of good toothpaste that's not fluoride. And I'm not going to claim any particular toothpaste can cure anything, can actually cure gingivitis. But on the herb side, I'll give some information on that. Okay, so thank you, Raphael Ortiz, for the support and the question. Decent question there. And let's go backwards. Let's go a little far backwards to not Gabriel Lopez. That's Daniel LaRoche. Shout out to Daniel LaRoche. Right here, he sent this on before the pod class began. It was actually what's this? A tip for tip for Hermetica. Okay, tip Hermetic. Shout out to the good brother Daniel LaRoche. Consistent. He's consistently every week, I think every week or every second week, he's definitely sending in a question or sending in just support. Daniel LaRoche sends in a tip, $25 for nice show on Tehuti and Hermetica. Give him some hand claps, please. Shout out to you, Daniel LaRoche. I hope you're safe out there. I heard about your travels, and I hope you're safe. Daniel LaRoche, give him some big noise, please. And now the man shaking the room. Here we go. We're trying to get some monster supports. Now we're gonna get some big noise. Oh, this is actually for the last pod class. Okay, Nicholas Savenden. Okay, I am still gonna log in with this pod class. Let's give some big noise, some transformer noises to the good young brother in the. I think he's in the chat right now. Nicholas Savenden for support on the last pod classes, plural. Support on last pod classes. Henu, great SABA. Give him some big noise, please. A couple transformers, and if you're in the room, shout out to you. I can't see the chat.
Humans have asked us to play by their own.
And that's the brother right there. Facts, Nook Panook. Not sure what he's saying facts on, but facts.
Shout out to you, Nicholas Savendon. Appreciate you. Oh, here he is. Here he is right here. A little lag on my side of thing. Much Marie Saba. I like your I don't know if that's a Mandelbrot set there in your icon, but it looks like the Mandelbrot set. Very nice. Thank you, Nicholas Savendon. Robert Ray's giving claps. Robert Williams gives donations every class, and then he gives hand claps to anybody that gives big donations. Shout out to you, Robert Williams. Appreciate you. And everybody watching, give your support. If you're watching the class, support the class. Support what you're seeing. If you're appreciating anything. If you I don't know, but if you are, support. So here we go. We got who's this? What's this? Oh, my young twin. This is my young twin, a young brother who looks just like how I looked when I was around 24. He looks like what I look like. All the way from I think he's in Canada. I'm going to put this from June 1. The young brother here with the interesting name. I never heard of this name before. Very unique name, and his name is none other than Yoan Bilodo. Give him some big noises. Why is China represented by a dragon? Here we go. Give him some big noise. Yoan Bilodo. Bilodo. Give him some big noise. Yoan Bilodo. Shout out to Yoan Bilodo. And I appreciate you. You're a consistent supporter for years. A consistent supporter for years. Okay. Appreciate you, good brother. And speaking of another consistent supporter, we're going to go through 3 more. Then I'm going to go ahead and do the send in your tip for the last answer, people. And I'm going to go through 3 more and then go into the next question, which... Okay, first of all, give some hand claps to Nito Campbell. Peace, everyone. Okay, let me scroll all the way up. So I will tell you right now, is Anu and Antu on the screen? Or are they on off the board? Anu's here.
Just got here. Yeah.
That the Angela's question when I put that together, that was the short one. I put that one together in the UFO engineering, and I said this will be the short one. I didn't know it was going to be an hour and 49 minutes. So I have no idea what the engineering may have to. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe a little scary too, but yours is going to be the long. Yours, I made a movie for you, Anu. I made a movie for you. I made a movie for you. We're going into the Senate meetings and everything. So, oh my goodness, we're going to Barack Obama. Everybody's in this show. In the next answer. Okay, so oh, I got a message from Tua Saba. Oh, okay, anonymous. And speaking of Anu, what is this? Oh, honorable brother Anu. He had oh, let me push this back. Right, it's okay. Honorable brother Anu had contacted me through Messenger and asked me an important question to himself, and I gave him answer and text message advice, and he this is support for that. This is a tip for that text message conversation. Advice given to Anu Hotep Tua, married for eternity, Give them some big noise, please. This was not for the pod class, but it's in the row of the ones I'm reading for the pod class. So go ahead and give them some hand clap, please. Thank you. And I don't hear anything. It sounded like something just fizzled out. Okay, thank you, Annie. Thank you. Where's my good brother? Where's the Tef? Where's the Tef? Where's the Tef? Let me see. Let me go forward. Okay, now I'm gonna read 2 more of the tips, and then we're gonna get into the. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get into the answer. Okay, Craig, I see you. Okay, let me just get into this. Craig, here he is. Craig Deuce. If you're watching, here's this is a brand new name too. I'm not too familiar with Craig Deuce, and he's sending in for more information on lucid dream and OBE. So he was smart enough to take the advice of the last 2 pod classes that I gave, where I actually gave a list. I actually gave a list of pod classes if you wanted to get the instructions on these topics, and he must have listened to the list and sent in for this. So here, shout out to this new person here, Craig. Where'd it go? It's not showing up. Little technical difficulties. Hold on, let me see. There it's Craig, and I men at a class 57, right? Yeah, okay. Craig, cancel. Shout out to the new brother Craig. Let's see if it shows up on the screen. I'm not sure what. Okay, here it is. Let's give Craig, the new supporter, ordering pod class, Metanator Magic class number 57. Can we give him some big noise, please? Oh, you know what? Wait a minute. Oh, Craig, if you're listening, I don't know where to send this to. I don't have is an email attached to this message? Okay, so, let me tell everybody, for the new people that are out there watching the pod class, you can order 1 to 65 Metanator Magic classes. Yes, absolutely. When you order them, which is to here, to that email right there. There's no more live Metanator Magic classes, but you email that email address, and then in response, the one you order will come to you. I need an email address. So when you send me the Cash App saying I want class 57, I can't send it to your Cash App. Unfortunately, I don't have that technology, so I need the email address to send it to you. Other than that, I was just about to press send, and I don't have anybody. So, Craig, if you're listening, send me an email. I'm not familiar with your email, so send me that, and then as soon as you send me that to that email, it'll be responded with the Metanator class. So, shout out to you. Appreciate you. And continue the support. Oh, wow. Sarah Jean has a big one here. What's this? Okay, I'll get down to that one. Let's see if there's any more. Okay. I'll read two more tips, and then that's it. I'm going to go into the next answer. And, of course, on the screen is the duo. Is it a duo or a duet? I'm not sure how the culture works, but duo. The duo on the screen, ANTU and ANTU. Let me go ahead and put a tip. Tip for the apocalypse psychosis breakdown. And here we go. Shout out to the dynamic duo, dynamic duet. Not sure the difference in the language, but shout out to them. 2-2, spiritual psychosis, breakdown and build up. Mir Tua, give them some noise, please. Give them some clap, please. Noise. I hear it. Annie here. Here we go. And I'll read one more, which is actually two more. It's from the same individual. And it is it says second tip. A second tip. So there's a first one somewhere. It's right under. Tip. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the good brother who's on the panel, soon to be new papa, new father, and that is SABA. Primordial Thought 9 gets $15 for second tip. Spiritual psychosis, psyops made plain with the fist. Give him some noise, please. And Annie, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want you to go back to the last podcast where we were talking about I think it's the last one where we were talking about the one where Primordial announced, Gabrielle and Primordial announced that they're having a baby. If you could go through that podcast and take the soundbite of Primordial Thought saying SABA, I really want that. I don't know what that moaning was about. I don't know what that was, but that sounded very passionate. And SABA. So shout out to you, Primordial Thought. Get that soundbite, put it up, and that was his. I made a baby soundbite. Okay. So shout out to you, or maybe I'm making a baby. I'm not sure what that was, but shout out to you, Primordial Thought 9. SABA. All right, shout out to you. And he gave he gave two. And here's the first one. Okay, thank you, Primordial. Breaking it up into two parts. Primordial, is it because you got did you get hit twice with like the information? Is that why you did the second one?
Yes, when you I had already gave the first one, right? And then I gave the second one when you showed that diagram with the logical arguments in the Bible and the creation, prayer, morality. And then you hit us with the etymology word of rapture, which I've never looked up before. I can't believe I haven't looked up that word before. And yeah, that alone, I was like, oh yeah, I gotta send another one. So two out to you, Grace. Nice. And like I said earlier, I like when you break down aspects of the mind. So two out to you.
Wonderful. Two out to you. Primordial Thought 9, $15 for the first tip is the first one. For a tip, spiritual psychosis, psyops, made plain, fist, black heart, and sun. Give him some hand claps, please. I'm gonna stop right there. I see Nefertatin, Ren. Primordial Thought, Ren. Okay, I see a lot of Ren stuff coming in. Okay, good. Okay. Israel Hoyley. I see you, Israel Hoyley. Jason Kirkland, I see you. Sarah, I see you again with a big monster one. We're going to read those when I come back, everybody. One just came in. I got to read this one. I got to read this one, then I'm going to do the answer because this just came in as another tip. I knew I somehow know when this young lady is going to tip. I don't know if I get spidey senses or I don't know, but I always know when this young lady is about to tip. So I got the spidey sense and I clicked on it because looking at the email, when it comes to PayPal, I can't see who's sending it until I click on it. But I had a feeling and I clicked on it and the spidey senses were right. And it's none other than Nefert, oh, this says Nefert Atten. Okay. Nefert Atten and Nefert Attenet. Tua for Nefert Attenet. Could you read that first, please? Read that for me, please.
Nefertaten, Tua for end of sabotage.
That is so great. Sabotage is right up there with Tua Ishin, and that's nice. First of all, $43.21. Could you please give her some hand claps and a little bit of extra noise, please?
Let's go.
Woohoo!
You see, that's how it's done.
He said he was a fellow practitioner. Practitioner of what? He said he was a fellow practitioner. Practitioner of what?
Thank you so much. Nefert Atten. Is that Nefert Atten spelled purposely? Do you want to? Can you want to be called both Nefert Atten and Nefert Attenet? Is it fine?
Yeah, either are fine. I recognize that Nefertaten is just simpler and easier for everyone off the tongue.
It's simpler and easier. What?
It's easier for people to pronounce Nefertaten, so that's predominantly what I'll be called. But Nefert Attenet, I also like as well.
Okay, I like them both, and absolutely, that is a great. I'm gonna call that a holder name. So that's a great because you said, well, that's what I'll be called until I get my rent. So that is a beautiful holder name. I like it. That may even stay in there.
Well, but your rent's gonna add to it, so that's why I said that.
Okay, because I want to keep that in there too. I want to keep that in there. Wonderful, everybody. Okay, every beautiful body, we're gonna go. I see Nefer Kepret smirking, smiling. I see Harassed smiling. She knows something's coming up. Bella's smiling. Nook Panook looks like Patah. Angela Gates, I think, hold their chin. She's thinking. We're gonna blow this up with the next question. Oh my!
So before you go on, I think the actual apocalypse is Nukpu wearing a red do-rag. It's really happening.
A red do-rag? He's wearing a blue one.
I got a blue do-rag.
Right, if we ever catch him wearing red, that's it. Jesus is coming home. It's happening.
Who is that wearing the red do-rag?
That ain't never gonna happen.
Was that BJ? Was that BJ Farrell? I think it was BJ Farrell. Yeah, Nook is not going to be caught. I don't know if we'll ever see that day. No red on the head, Nook, no red on the head. No red on the head. That will be the apocalypse. Yep, the sky will be falling when Nook puts red on his head. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and put up the question asked by this man right here. If you don't know him, get to know him. His questions, I think every question that Anu has sent has turned out to be a blockbuster. Oh my, he sent the Skinwalker. I don't remember all the questions that he sent, but every question that he sent has been blockbuster. And this one is no exception. When I put together Angela Gates' answer, I was like,
This will be kind of quick compared to this engineering one, but this one is going to be extensive. And let me ask everybody on the panel before I get into it. Nefer Keperet, have you heard of reverse engineering?
I have not.
Nice. I'm not even gonna ask Annie. Annie's heard of everything. Annie, have you heard in your comedic studies? Did you ever come across UFO reverse engineering in your life studies?
Yes, I have from a particular person. So yes.
Okay. Reverse engineering. Okay. Harass did. What do you know about reverse engineering of UFO crafts?
Nothing.
Break it down. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nice. That means you're gonna love it. Menkor Ra, where you at again? Wyoming? Where you at again? Where are you?
I am not in Wyoming.
Idaho? What is it? Nebraska.
No.
Where are you again?
I want to be in LA. That's where I want to be. I want to be neighbors with the Netter Tehuti. But I have never heard of reverse engineering of UFOs.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be great. Primordial Thought. I know you were studying. Who were you studying before me? What's the brother's name? Who were you studying?
Walter Ashby?
Walter Ashby. You came across reverse engineering from Walter Ashby?
Never. Not at all.
You familiar with it?
I've heard of the word reverse engineering, but not for the UFO.
This is gonna be great. Nefertiti. How's the reverse engineering of UFOs going in Canada for you?
I've heard there's a lot of it. I've heard of it, and I'm happy to find out what they're actually doing up here. So do it.
Wonderful. You look like you're in the cave where they do reverse engineering.
No,
the
Saba,
water.
This is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, so it's where the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean meet. I'm trying to take myself as deep and far away from the Matrix as possible.
Is that in the water? Is that underwater?
Yeah, it's underground. Yeah, it's underground. It's an actual. Yeah, that's all natural.
That's water we're looking at, right?
Yep, underground.
That's
Or
that's the
underwater.
part I took out. What's that?
Sorry, it's underwater. Yes.
That's interesting because that's the part I took out of the of this answer. It was too much. I was gonna show the reverse engineering underwater, but I was like, this is too much. Okay, wonderful. Bella, how you doing, young lady? Reverse engineering of UFO crafts. You've been on your P's and Q's with reverse engineering of UFO crafts lately?
No, I haven't heard much about it before.
Okay, no problem. Angela Gates, I know you study everything from high and low. How's your reverse engineering knowledge going there for you?
It's the first I've ever heard of it, actually.
Nice. This is gonna be great. Now, Nook. I think he was in a group I was in, so there's no way that this is the first time he's hearing this. Nook was in a group that I was in, and they definitely spoke on this. So Nook, you definitely come across some reverse engineering.
I heard of the word, but I didn't hear it put together. It just what comes to mind is just like the Nazis doing what they do, but other than that, nah. And you gotta show us that abyss too, Saba. You know what I'm saying? Add that one in there.
That'll be part 2. I was gonna show. I have the craft. Oh, you know what? I have one where the craft is affecting water. I took the one where the craft comes out of the water. A lot of people know about the term UFO, but they don't know about USO.
That's the one right there.
Unidentified submerged objects, the ones that are in the water. That's highly unspoken of
and I didn't put that in. I took it out. It's too much. Maybe send a question on that. What's underground? Send that one. I'll go for it. Okay, but everybody, I'm going to do something really quick here, and I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and put the question on the screen from the brother ANTU, and then we're gonna get right into it. Here he is. Where is it? Reverse engineering. June 1st. Where is it? There it is. Okay, good. And ANTU. Not clicking. Oh, technical difficulties in effect, but here we are. Okay, here it is. We're gonna give. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Government. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna get in trouble for this. No, this is a. Declassify it. It'll be fine. It's declassified. Let me go ahead and put this. What I'm going to show is a lot of accessible information. Accessible information. So it's there's some unaccessible, but I kept it a lot within the accessible. So I'm going to go ahead and show this good brother's support donation here. And let's see, here it is, okay. Wait a minute, one moment. June 1st, questions that need to be answered. Where is he? David LaRoche. ANTU and ANTU, here we go. All right, let me get rid of this screen. Let me go ahead and show it in this screen, and here we go, ANTU and ANTU. This is nice and clear, and boom. We're going to give some big noise right now to ANTU and ANTU, who has the next question that I will answer in the Tehuti pod class. And that is, where is it? That is, here it is, Chrome tab. Thank you. Here it is right here. That is, look at this question. First of all, I didn't even get to the other word, military industrial complex. First, give him some big noise. Please give him some big noise. Big monster noise.
Humans have asked us to play by their.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Here, yes, okay. Shout out to ANTU. ANTU, does military industrial complex build UFO? Wow. Primordial Thought 9, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Saba.
Okay, good. Do you know what the military industrial complex is?
Yes, I've heard of it, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna let us know more than what I know.
Okay, so the military, there's two of them. So there's reverse engineering, and actually reverse engineering is not even in ANTU's question, but I put it in there. So here it is. Here is the pod class question today. When you look at the screen, you're going to see UFO reverse engineering. You're going to see something that looks like what is typically a UFO on the screen in a draft picture image form. And then beside it, you're going to see an actual footage. This one beside it is not a drawing. The one beside it looks like the one that's an image, but the one beside it is not a drawing. The one beside it is from the military. Let's get it in. So shout out to all those who support. And it is UFO reverse engineering. We already covered the spiritual psychosis. Send reciprocity and live questions only at the Tehuti pod class. Support Cash App TTM Moon. PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm actually going to get right into it. I'm not going to take any. I'm not going to step away or do anything. I'm going to get.
I get right into it because this is going to be long. I'm having maybe 2 parts. So, okay, everybody. Peace and love, Annie Patah. Peace and love, ANTU. Peace and love, Harass Did. Peace and love, Menku Ara Marie Ma'at. Nefertatan has disappeared. And peace and love, Angela Gates. Where? Oh, Nefertatan is still there. Peace and she jumped up to the top. Peace and love, Nefertatan. Peace and love, Bella and the kittens. Peace and love, Nook Panook Panook. And now we're gonna get into the answer. There we go. Bella's throwing up the signs. Okay, peace and love. I like it. Okay, everybody, welcome again to the Tehuti podcast. We're gonna get into the next question, which I just showed on the screen. This will be question number 3. 2 or so were from Angela Gates, and this is the 3rd one. And again, on the screen is the question: in industrial complex really build UFO? What a question, everybody. Let's get into it. Only here at the Tehuti podcast. Press a 9 if you can hear and see me well, because you know once I start, I'm going to keep going. So we're going to get into this question here. UFO reverse engineering, send reciprocity and live questions to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Let me change it. Let me see if I see 9s here. Robert Reyes is clapping. I look forward to the day Robert Williams. I look forward to the day Robert Williams jumps on the panel, because he is definitely excited. He's definitely enthusiastic and hype. Angela Gates with the first 9. No, Nook Panook with the first 9. Angela Gates with the 9. Maharu with the 9. Harass Did with the 9. Okay, we're going to start in just a minute. Hold on. Okay, let me put the glass on so I can see everybody. Let me go. Okay, now I can see. Here we go, everybody. Ready? I see the 9s come in. And 2 put fire. Nicholas Nowadik all the way from, is it Denmark? He's far away. And he's here. Bella put the 9. Here we go, everybody. I'm going to put the timer on. Welcome to the House of a 10. Tehuti podcast. The Natiru exist. The Natiru exists. House of a 10. Let's get started, everybody. Nook Panook said Robert Reyes went out having a shout out WIF secret agents. I don't know. That's Nook Panook language right there. Here we go, everybody. We're about to get started. Let's get into it. 8:33. I don't know when this one's gonna end, but here we go. Let me go entire screen. Boom. Boom. If everybody can see the screen share, press 9. If you can see the screen share, press 9 also, and we'll get right started. This one's gonna be a woozy. Can you see the screen share? Also press a 9. Let me come to the room. I want to make sure everything is good on the visuals and audios. If you can see the screen sharing with the chat scrolling up on the side, press the 9. Bella, press the 9. Bella, press the 9. Bella, press the 9. Anu, press the 9. Bella, press the 9. Oh, Anu, it's moving. Angela, Anu, press the 9. Bella, press the 9. Anu, press the 9. Angela Gates, press the 9. Nicholas Nowadik, Nook Panook. Okay, good. I see the 9. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podcast. We're about to put the timer on live. Boom. There is the timer. And let's get started, shall we? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of a 10. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality
Yes, immortality. If immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality? Who are the Netiru? Health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entanglement, and quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic Kemetic, quote-unquote, Kemetic teachers who will not have a class on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk, expose, or do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black because other people say that they're white, the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt, we are the Abos, we are the American Indian, not African, attacking everyone because all these stances are only defense stances, defense and attack stances, not actually teaching any teachings, attacking everyone but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice. Where's that video? No video for that. Never showing what they actually believe in, because in actuality and truth, those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything but just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix broken for you, is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And the question that I put up on the screen earlier and with the panel: does the military industrial complex really build UFOs? Whoa. What type of question is this? As you can see, the diversity in the Tehuti Pod class, we just went from spiritual psychosis to military industrial complex in the same night. What an interesting question that this is. This is a very interesting question that, of course, you cannot ask anywhere else other than the Tehuti Pod class and get an elaborate documentary matrix breaking answer that you are about to receive. Wait, Tehuti is always minimized and categorized as a quote-unquote Kemetic teacher and put in the rankings of other quote-unquote Kemetic teachers. Like such and such is my favorite, such and such, this Kemetic teacher is my favorite, and then Tehuti. Well, if that is the case, then if that's the case, if Tehuti is just a Kemetic teacher, then that's the category Tehuti is in with those others. Then just like those others, there's no way that Tehuti or Tehuti can answer a question on the military industrial complex and the connection to rebuilding or the buildings of UFOs. If he does, then he's not limited to that title and should never be put in just that category, but rather be put in the category of a question answerer, guide, door opener, the SABA, separate from any one category that you are trying to put him in other than a netter, of which quote-unquote Kemet was just one of our inventions. Once your eyes are open to that, you will truly see what is happening here at the Tehuti Pod class, House of a 10. Let us continue. First, what is the military complex? What is the industrial military complex or the military industrial complex? This complex falls under the jurisdiction of national security and can be found in the book, The Long War and New History of the U.S. National Security Policy Since World War II, typo by Andrew J. Bakovich, found in Section 8, page 333. So for the definition, for one of the definitions of the military complex, you can go get this book. It's a national security issue, national security complex, and this book is called The Book of Long War and New History of the U.S. National Security Policy Since World War II by Andrew J. Bakovich, found specifically in Section 8 on page 335. This is what they kicked me out of the other movement for. Okay, here we go. So here it is. The Long War, A New History of U.S. National Security Policy Since World War II, edited by Andrew J. Bakovich. And we're going to go to Section 8, page 335. And here we are, Section 8, page 335, the Military-Industrial Complex, Lobby and Troop, Alex Roland. The military-industrial complex was both a historical phenomenon and political troop. The phenomenon was a lobby that campaigned intensely in the United States to promote increased military spending and arms production. It flourished for a quarter of a century during the Cold War. The troop gained currency in the anti-war movement of the Vietnam era. It too is best understood as the Cold War, understood in a Cold War context. Both meanings of the term are captured by Oxford Dictionary. It defines military-industrial as origin, U.S., of or relating to a nation's armed forces and to its industries, especially those producing military equipment, especially in military-industrial complex, origin chiefly U.S. These resources as a whole are regarded as a powerful vested interest and a strong influence on government. The fourth edition of the American Heritage Dictionary of English Language presents another meaning that has grown up around the term: the aggregate of a nation's armed forces and the industries that supply their equipment, materials, and armaments. That's the definition of the military-industrial complex. Okay. Which is sometimes broken down into 9 substructures. So this is the military-industrial complex. One section of it, of course, it's large, but it's broken down usually sometimes into 9 substructures. Central Committee of the CPSU, Ministries Commission, USSR Council of Ministries Commission, Military Industrial Commissions. This is broken down here into 9 subcategories, but this is the actual definition of the military-industrial complex found in Long War, A New History of U.S. National Security Policy Since World War II. Okay, boom. So what does national security and military have to do with building or rebuilding UFOs? With a technology that completely changed. Will the technology that completely changed war in this Earth history was the ability to fly and take the war to air. They create a complete advantage in military structure and attack strategies. Here's an example of a fighter plane in the 1940s. This is called the Bell P-63 King Cobra. Here's the Bell P-63 King Cobra. Single seat, single engine fighter aircraft, United States, 1943. The American originated Bell P-63 King Cobra found more success abroad than at home, primarily in the hands of Soviet pilots during World War II. Here it is. So there's your fighter plane, the Bell 3. There it is right there. Boom. By creating something like this completely gives you an advantage in a warlike situation. When you're in war and you have the technology to create something that can fly above boats, fly above land, and drop missiles or shoot, it gives you a complete advantage in a war for those who may not have that technology. And you're basically untouchable unless they have a missile launcher or other planes. So this is a complete jump in war's history. The Bell P-63 Cobra King, the Bell P-63 King Cobra. There it is right there. Okay, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. All right, boom. But in the history of flying in this country, has nothing to do with violence. So the history of flying in this country will not have anything to do with violence or war. Typo there. And as a matter of fact, no form of advanced weaponry could have even been put on the first flying device. What was the first flying plane or flying device known in America's history? Let me come to the chat. What was the first flying plane device known in American history? It had nothing to do with war, violence, and couldn't even maintain any form of missile weapon, or it wasn't even made for that. What's the first one? Anybody? The first one. What's the first plane or flying device in American history? Nania Setmer is in the building. First plane. So we have air balloons, but what's the first plane? That must be the first flying device. First plane. Oh, Wrights. Here we go. Here we go. Wrights brothers biplane. Okay. Wrights brother. There we go. Wrights brother. Okay, good. Wrights brothers. So in American history, when you look up the first plane that you get into as a machine which has wings on the side, in most cases, and almost 99% of the cases, you're going to come up with the Wrights brothers. Okay, very good, everybody. Very good. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Someone else put Wrights brothers. Atef put a bicycle. The Wrights brothers. Okay, yeah, Wrights brothers. Air balloons. Yes, planes. Okay. Yep. Here we go. Wrights brothers. Okay, good. All right. So that's pretty much in everybody's minds. Okay, wonderful. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Let us continue. We will not be stopped. We will continue. Okay, you all pretty much got that right. Ding, 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 ding. Here it is. Yes, in 1905, Wrights brothers created something called the Wrights Flyer. No weapon attached, no missiles, no capability of hurting anyone. Just the excitement of the ability of learning how to fly was enough of a grand achievement. So when you look at the first Wrights brothers plane, we see no missiles attached. A man is laying down right here. No missiles attached. There's no guns on the side. There's no grenades to be dropped. This was just the achievement of taking a person to the air. So the first aircraft was made had nothing to do with the military-industrial complex and had nothing to do with war or fighting or violence whatsoever. That's the 1905 Wrights Flyer. There we go. So America advances 7 to 8 years later with the first 4-engined airplane. Remember the B over here. Remember the BP-63 King Cobra was the fighter plane, but it was a single engine, single seat. Well, that was in 1943. So we jumped from the Wrights brothers creating this Wright Flyer right here, and then we jumped to America's advanced 7 to 8 years later with the first 4-engine airplane in the world, and the biggest airplane of the first time it flew on May 10th, 1913. So a few years after the Wrights brothers, this is created, which looks similar to it. Looks pretty similar, but as you can see, this is this compared to this is a 4-engine, much more durable, much more advanced, somewhere to actually sit. So you're not laying down on the middle of the wing. So this is here it is right here, and this is 1913. Okay, boom, from that to this about 6 years later. Okay, all right. Other countries' technology started to follow suit. For example, the 14-BIS Alberto Santos Dumont, New Triumph
for Santos Dumont, November 12, 1906, just like a year after the Wright brothers. No missiles, no machine guns, no gun attachments. This right here. Just the excitement to be able to fly and achieve taking man to the air was enough. This had nothing to do with war or the military-industrial complex. So we're starting to see the evolution, then we're starting to see what's happening in other countries as well around the same time as the Wright brothers, or about a year after. Okay, here's the development. Now remember, in the history of European warfare, that goes back, I want everybody to really think about this. The history of European warfare goes back about 3,000 years, and it goes to horse chariots mounted with bow and arrows for 3,000 years straight, ladies and gentlemen. So as far as the technology of war for the European peoples, for thousands and thousands of years, there's mace, blunt sticks, clubs, swords, knives. But as far as moving mobility, there's horses, knights in shining armor with swords. There's chariots, bow and arrow. This is going on for thousands and thousands of years, and thousands of years of military geniuses sitting down, trying to create the best weapons, trying to create the best defense system, trying to create the best military mobility for thousands of years. Greeks, Romans, sitting down, trying to create something. And for 3,000 years, we have bow and arrow, swords, and chariot. The chariot and the horse was the only mobile, that was the mobile weaponry. Chariot and horse. 3,000 years. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to count all the way to 3,000, but 3,000 or so years. That's the technology in the mind of the European development. Chariot and horse. Wonderful. Okay, here we go. For 3,000 years straight. This right here. This type of military weaponry. A horse and a chariot. And there it is. There's the technology. It took 3,000 years of mental and technological evolution to finally come up with this. What is this? No, this took 3,000 years for the Europeans to come up with. From this fighting mobility, a chariot and horse, military strategists trying to come up with something, creating mobility device, weapons, all type of things. So for 3,000 years in evolution, finally the European comes up with America's first fighter plane. And what did it do? Blinded the pilots and lost its wings. So after 3,000 years, boom, America's first fighter plane, after 3,000 years of technology, finally created a plane that blinded its pilots and lost the wings in the air, which would cause death to the pilots. This took 3,000 years to create this flawed object right here that would kill its pilots. You can't see when you're flying, you're blind. Imagine flying blind and the wings fall off. That took 3,000 years of evolution. Okay, let's continue. So how do we get from this, which took 3,000 years to evolve to, that blinded its pilots and lost its wings? Let me shrink this down a little bit. 3,000 years from a flawed fighter device. That took 3,000 years, man, of intelligence and technology. A fighter plane that potentially kills its own pilots due to its technological flaws, to a few years later, to this. News.com.au, bizarre UFO-like aircraft spotted being towed into top secret military development base.
to this. We got to this now. What is this? So we went from this, which took 3,000 years to finally come up with. Some years later, now there's flying machines that are being compared to UFOs that people don't seem to be able to, they're not familiar with, identifiable. What is this thing? And how did it go from 3,000 years from horse and chariot to this, which was based on flaws and killed its own pilot, to this? Well, to find out how that particular evolution took place, to find out how that actually happened, well, you know what we have to do. You know what time it is. It's time to time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Would you like to see a clip of that? Would you all like to see a clip of that? That's the picture of it. How about a little video clip of somebody seeing that go by? Like to see that? Maybe you would. Who would like to see that? Little clip of that live moving by. See if I have it. I think I may. Here we go. Here we go. Let me go ahead and show a clip. Harassed it said, yes, please. Wow, Tehuti Overdrive. Angela Gates put, not sure what those little squares are. Yes, please. Here we go. Go ahead and show you. Here we go.
What the f is that? What the f is that?
There we are. How do we get to that? Ready? You all saw that, right? There we go. And now we get into the era of fighter planes that start to be associated and match the descriptions of the word UFO. So we go from this, which took 3,000 years to get to, the first fighter plane, finally, 3,000 years, blinds the pilots, wings drop off, and a few years later, we have this. This didn't seem to take any amount of years, many years to get to this, but it took 3,000 to get to this. How did this happen? And this is what we're about to find out. Now we have fighter planes being compared to UFOs. The publicity of government reverse engineering of extraterrestrial crafts actually begins with the exposure of what's called Area S4 facility on Nellis Air Force Base in central Nevada, 15 miles south of the infamous Area 51, which they've desensitized you to now with movies. Area 51 site called Groom Lake, where a man named LAZAR, or Bob LAZAR, or Robert, a lot of Roberts in this class today, Robert LAZAR was employed as a senior staff physicist between December 1988 and April 1989. paid by the U.S. Navy. LAZAR's ID number was 46-1007-639. There he is right there. There's Area S-4, which most people probably never heard of because they only keep hearing about Area 51. But here's Area S-4's facility on Nellis Air Force Base, 15 miles south of the infamous Area 51. And here's Rob Lazar showing the gravitational effects and getting into actually anti-gravitational effects of these crafts that were being worked on. This is 30-something years ago. Now, not only was Lazar a staff physicist at Area S-4 on Nellis Air Force Base in December of April 1988 to 1989, paid by the U.S. Navy, but he also worked, connected to Los Alamos National Laboratory. Now, after he came out with the details on the reverse engineering project, Los Alamos Laboratory did what I stated in the beginning of the podcast, the best weapon, make somebody disappear. So instead of trying to debunk Robert Lazar, what do? They said, we never heard of him. No Robert Lazar has ever worked here. This is ISFET's greatest weapon. Don't come directly against a person. Just disclaim them out of existence. Then there's no fight going on. So Los Alamos National Laboratory says, we've never heard of a Robert Lazar. He's never worked here. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Well, here is the Los Alamos. Got the image of the Los Alamos National Laboratory of U.S. Department of Energy Employment Directory. Here's the Los Alamos National Laboratory, U.S. Department of Energy, Mason and Hanger, Zia Company, EG&G. This is the directory. See, it says directory, telephone directory, phone directory, telephone. Let me go to the L section. Let's go to the L section of the Los Alamos U.S. Department of Energy, Mason and Hanger, Zia Company, EG&G, into the phone directory. Remember when there used to be phone books? Let's go into the L section and see what's in the L section. Who knows what's there? Oh, we got Lawrence John W, Lawrence Richard, Lawrence Thomas A, Lane Scott, Peter. Oh, what's this? Lazar Robert Lazar. What happened? Robert Lazar. That can't be in the Los Alamos phone directory. They said we never had such a person named Robert Lazar working here. We never heard of him. Never heard of him. But there was a problem in trying to erase the history back in 1988 to 1988 and 1999. Anu said that was an absolute bomb. Oh my gosh. That was an absolute bomb. There was a problem with trying to erase somebody in 1988 and 1989. That's a lot different than trying to erase somebody today. Oh, the problem is? Very simple. So on the phone, they say, we never heard of him. I take you right to the directory under L section, and there's Rob Lazar. Here's the problem. Boom. Yes, the PSYOPs commenced to erase his existence from researchable history as an attempt to defame his exposure of the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial craft technology. The problem was, unlike today where everything is digitized, in the day and time, 1989, things were typed. You could not go back and erase the existing phone books. Boom. So today, they could go into the system and just erase you from your Hotmail, your Gmail, erase your Facebook. They can erase your YouTube. They can delete you. They can take you out of the system. But in 1989, phone books were printed by the hundreds and sent out. Once you have the phone book in your house, they can't come to the house and say, "Can I get your phone book to erase it?" It's already out there. That was the beauty of the lack of technology in 1989. They could say Robert Lazar never worked there and did reverse engineering. But the phone book doesn't lie. Good old phone books. Remember that? You can look somebody's name up. Not today. Scrubbed out. Today you can scrub them out. Back in those days, things were paper and typewriters and things like that. Internet wasn't even existing in any form like anything we have today. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here we go. We are in Tehuti overdrive mode. Let's go. Rob Lazar, boom. Rob Lazar states. So, Rob Lazar states, I know. What does he state? I know there are alien craft. I know there are alien craft here from another planet. I saw 9, but I was inside 1. I know it was not made on Earth. I know it was made with materials that we cannot fabricate and we cannot duplicate. We've never been able to. It's nothing I would have ever expected to see. I also know that we have examined bodies of alien creatures. I know this for a fact, and that's the bottom line. Robert Lazar, former government physicist. What if I were to tell you iTeam News, public news, iTeam News had a 30-year anniversary of the release of information of UFO reverse technology. iTeam News had a 30-year anniversary for UFO reverse technology. Guess who was in the anniversary? They had a 30-year anniversary, iTeam News, for reverse technology. I wonder who was in that anniversary. Ready? Let's see. Hey, iTeam News. I know the skeptics are going to say, iTeam News is pseudo news. Here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and play that clip. Oh, here we go. Play that. Let me see. Make sure the volume is up. Make sure this volume is a little lower. iTeam News, 30-year anniversary for reverse engineering on the news. Anniversaries? Huh? Did you all get the memo on that about the 30-year anniversary for reverse engineering? Your teacher told you about that, right? No? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Can you all see it? Here we go.
30 years ago today, KLAS aired a live interview with an anonymous man who made some really astonishing claims. He alleged that the U.S. military was secretly studying alien technology out in the Nevada desert near a base that is now very well known all over the world, Area 51.
A lot has changed in the decade since Bob Lazar first told this wild story. The Pentagon recently admitted that it really has been secretly studying UFOs and then it wanted to figure out and duplicate that technology.
George Knapp looks back at that 1989 interview that started a whole new conversation.
Totally impossible.
The propulsion system is a gravity propulsion system. The power source is an antimatter reactor. This technology does not exist at all.
The claims sounded like Hollywood sci-fi. Months later, when his identity was revealed, Bob Lazar said he worked at a secret facility near Groom Lake, where alien technology was being reverse engineered, that is, taken apart to figure out how it worked and whether the Pentagon could duplicate it. This is the simple drawing he made at the time.
Here now, I had access and was permitted to view and look at the operation of this main level with the gravity amplifiers and the level below.
The premise seems less preposterous now. In a new documentary about Lazar, he describes in detail the spacecraft he worked on 30 years ago.
The craft that I worked on, that when it's going to travel a long distance, that is how it operates. It flies along and it puts its belly to the target and then brings all the amplifiers to power, and it shoots off in that direction. It doesn't fly as it would in the science fiction movies. It flies with the belly, the bottom forward.
If the description of a spacecraft tilting sounds familiar, take a look at the so-called gimbal UFO, a video released by the Pentagon in 2017. Naval pilots encountered a fleet of these unknown craft off the coast of Florida in 2015 and have since had dozens of similar encounters. The spike in UFO incidents prompted a recent policy change by the Navy, which announced it wants to encourage its pilots to report future incidents. Pentagon officials reluctantly admitted to the New York Times 17 months ago that the military has secretly studied UFO incidents, in part so it might figure out the technology.
In the gimbal video, there's a mechanistic turn against the wind without deceleration. So we have a craft without rotors, without heat signatures, without plumes, without tail fins, and certainly no tail number, moving in a way that is counterintuitive to our own aeronautics. When Bob saw that, he came to the conclusion this has to be a gravity-propelled craft. It's rotating. That it does mimic exactly the propulsion system that Bob Lazar described.
This story is extraordinary.
Jeremy Corbell directed the Lazar documentary, but he also broke the story about another now famous UFO incident, the 2004 Tic Tac encounter. The Navy pilot who engaged the Tic Tac, Black Aces commander Dave Fravor, has said he doesn't believe the astonishing craft was made on Earth, that the propulsion might be anti-gravity. When Lazar was shown the Tic Tac video for the first time, it immediately reminded him of the sport model, his name for the craft stashed in the desert.
There's no question in my mind. I mean, I'm virtually certain that's the way the craft operated, and that uses close to or the exact same propulsion system.
Former Pentagon intelligence officer Lou Elizondo was in charge of ATIP, the secret Pentagon study. He told us one goal of the project was to determine the physics of UFOs, how they can achieve the seemingly impossible. The military came to believe the craft relied on special metamaterials, stuff that can't be made with known technology. Lazar made similar claims decades ago and was ridiculed. Now the Pentagon is on the same page.
Where the study of UFOs did not end in 1969 with Project Blue Book. In fact, that was a lie, and it is now an admitted lie by our own Pentagon. We are living in a world where it is understood that there are craft technologically advanced from unknown origin that are performing maneuvers that far exceed anything of human technology. This has been going on a long time, and our government has been studying it.
George Knapp, 8 News Now.
As always, we have posted additional links and resources connected to this story on our website, including news reports from our archives.
Let's go. You're right, Angela. Robert Lazar. Angela put Robert and Robert put Lazar. That's right. 22 billion. 22 billion invested on pseudo, right? The government spending 22 billion on pseudo. See that? That's right. You notice that? Target. Here we go, everybody. See that right there? They're not going to teach you about that. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Those who are watching this, I canceled this. Sorry. Those who are watching this, we're going to keep going. Support. We're already 40 minutes in. Support at Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockYSV. This is the topic: reverse engineering. Send reciprocity and live questions to the Tehuti Pod class. We're still going only on the Tehuti Pod class, while everyone else bickers and argues and I don't agree and I don't agree and I don't agree and I don't 50,000 hours. I don't agree. Support the Tehuti Pod class. We're actually getting information on things that people just they don't speak on. And none of these topics are my choices. These topics are all based on what the students are sending in. I'm just the SABA, the answerer. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class, and here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, and boom. There it is. We are back. Now, you may have noticed that the cockpit area of control is not anything like today's plane today. It's not like a plane today. So we're back. We are back. You may have noticed that the cockpit area of control is not anything like a plane today. Some research and eyewitness on-hand examination found that some of these crafts not only run off of anti-gravity propulsion, but also the control of the craft is enmeshed with the consciousness of the non-human biological entity, quote-unquote, flying it. They don't even know what to call it flying anymore because they've introduced a new term. It's not UFO anymore. It's UAP. And now unidentified aerial or unidentified anomalous objects. They don't even consider it's too advanced. They don't even consider the maneuvers of what they're doing that it should be called flying. If what we're doing is flying with planes, and if birds are flying, then what these things are doing can't even be called flying. So the non-human biological entity, quote unquote, flying it is subconsciously enmeshed with the actual craft. In other words, it's a mind craft being controlled by thought. Keep that in mind also. Keep that in mind. Also, the movement of the crafts, the cloaking ability, speed, the 90-degree changes in direction defy the laws of physics. Now remember, it took 3,000 years of warcraft evolution, technology, and experimentation, and ideas, and war to finally come up with this. America's first fighter plane that blinded its pilots and lost its wings. It took 3,000 years of evolution to come up with this. A fighter plane that potentially kills its own pilots due to its technological flaws. Now let me introduce you to the SR-72. Are you all ready? I'm going to introduce you now to the SR-72. Remember this. Okay, this is the first fighter plane. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to the SR-72. And tell me how it strikes in comparison. Ready, everybody? Like I said, for Anu, I made a movie for you. This is for you, Anu. Let me introduce you. 3,000 years to get to a plane. 3,000 years to get to a plane that blinds its pilots and the wings fall off. And some years later, not even in comparison to anything in the hundreds or anything in the thousands or hundreds, we come up with this all of a sudden pops up on the scene. Did everybody see that? Does that look a little familiar to the thing on the... a little familiar? Looks strange though, right? Looks different. Looks very advanced. SR.72. Ready? Let me go ahead and show this to you. Here we are. SR.72. Let me go ahead and play this for you. Expand.
This velocity is not just a statistic. It is a paradigm shift. But let us delve deeper into the heart of the matter. Beyond the awe-inspiring speed that the Dark Star boasts, the aircraft's unparalleled maneuverability truly sets it apart. This is not a matter of luxury or aesthetics. It is a fundamental attribute that spells the difference between life and death. Imagine a pilot perfectly attuned to their machine. The SR-72 cockpit is an extension of the pilot's mind, a conduit for rapid decisions communicated to the aircraft's responsive design. Here, science converges with art, blurring man and machine and setting the stage for a survival ballet. In this arena, only aviation's virtuosos dare tread. Skilled pilots honed to perfection become conductors of this agility symphony, pushing limits and defying odds. Its maneuverability is a declaration of dominance, a testament that the SR-72 Dark Star reigns supreme in the skies. With every calculated movement, the Dark Star defies the laws of physics.
Nook said, I've seen that in real life. Stealth bomber? Wow, Dark Star? No, that's more advanced than the stealth. That's the popular one they have in people's minds is the stealth. This is a Dark Star. What are its capabilities, though? The capabilities sound a little familiar. A little bit? A little bit familiar. The capabilities definitely sound... Uncle Jasanev. The capabilities definitely sound a little familiar. Do they sound familiar to anybody in the chat? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. So there's the footage. Remember, here's what took 3,000 years to get to. The first fighter plane that blinded its pilots and lost its wings. Where are we now? Boom. The SR-72, son of Blackbird, a craft that flies at 5+ speed the time of sound. It flies 5 times the speed of sound. It makes angular turns that defies the laws of physics. 3, it's controlled through consciousness. Sound familiar? Yes, the same description, physics-defying mind control crafts, supposedly surpassing the technology of today's craft. The same definition of the UFO craft that are being reverse engineered. It's 5 times the speed of sound. It makes angular turns that defy the laws of physics, and it's controlled through your mind's consciousness. Now remember, that speed is called Mach 6. Mach 6 is 4,446 miles per hour. Remember that speed. That's Mach 6. That's the speed of the SR-72, son of Blackbird. Here we are in Extreme Tech Magazine. Home Defense. Lockheed unveils SR.72 hypersonic Mach 6 scramjet spy plane. Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works has confirmed that it's developing the SR-72 spy plane, the successor of the SR-71 Blackbird, thus its son of Blackbird, which was capable of Mach 3.5. The SR-72 will be a hypersonic unmanned aircraft. Unmanned aircraft capable of Mach 6 or just over 4,500 miles an hour. At hypersonic speed, the SR.72 will be able to traverse any continent in around an hour. Meaning the U.S. military can strike or surveil any location on Earth in an hour. This came out, Sebastian Anthony, November 6th. This is 11 years ago. This article is 11 years old. This is the SR-72, 11 years ago. Welcome to Tuesday Pod Class. Here we go. Yeah, this is not the stealth.
You've seen this before, though, through predictive programming. When I show you all where you've seen this before, you're gonna be shocked. You all know this already. You've seen it before. See this right here? Most people in this room have seen this already through predictive programming. It's in your subconscious already. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We're here breaking the matrix. Let me introduce you to Commander Fravor, retired naval. Let me introduce you to Commander Fravor, retired naval military commander of the Strike Fighter Squadron 41 VFA-41, also known as Black Aces, is a United States Naval Strike Fighter Squadron based at Naval Air Station Lemoore, California, flying the F/A-18F Super Hornet. Here he is in front of Congress. Here we go, everybody. I'm going to show you this individual in front of Congress. What is he speaking of in front of Congress, Tehuti? We're going to find out. What is he speaking of? Are you ready, everybody? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. There we go. Boom, boom. There we go. Let this load up a moment. Tehuti overdrive mode. Here we are. This is a shorter one. Short here. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. Here's Commander Fravor. Let's see what he has to say. This is Anu's movie. Ready, everybody? Here we go. We go ahead and do this. Boom. It was done a little bit, and here we go. Ready? And here we go.
We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet in a controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video.
That is where that video, that popular video, comes from there, shown in the U.S. Congress meeting. That's where that comes from. Harass is getting blown away. I love it. I love it. Ready? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Remember that speed. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Pod class. Here we go. So, we are back again. The description of the flying technology, which was quote-unquote unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Who was it unbelievable to? Unbelievable. You're not going to believe this. It was unbelievable to the naval military commander of the Strike Fighter Squadron, known as the Black Aces, Commander Fravor. What's unbelievable? The speed of the object. It was unbelievable to the aircraft commander. Was the angles in which the UFO could maneuver and the speed. That's unbelievable to him. A person who deals with the highest technology of fighter aircraft known to America, Commander Fravor, he's dealing with the highest technology, and this speed is unbelievable to him. Remember, the controller told Commander Fravor that he, the commander of the highest advanced Air Force strike team, he's not going to believe the speed at which this craft traveled, which was what? Fravor said, you calculated. The speed got from the planes, the tic-tac looking object got from the planes, 60 miles, 97 kilometers, to this point here. At that speed, that was unbelievable to the highest commander of the highest Black Aces aircraft command squadron. It's unbelievable that this craft goes 3,600 miles per hour. That's unbelievable. You're not going to believe this. But wait, the UFOs whose speed defies physics to the point of unbelievability to the Air Force highest commander is almost 1,000 miles slower than the SR-72. So now we have now we have aerial technology that even surpasses that of the UFO that was considered unbelievable speed. Now we're surpassing unbelievable speeds to the highest Air Force commander. The SR goes Mach 6. Remember I told you to remember that speed? Back to extreme tech. Now we're going to convert Mach 6 to miles per hour. I did the conversion. Mach 6 miles per hour is 4,446 miles per hour. This UFO is going 3,600 miles an hour. That's unbelievable. But now we have it. We've surpassed the unbelievable. How fast? How fast from the early 2000s, unbelievable, to the highest military Air Force squadron. Remember everybody. Remember it took a while. Took 3,000 years of technological advancement to get to this first fighter plane. 3,000 years to finally create this that blinded the pilots and has lost its wings. Now we're in the 2000s, and the highest strike force squadron 41, VFA 41, also known as Black Aces, United States Naval Strike Fighter Squadron, run by High Military Commander Fravor, is being told this is unbelievable speed. You're not going to believe this. In the early 2000s, it's going 3,600 miles an hour. Unbelievable. Here we are still in the 2000s, and now we have Mach 6. That's almost 1,000 times faster in a couple of years. It took 3,000 years to finally come up with a plane. But in a couple of years, we have something now that is almost 1,000 times faster than the unbelievable speeds to the highest U.S. military Air Force command team. We've passed you a couple years. Didn't take a good 3,000. It's a couple years. We passed you, military strike force team. We've surpassed it now. 1,000. We've surpassed the UFOs now. Wait. When you look up the SR-72, it pulls up the old one that was just Mach 3.3. We know they are Mach 6 now. We know that they're Mach 6 now. But look closely at what it says. Remember I taught you about predictive programming at the beginning of class, which is to show you something through media or movies to desensitize you to the seriousness of what they already have planned. Let's take a look at what it says, everybody. What does it say? Here's the description of the SR-71. The difference is that while the SR-71 had top speed of Mach 3.3 or 2,193 miles per hour, the movie's SR-72 is firmly hypersonic territory, reaching Mach 10. Huh? What movie is that? You all are watching movies with you all heard of this before? You all been watching movies with the SR-72 Blackbird? It compared the high technology of the last one, SR-71, and it said, well, remember the movies one? The movies? What do you mean the movies? This is new technology. How is it already in a movie? What movie is this? Anybody know this movie? Anybody been watching the movie with the SR-72? Is that a movie you guys like? What's that movie there? What movie is this? It's in the movie. Ready, everybody? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Let's break the matrix. I'm going to go another 20 minutes and take a break. Here we go, everybody. Whoa. What movie is this? Primordial puts stealth, harass has her eyes open. It can't be in a movie. The technology just came out. So they're saying they put it in a movie first. They're telling you it's in a movie. This one is high tech, but the one in the movie is beyond this one. And that's where you saw it first in a movie. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Uh-oh, am I sharing screen? The movie? Huh? The movie? What movie? Are you ready? It was within the predictive programming psyops of a movie that surpassed the technology. They already had the name and speed surpassing the real one in a movie that almost all of you have seen. What movie is that, Tehuti? Here it is. Hey, that looks familiar. But this looks really old. This doesn't look like a high-tech movie. What movie is this? This looks like this. Where is it? This looks like this. But this isn't out. This is coming out. And this is a movie. Huh? Boom. Top Gun. Anybody here ever seen the movie Top Gun? Anybody seen the movie Top Gun? Did you know you're watching the movie of the SR-72, Son of Blackbird? That was a plane. That is a plane that surpasses the technology and speed that is unbelievable to the highest U.S. military commander when he, Air Force commander, Black Aces, when he saw the UFO speed. They said, you're not going to believe this. Did you know it was in a movie? First? Top Gun. Tom Cruise. Antu's putting up fire. Anu's putting up fire. Antu's like, wow. Oh my good. Oh my goodness. I get some water. It's in a movie. Oh my goodness, man. You ready, everybody? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. But the Top Gun movie, when did that come out, though? When did the Top Gun movie come out? I remember this now. It was the Maverick. Remember that now? The Maverick. The super fast plane. But when did Top Gun movie come out? Top Gun, 1986. 1986, Top Gun. And they put a new one out, a new version of it, a few years ago. Top Gun, Tom Cruise. What's this right here flying beside him? Anybody know? What's this? What's that? This is a plane they had in 1986? What's this? Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. The psyops that they play in your subconscious, it's called predictive programming. This is a form of psychological hypnosis and neurological embedded imagery, emotion implanted, in which causes emotional desensitization, and through links and association, type of the psychological switch to something not being as serious as it originated. This is one of the largest psyops ever played on mankind, which is the desensitization psyops. Let me ask the class and my students a question. What was one of our most popular extraterrestrial visitation movies made, but subconsciously, through links and associations, was also associated with a holiday? That was weird. Independence Day. Why would there be an extraterrestrial visitation movie made and the movie is not named after anything that pertains to extraterrestrials? The movie's named after one of the biggest American holiday, the biggest, Independence Day. The holiday for America, the only one for America. Independence Day. But it was an extraterrestrial movie. Why is it called Independence Day? That's when America became free. That's when the British were free of the British rule and America became independent. What does that have to do with extraterrestrials? Well, they take a movie about extraterrestrials and name after a holiday. Ooh-wee, everybody got it right. Big Blunt is like, oh, Independence Day. Independence Day with Will Smith. I said I thought it was E2 first too, because I think Big Blunt put E.T. Independence Day. Ooh, where's Lisa and Sosh for this? They should be blowing up. Where's Lisa and Sosh for this? Oh my goodness, man. Where is everybody? Where is everybody? Nefertatan, Independence Day. An extraterrestrial movie named after a holiday? For what? Well, you know, that's why I'm here. Let's go. This is what you learn after. The Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black. Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Independence Day. It associates your mind with a holiday of independence of America. America's most important holiday. This is literally America, the most important holiday in all of America. This is it. It tops Christmas. It tops Valentine's Day. There is no Christmas and Valentine's Day in America without American independence. Independence Day. Look at the large ship flying over New York. Independence Day. Yes, you all got it right. Independence Day. Guess what they were fighting over? What was the movie fight about? What was the focus description? Let's go to the description. Independence Day, 10 years after Top Gun, 1996. Independence Day starts off with SETI, Search of Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute. This is a real institute. This is a real institute. What was the fight over? Aliens are coming and their goal is to invade and destroy Earth, fighting superior technology. That was the fight. Superior technology. That was the focus. Without superior technology, there was nothing special about the aliens. Fighting superior technology. Search for extraterrestrial intelligence. New Mexico. the same place as the Roswell crash, which is where all the technology sped up from that date, 1947. Boom, superior technology in search for extraterrestrial intelligence. And of course, New Mexico, the same place as the Roswell crash, where the UAPs were taken to Area S4. That's where they were taken, from New Mexico. That's where the crafts were taken to study for the reverse technology. The first ones, Area S-4, for the studying of engineering by Robert Lazar, subliminally in a movie, a psyops done through predictive programming and subconscious desensitization. Wow. Let me show you something else I caught in the making here. Something I caught in the making. Here are some UAPs. UAPs are unidentified aerial or unidentified anomalous phenomenon. There's no more UFOs anymore. The actual government term is unidentified aerial phenomenon or unidentified anomalous phenomenon. No flying. The technology is advanced to what we call flying. These objects are not doing. They're aerial, but they're not flying. From a very popular tweet that got over 60,000 views, 66,000 comments. Take a look. This is from a tweet. 60,000, over 60,000 likes. I screenshotted it at 57.9 likes. I screenshotted it at 5,177. It got well above this. Retweeted 11,900 times. What you're looking at is a sky with the background of 5 crafts in formation. Looking at it, they're forming a diamond shape, but you're looking at it from the front. 5 crafts in formation in this cloudy sky. Not looking like planes, but looking like orbs or balls. This tweet was extremely popular. Over 60,000 likes, over 12,000 retweets, and over 6,000 comments. Very popular tweet, made by a very popular person. 5 UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon or unidentified anomalous phenomenon. And yes, that was a tweet by Trump. Trump put out the tweet with this in the background. Guess what this was for, everybody? This is an image for something that Trump put out. Let me come to the chat. Trump put that out. Why did he put that out? That's just the zoomed in background. He put it out for something. Guess what the tweet was for? Angela says, do tell. Do tell. Antu said, oh my. I'm not sure what the order of these answers are. Trump put that tweet out. Let me zoom in. Oh, Space Force. Oh, here we go. Harass is getting blown away in this class. Space. Oh man, Harass. I don't know. This is a lot, isn't it, Harass? This whole class, from the spiritual psychosis to this is a lot. This is a lot. Here we go, everybody. Trump puts out this 5 UAPs in the background, put out by the president. But the focus wasn't on the 5 UAPs. What was the focus on? You know what it was for? Uh-oh. Great crowd, tremendous patriots this evening, all the way back to Washington's monument. It was for Independence Day. Independence Day. A tweet put up by Trump.
when zoomed in, when you go to the Washington's Monument and zoom in, all you have to do is go to the Washington Monument and zoom in, 5 UAPs flying over the Washington Monument, put out for Independence Day. Oh my gosh, I'm going to do a little bit more and take a break. This is, I support the Tehuti podcast. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what's happening. I'm not sure if this is happening somewhere else. Maybe the Egyptians are black. Here we go. Boom. Washington's Monument is for Independence Day. Salute to America. July 4th. Independence Day. 5 UAPs flying over. Independence Day movie is about UAPs. It used to be called UFOs. Trump puts out the tweet, 5 UAPs, and it's an Independence Day tweet. And there they are. Some more images, 1, 2, 3. These are flying around over in the Independence Day, on the Independence Day celebration. These are flying around in the background of Washington's monument. Boom, yes, Independence Day. There you go. There's your Independence Day. Subliminal links and associations and predictive programming continues from the presidents. How's that, Tehuti? Oh, I put too much in this one. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Presidents associating with these. Obama puts out a commercial. Let me put the commercial out, everybody. Here's the Obama commercial. Want to see it? This is the president right before Trump, right? Want to see the commercial Obama puts out? Here we go. Oh my goodness. I don't know how much I put into this. This is a movie. This is the real Independence Day movie. Here we go, everybody. Wow, I gotta take a break after this. Here we go. Boom. Let me show you the Obama commercial. Here we go. This one has everything in it. COVID, vaccine, everything. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. I may take a break after this clip. Ready, everybody? Boom. There it is. Let me go ahead and play it. Uh-oh.
2 years ago, more young people voted than in any other election since the 1970s. And because you did, the direction of the country changed. Look what's happened since. Hundreds of millions of Americans received life-saving vaccines. We made the biggest investment in history to fight climate change. We've forgiven billions of dollars in student loan debt. And we finally released that huge report about aliens. Oh, sorry. I mean unidentified aerial phenomena. I think these are some pretty good reasons to vote, but I don't need to tell you that there's a lot more that needs to be done.
Those some good reasons to vote. I'm going to take a break right here, everybody. Team, jump in. I'm going to take a break for just a couple of minutes. This is longer than I thought. Beyond, just for fun, I'm going to play that one more time. Look how they slipped that in. I'm going to play that one more time. Here we go. Everybody ready? Let's play it one more time. Team, jump in. I got to take a break. This is the longest answer. Here we go. Let me play it one more time. This is a fun one. This is great. Obama. This guy never gets old either. Anybody saw the class where he turned into a hot dog? Okay, that's another one.
2 years ago, more young people voted than in any other election since the 1970s. And because you did, the direction of the country changed. Look what's happened since. Hundreds of millions of Americans received life-saving vaccines. We made the biggest investment in history to fight climate change. We've forgiven billions of dollars in student loan debt. And we finally released that huge report about aliens. Oh, sorry. I mean unidentified aerial phenomena. I think these are some pretty good reasons to vote, but I don't need to tell you that there's a lot more that needs to be done.
I'm at 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Just to let everybody know what's happening here at the Tootsie Pod class, I want you all to know I'm at 1 hour and 20 minutes into this answer. I don't know if you all are seeing this anywhere. I'm not sure what's happening. If you all are seeing this anywhere else, if this is going on in your Egyptians or Black debates or whatever is happening across the internet, if you can send in questions and get answers like this, I'm going to tell everybody, support the Tootsie Pod class, Cash App, TT and Moon. This is just, I'm not done the answer yet. Cash App, TT and Moon, PayPal at RockSV. That is my AI moderator. There's 53 people watching. I know some may be watching to take notes to try to debate me one day. If you're one of those honest people who are watching and appreciate, if you're watching for appreciation and learning, understand that this is all I do in my life. If you all appreciate this, please send your support and send your tip to Cash App. I'm not even done yet. I can end right here. If I end right here, Anu, is it okay? Have I answered a little bit?
Well, it's definitely more than okay, but I'll be sending in for the part 2 no matter what.
I'm gonna take a break. Where's the team? Where's the TEF? Where's everybody? Team, jump in. Jump in. Where's the team? Let me go to the comments, see who's here. I think where's everybody? We got Harass Did jumped in. Hey, Harass Did. How you like it so far? How's your brain? You okay? Yo, are you alone over there? You okay? Are you safe over there? You all right?
It went to another place that I did not see that going. I thought I knew that. I mean, the jump in technology, but wow, just wow.
Man, okay. Where's Annie? Annie, jump on so I can take my break, because once I Annie is the only one that can let people come onto the panel. So jump on, and then I can take a break. I'll give you a couple minutes. I'm just gonna take my break anyway. But that is what do you think so far, Antu? You still awake?
It's very, very good, very detailed. There's so much information. My mind is blown. My mind's just trying to grasp everything still. There's so much you gave to us, so much.
Annie, there's Annie. Annie is in. Are you there, good student, great brother?
Hotep, yes, I am here.
Okay, good. There's a part of my answer so far. I'm just gonna take a break, but we're an hour and 20 minutes in, and hopefully you've learned a little bit more about reverse engineering than before the class started. But man, I'm oh my goodness, Gabriella's coming in smiling. Nefert's ATTON is not missing a she's not missing a panel opening. She went from I used to talk to my mates about you. I said, oh, Nefert ATTON, that's the only thing she's missing. She's not coming to the panel. I want to see her. I want her to interact. And now you're here every break. Wonderful, Nefert ATTON. I am happy. You're awesome.
Hotep. SABA.
What's that?
I'm still said it indeed pleases my Eid to hear that. I'm still recovering from the last question, so I will not have much to add to this. There's a lot, and you could have stopped at any time, and yet there's still so much more. So it again just speaks to the depth that we have to have with Ma'at, and we have to have with our own discipline, that we can transcend all of this. And the media is a wonderful propaganda machine. I'll tell you that. When I see these commercials with these quote unquote celebrities, and they give you that smile, like that smile means something very different to me than what it would mean to most people. So yes, we have to stay vigilant.
One of the reasons to vote, Obama says, one of the reasons to vote was that we released information on UAPs. That's the reason to vote. Gabriela Lopez, How's your reverse engineering study been going this past year?
Yeah, I don't have anything to say. It's very interesting how they just steal everything. Like they steal knowledge from everywhere, and you hear all the time, you know, like the U.S. Is the greatest country, and they brag about how amazing they are, and you hear all these things, and then you give these kind of classes, and then it makes you realize they're nothing. They're nothing without our ancestors. They're nothing without the extraterrestrials. They're nothing because of us and our ancestors in Aturu is the reason why they have what they have, the technology. I think what blew my mind the most was when you said it took them 3,000 years to build that flimsy little airplane. And then they want to come back and have these amazing aircrafts and hide the fact where they got that knowledge from, and then say, because you voted, we were able to release that information. So keep voting. So it's very interesting. It's mind blowing. It makes me really think about where I'm living and just what you're doing and what you really spend your time on, because they just an example, they press so much like vote, you know, if you vote, the majority wins, and united we can make changes, and they make all these things, but it's just a hoax. It's just a lie. It's just yeah, it's just a big huge lie, and it's just the Matrix. And so it's definitely a lot to think about, a lot to reflect on, and definitely a lot to process. So yeah, we're here trying to process everything. So thank you for keeping us free from the Matrix and breaking us free every single time that you answer our questions, because it would have taken us 3,000 years too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Except to everyone on the panel. I didn't even say hello. Had to just jump in real quick. So
yes, thank you, Gabrielle, for that appreciation. And America is bold and fearless, because they also have, this isn't even the class about the agreements between them and the extraterrestrials, but imagine a group of people that will steal from Native Americans, steal from Africans, steal from ancient people in Kemet, steal from the Navajo, steal from everybody, and have no fear even stealing from extraterrestrials that can kill us. They steal from them. There's no limit. Like, oh, this too? Oh, the pyramids were cool, but we got a UFO too. Let's go. Let's take that. Let's take that too. And one of the points I want everybody to focus on before I step away from my break is there is no argument about whether beings exist on other planets. There is no argument about extraterrestrial entities. The only arguments are the silly sheeple that don't know what's going on. And people in the conscious community I went to one place that was a Kemetic temple, and there's one place, and when it was mentioned, we don't discuss that here. Well, the government's spending over $22 billion, and I didn't see anybody in that Congress meeting arguing. I didn't see anybody calling Fravor a pseudo. You pseudo? What do you say? There's no such thing as, like, they're not debating over whether there's extraterrestrials. I'm going to show you clips where they're discussing the damage that was done by the extraterrestrial beings. Next clips are going to be the damage from them interacting with the beings, and the beings diffusing their ability to fight back, and the physical damage done to people that are there in the vicinity of the biologics. They're not arguing over whether they exist or not. So that's why when I go back in time and talk about the Nibiru, talk about extraterrestrial entities and advanced beings that have the ability to become physical, non-physical, and all these different things, it sounds pseudo and crazy today to the sheeple. If I were to say it to the government people, they would say, yeah, those extraterrestrial beings are millions of years beyond us. So of course, Kemet was only 10,000 years ago. The beings that we're finding are older than that. So of course, 10,000 years ago, there was beings coming back and forth to Earth that were more advanced than humans. They're still coming. Nothing has ever stopped. While all the pro-black conscious community, you did this Tehuti, did the pseudo, and Captain Fraser is like, you're an idiot. All right, I'll be back, y'all. Peace, support.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree, because I was definitely under that psyops. I don't know if anybody knows who Sizzla is, but one of his lines is, who do you praise, the aliens? And so, yeah, and it was definitely Tehuti that's broke me out of that and got me out of that box and expanded. So grateful to
Yo, let's go.
Yes, let's go. Tua, Hinu Hotep, Ma'akaru, to the great SABA Tehuti. Yeah, this is phenomenal. The way he tells the story is genius, because he keeps everything in a timeline, and he always puts these questions that sometimes a lot of times gets looked over. But when you ask the question, like what you brought up, Gabriella, about the advance in technology in such short span, when just looking at history, I think a lot of people just glaze over that question. But yeah, I love what you put Nefertat in. This commercial is a leaning tower of lies. Yeah, this is why people go crazy, right? This is why. I always like to envision a time without this, and being able to utilize the information and the knowledge and the technology to just advance, and how far we could be, and what we really could be doing with the technology and the information, and what's really possible with that. We're having a fight every day. We're in a war every single day, just to do basic things, and it just slows everything down. And I'm definitely looking forward to the next part of this, getting into more of uncharted territory. And I know he said he hasn't dealt with, he hasn't spoken about the agreements and the contracts that take place. And it is hilarious, hearing people speak about, pseudo information and how that really keeps people in such a primitive mindset. just to even think like that is very detrimental to the growth of your information. You know, so I'm definitely looking forward to what he's bringing forth. And Anu, another fantastic question that brought forth, you know, hold on, I got something for you.
They are the grandest creators. There is no room for debaters. Step to me with your whack knowledge and I'll split your head like equator because I'm full of different flavors. Come and watch your behavior.
There it is.
So, in fact, the line that you said about my masturbating God, like, I love that so much because I know that's one of the things that they like to come at. But if they understood the story and how beautiful it is, I applaud you for that line. I loved it. I wanted to say that earlier too.
Yes.
They don't understand what creation is. They think, you know, you make people in beakers and petri dishes. It's quite a strange place it's turning into. But much like what Annie Patel was saying, to just say you're wrong, I think, you know, Trump had his phase about you're wrong, and then give no solution. What's the point then? Right? Like, that does retard us. Just say you're wrong, and it's like, okay, if you're so smart to know it's wrong, what do you have to say? What is your solution to this? You know, and that speaks against what SABA does is if he didn't care, he would just bomb the whole time and just say it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. But he never leaves us empty-handed in that way. He always gives us a foundation. He always gives us something that we can resettle our minds with. And that's what helps so much each and every one of us and everyone listening on the chat and in the future transform, is you don't have that hopelessness that you do get on the internet of the arguing and the bickering, and it's everyone just cutting off everybody's head, but no one coming to clean it, no one coming to heal, no one coming to say, hey, what do you need now that your reality has been shattered? It's pretty ruthless, actually.
I agree.
Yeah, the ones who are you know, just breaking down the realities, they don't have anything themselves to replace it with, so they can't give anything. You know, that's what they do is let's just expose this or break this down and say this is wrong. And you know, and that's what the great SABA, of course, always teaches, is about reciprocity. You know, and that works in that way as well. You know, when you take something away, what are you gonna replace it with? And for him to, and you know, I've said from the beginning, you know, he don't. I overstood early. He don't have to be here. He don't have to do with what he's doing with this. He's had, you know, this information prior to coming to YouTube. And you hear, and we've heard him say, you know, for since that time when he first started teaching, and his aunt asked him, you know, what are you getting paid for this? And so, you know, that entire time, just not utilizing the people who were receiving from him, not utilizing that reciprocity, and making sure that the ones who are able to do this and bring this information and help guide and lead needs to be protected. It needs to have a sense of support. You know, so everything is backwards. You know, that's why I give us our words back, because they done flipped and twisted everything, and it's all about destruction, death culture. To be alive here is a lie here. They crossed us into thinking that death isn't living because they flipped it all backwards. And, you know, it's absolutely disheartening when you look at it. So, you know, for the great SABA to you know, be here and to do what he does, and to care enough to bring forward this information, and even prior to study within his own Eve, to come to these realizations is something that everyone here can take from and utilize in your own journeys, you know, and take it outside of just the pod class and, you know, utilize it. And what the great ancestors did, they were so advanced in everything that they did. It's one of the reasons why I fell in love with the language, how advanced it is. It's just it's a double in itself, just being root words as one syllable tone vibrations that create such complex concepts, versus today you got all these long words that no one knows or pronounces, but when you just break it and chop it down to its root, it all goes back to the source, and there's teachings behind it. So they were so far advanced, and I remember that was one of the first major matrices that truly blew my mind, was just how advanced they were when you really start to look at what they did and what they accomplished. Because the matrix will teach you, you know, primitive, you know, when they talk about Kemet today, when they talk about the Nile Valley, they're so one-sided just looking at it. And so, you know, we understand that the people, the sheeple who are listening to this information, they depend on the experts to receive the right information. But we all know here just how incorrect a lot of the expert information is that people bring forth. So we're reestablishing how to research. The great SABA has just taught us so many things on so many levels on how to look at things and how to ask the right questions and dig to the root and be open. I mean, listen and what the civilization that brought forth so much originality and the first to do a lot of things, what did they say? You know, who did they attribute this information to, this knowledge, this technology to? Who they attribute this language to? Because someone who creates something, first person will say, oh, I did this. I built this right here. So, you know, it's very powerful. So, Henu. To our great brother, Tefrim Kima'at Hotep, you here with us? Great to see you on the panel, great brother. Are you here with us? I see you're off mute, but can't hear you if you're speaking.
Hotep, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Came in looking like a SAR with green skin.
I got my SAR, yes. Hotep, peace and love. Yeah, this is a beautiful breakdown. Everything is alive. That's from the first Top Gun, right? It says 1985. Our SABA is absolutely amazing. And it's almost seems like I'm buzzing. Yeah, echo. But it's kind of disheartening the way that they play with us. Like they wave the lie in our face and play with it like it's a game. You know, like and we don't have no idea what they're doing. So if it wasn't for SABA breaking these things down, you know, the way he does, he knew to you, great brother, for asking that question. And because listen, I want to know all the answers, and I don't ask no questions because I want to know everything, and every question is important to me. And I used to have that plane when I was little. I used to have the little Top Gun plane, you know, and I had no idea what I was playing with. But the thing about it is, though, that lets me know that that I'm supposed to be here. You know, I was led here for a reason. And I heard SABA talking earlier, his breakdown earlier was absolutely phenomenal too. But the thing about it is that my art is so beautiful that for me it's no looking back. It's only looking forward, right? Once I found the truth, that was it for me. Once I realized that my art was the truth, that meant to examine, and that's what I had already been doing. I just didn't know the language, you know. And I realized, even still right now, a lot of the things don't surprise me because I know that I'm not speaking, that I'm communicating, and I'm living my life with the language that was forced upon me and my people, you know. So a lot of the words, like when SABA breaks them down and he breaks us out of this matrix, is really mind-blowing, because everything is a lie, you know. So it's like everything we've been taught by the people that hate us. We've been taught the trickery, and we don't even realize it. So it's just, I'm just eternally grateful. And for me, it's no looking back. I haven't looked back. And the thing that even led me to where I'm at now was once I started realizing that the things were a lie, I started eliminating certain things in my life without even knowing that I was eliminating the ISFET, you know, so that I don't suffer from the mental psychosis, right? I had stopped, and I had became conscious of the music that I was listening to, and you know, I was a big hip hop fan, you know, so that was like one of the first things that I did was eliminate the music first, and you know, and it's challenging, you know, because you know we grow up listening to certain things, and you know we like certain tones, so that was very challenging for me. You know, I have, you know, every time I get in my car, you know, the music, the radio, you know, just listening to those tones and that frequency, you know, it's so easy to get off track, you know. So I eliminated, you know, the tones that I was listening to. I started eliminating the television shows, the TV. I started limiting my consumption of certain things, you know, as well as foods and just stuff that I knew was wrong, you know, because it's like we don't know everything that's wrong. Like we're learning. We're all students here. We're all great students, and we're all learning. And you know, I started eliminating. Hotep, great Saba.
Who's that? Hotep is here. Hotep,
great Saba.
What's that?
I said Hotep, great Saba.
Hotep, greetings. You look crisp and nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's a phenomenal breakdown, Saba. I was telling them that I used to play with that little airplane. I had some of the G.I. Joe, the vehicles, and I had the Top Gun vehicle. Just like, you know.
You had the plane? You had the plane?
Yeah, I had it when I was little. You know, I'm playing with the little Top Gun plane. Yeah, it's just, you know, I don't get mad no more because I'm grateful. I'm grateful to have you break these things down and break us out this matrix. Initially, I would get angry when I would find out certain things, you know, but now the balance is, it's balanced now because I'm more grateful than I'm upset. You know, I'm more grateful than I'm mad. You know, so Tuahinu to you, great Saba. I look forward to you continuing to break us out this matrix and finish with your Top Gun breakdown.
You're welcome. Glad you appreciate. Glad to have you here. Your energy is always great here, and we definitely need you here. And I appreciate you for being here. And you look clear. You're back at home. You look like you're back in your environment.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. Good. I'm glad to see you here. Everybody, we're about to start again. I'm gonna finish this up and go right to the Cash Apps and the PayPal and see who supported this answer. We're at what are we at? Let me check. So I have the timer now on the on a part of the screen now, a part of the internet. So 1 hour and 20 minutes, and I'm you know what I'm gonna do, instead of making this a part two, I'm just gonna go ahead and finish this off for ANTU and just go ahead and finish it. And I just expect you all to really really support at the end of this one, because this is This is a lot. It's a long one. This is a very, very long one. So we're gonna break it down, build it up. We left off with Obama in a commercial, joking type fashion, but not joking, talking about a disclosure of UAPs. That's the only part where they put a cartoon in. They put a little flying saucer cartoon to desensitize you, to bring a little bit of unseriousness just to that part. When they were showing COVID and everything else and the voting and everything else, everything was a real graph, real syringes. When it came to that, they desensitized and showed that. So we're gonna find out, was there a disclosure of UAPs? Is that actually true? Because if there was a disclosure means that you release something that you've had for years. That's what disclosure means. Disclosure doesn't mean discovery. Disclosure means they've had something, and now we're gonna disclose it to you. Uncle Jasineb, Gabriella, it's our way of saying bless you in the household here. When somebody sneezes, the whole house is like Uncle Jasineb, Uncle Jasineb. So it's a health phrase. So because when you sneeze, you actually technically die for a millisecond.
Tua, I'm gonna have to practice that one.
Okay. So yes. So Uncle Justin, that's you. And also yes, so we're gonna find out, is it a disclosure? Because if it's a disclosure, that means they've had it for years. And that means that the years that they've had it, they've said that it didn't exist. They didn't say no comment, no contest. They said it didn't exist. So now to put out a disclosure, if there is an actual disclosure, if I can show you a disclosure from the actual government document, from the House of Representatives and government documents, then we know that they've had it and they just haven't been saying anything. So we're about to get into it right now. Let's go ahead and finish this off. Hopefully I can get this done maybe in the next 20 minutes or so, and check out the support. I'm going to reset my Gmail right now to see what new support has come in since I started. So I'm going to reset it so that when I look at it, it will automatically show me the new ones coming in. Okay, good. So I already see Oxafek. I already see Gabriel Lopez. That was from before. I see Robert E. Williams. Okay, good. Here we go, everybody. So we're going to continue with the Obama. Who here was there at my class when I showed the Obama hologram? Was anybody there? Where Obama changed into a hot dog? No? Okay, let me start this. Okay, everybody, we're gonna go back into the class. You remember that, Nana? Nana, you remember that? Yeah, of course. It was Obama, then it was a hot dog. They glitched and projected the wrong thing, so it was the president was a hot dog for a few seconds. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and continue with this breakdown, build up. Peace and love, Gabriella. Peace and love, Antu, Anipata, Nefertatin, Harassed. Who else? Atefrem Kemaat, looking super clear. This is the clearest you've ever looked. And here we go, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me, and press 9 if you can see a screen share happening right now. I'm not going to put anything on the screen, but I want to know if you see the screen share taking place. If you see that and hear me clear, press the 9. We're going to get right back into it. We're going to let's do it. Support the Tehuti block. Support what it is that I'm doing here. If you all see that I'm doing something unique, if it's not, come in the chat room and say, this is not unique. My teacher has done a class on this entire thing on YouTube's timestamp such and such. My teacher wrote a book on this chapter such and such. If so, then just let me know that this is going on all over the so-called conscious black community, as they call it. If not, if this is a unique thing, then support what you're seeing that is unique. I cash out TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Brand the uniqueness, just like you branded Kleenex, just like you branded Band-Aid. The thing that you put on your finger for a cut is not called a Band-Aid. The thing that you blow your nose with is not called a Kleenex. You branded that by reciprocity and support, and now we think that that's what it's actually called, while the other companies plummet. So make this original. It is already original. Let the world know this is original. Repost this on your Facebook, just like you repost drama fights and all those other things. I scroll down everybody's Facebook. I see all the nonsense. So there's like you all are reposting all of that and the big butts or whatever it is you're reposting. Repost the podcast so you all can see me. So here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the music up. 50 people watching. I hope it equals 50 people appreciating this. So here we go. There's the AI moderator. We're going to turn the music up just a little bit. And now let's get back into the answer. Reverse engineering of the Tehuti pod class. We were at the hearing at the White House with Commander Fravor. Naval Commander Fravor. I'm trying to take this off the screen. Naval Commander Fravor. We ended off with Obama showing the talking about you should vote because they released information on UAPs. That's a good reason to vote. We discussed the Blackbird through predictive programming already shown in Top Gun, and so many things. The Blackbird's technology is a Minecraft, the same thing they're describing as the extraterrestrial technology, and the Blackbird's technology and speed surpassed that which was unbelievable to Commander Fravor. Now we've surpassed it. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and put the timer back on. You're going to watch me put the screen on, timer start, and there's a timer at 1 hour and 20 minutes. Please support the Tehuti pod class because if your boss was to ask you to work an extra hour and 20 minutes, you would immediately ask him for overtime. Help support the Tehuti pod class and what we're doing. And here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and play it just because I love this clip. We're going to go ahead and play it again. And then I'm going to continue from there. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this off. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. Go back to the screen. And I'm going to go ahead and play the Obama thing one more time. We're going to continue from there because I love that that clip is just... Let's play it. Here we go.
2 years ago, more young people voted than in any other election since the 1970s. And because you did, the direction of the country changed. Look what's happened since. Hundreds of millions of Americans received life-saving vaccines. We made the biggest investment in history to fight climate change. We've forgiven billions of dollars in student loan debt. And we finally released that huge report about aliens. Oh, sorry. I mean unidentified aerial phenomena. I think these are some pretty good reasons to vote, but I don't need to tell you that there's a lot more that needs to be done.
And notice the programming. Notice that when he discussed UAPs, the music stopped. For what purpose? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Let us continue. So he said we released the disclosure information on UAPs. Is that real, everybody? Did that actually happen? Or was Obama just saying that for a joke? Because if they released information on UAPs, that means that they were holding information on UAPs. How long? Since 1947. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. And we're going to continue with this screen share right about now. Boom. Here we go. Let me see if it's playing. That's not screen sharing yet. Boom, boom, and boom. And now it should be screen sharing. Okay, everybody can see me. I'm going to check the room and make sure you guys press the 9 that you could hear and see me properly. Check the comments. And let me see if I see the 9s popping up. There's a little bit of a lag on my side. It always takes a little while for the... You all can see what I see on my side. And I see the blank screen. Let me click it again. Banners, click this again. And see, sometimes I don't see the comments. So I'm just going to assume that you all can hear this and the 9s are somewhere. There they are. So now it's popping up. There's the 9, Gabriel Lopez, Nefer Keperet, Robert pressing a 9, harassed it, Angela Gates. There they are. Okay, the 9s are there. We see the 9s. Wonderful. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti pod class. And here we go. Boom, boom, and boom, and boom, and there it is, right there. Bomb, bomb. All right. So, presidents associating with subliminals of UAPs. These are called soft leaks, soft disclosures. You think it ends there? And I played the Obama commercial for you. So boom, Obama simultaneously, what does he do? What happens in this commercial? Obama simultaneously acknowledged extraterrestrial biological entities, UFOs, the change from UFO to UAPs, unidentified aerial or anomalous, unidentified aerial phenomenon or unidentified
anomalous phenomenon, and an amendment disclosure of government's involvement with UAP extraterrestrials, all in one commercial. Has your current conscious community pro-black RBG comedic teacher not showing you? They're not showing you this? Yes, of course not, because them acknowledging of the UFO extraterrestrial typos, them acknowledging of the UFO extraterrestrial biological entities and UAPs, they acknowledge it as pseudo. So it's a pseudo joke for the government to spend $22 billion on the study of them. But wait, is there such an amendment? Is this real? And is that why you're here? Yes, that's why you're here at the Tehuti Pod class. So is this amendment real? Yes. And that's why you were here at the Tehuti Pod class. Let me take you to Amendment S.2226, unidentified anomalous phenomenon, anomalous phenomenon disclosure. This is Amendment S.2226, because you know I have it. You know we're going to show the disclosure. Here we are. Boom. Amendment S.2226. A little blurry because not sure why it comes up blurry sometimes, but there it is. I can still read it. In the Senate of the United States, 118th Congress, first SESS S2226, authorities authorize appropriations for the fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for the defense activities of the Department of Energy. Oh, the Department of Energy. The UFO UAP disclosure has the Department of Energy. Where have we heard the Department of Energy before? Let me scroll all the way up. Department of Energy. Hey, the Department of Energy, the place that they denied that the place that denied that Robert Lazar was working with the Department of Energy to do reverse engineering on the UAPs. He's a quack. He's a pseudo. It's not true. We're the Department of Energy. And then we look up in the directory in the Department of Energy, and there's Robert Lazar's name. And he said he was here, and they're working on the technology of UFOs. Here it is, U.S. Department of Energy. That was 30-something years ago. Let's go now all the way to 2024. Here we are in the S.2226 Authorization Appropriation Amendment for UAPs. Authorized appropriations for the fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for the defense activities of the Department of Energy. Oh, the Department of Energy? I thought you didn't know anything about this. And prescribed military personnel strength for such fiscal year and for other purposes. So here it is, ordained. And what's under this? Unidentified anomalous phenomenon disclosure. This title may be, in this word here, cited. This title may be cited as Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Disclosure Act of 2023, or the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Section 19. Legislation is necessary to afford complete. Oh, maybe when I shrink it down, the letters get less blurry. Okay, I think so. Here we go. Okay, this is good. Legislation is necessary to afford complete and timely access to all knowledge gained by the federal government concerning unidentified anomalous phenomenon and furtherance of the comprehensive, open, scientific, technological research and development essential to avoiding or mitigating potential technological surprise. Do you hear this? They want to either avoid or mitigate potential technological surprise in furtherance of urgent national security concerns and the public interest. There should be nothing. This would surprise. No technological surprise. We're either going to avoiding or mitigating potential technological surprise for national security concerns. And
the public interest. So this is S.2226, title, Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Disclosure, Section 01, short title, for the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy, the same place where the first man, Robert Lazar, disclosed that he was working on reverse engineering. Here it is right here. Boom, a national security issue. This doesn't seem to be laughy-jokey anymore, does it? What other than the national security issue of extraterrestrial biological entities entering Earth's atmosphere and interacting, what else is the Department of Defense and the national security concerned with? Remember the question of today's class? The question was, does the military-industrial complex build UFOs? They are rebuilding. They are doing reverse engineering, taking the technology of the crashes and the interactions of extraterrestrial biological technology called UAPs and using it to rebuild their technology. That if we were to see flying in the sky today, that would be called a UFO because you would not be able to identify it. Oh, Tehuti, the government does not have any program to re-engineer technologies of unknown origins and non-human intelligence. You're making it up. Let me take you to page 6 of S.2226, Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Disclosure of National Security that Tehuti made up. And actually mark this date as another first in the Tehuti podcast, June 1st, 2024, where you're going to hear the name for the first time of the program. I'm going to give you the name, 2 names. The first name of the program of the reverse engineering of biological technology of extraterrestrial origins. Does the government have a program that reverse engineers technologies of unknown origin, non-human intelligent? Let's go to page 6, lines 1 to 2. Here we are. This is the document that Tehuti made up. Here we are. Boom, ready? Boom. Page 6, lines 1 to 12. C, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and D, the Minority Leader of the House of Representatives. Line 5, 10, Legacy Program. The term legacy program means all federal, state, and local government, commercial industry, academic and private sector endeavors to collect, exploit, or reverse engineer technologies of unknown origin, or examine biological evidence of living or deceased non-human intelligence that predates the date of the enactment of this act. Tehuti made it up. The legacy program. The term legacy program means all federal, state, and local government, commercial industry, academic and private sector endeavors to collect, exploit, or reverse engineer technologies of unknown origin or examine biological evidence of living or deceased non-human intelligence that predates the date of this enactment. There it is. Tehuti wrote that. Boom. The legacy program, word for word, reverse engineer technology of unknown origin, how to examine biological evidence of living or deceased non-human intelligence. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let me continue to break the matrix. Woo! Let me take you, I'm still going. Let me take you to U.S. House Committee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs in the hearing. Oh, your current teacher did not inform you that there was a hearing held by the National Security of Foreign Affairs on July 6, 2023, just last year? When you ask your current teacher about UFOs, about UFOs or UAPs, he just yells out, pseudo-spookism. Can you ask him to do a live video outside of the National Security Foreign Affairs saying that they are having a national United States security meeting involving the U.S. military on spookism and pseudo? He won't do that video, will he? Okay, let me take you to the Subcommittee on National Security on the Border and Foreign Affairs hearing that took place, held by the United States government and Foreign Affairs associates. Let me introduce you to Matt Gaetz, a lawyer, congressman, and current member of the House of Representatives who was also at the hearing. July 26, 2023, held by the National Security of Foreign Affairs. Let me play a clip of the National Security hearing. You know, like the pseudo hearing. The pseudo. I mean, you ask your thematic teacher, anybody on conscious about the pseudo. That's why they're having national security meetings about the pseudo. Here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and play a clip of this. Here's the next one right here. Woo! Matt Gaetz. Ready, everybody? Let me take off the Obama one. Let me check the timer. Timer's still going. I think this one's going to be 2 hours, huh? Go ahead and play this one. Here we go. Boom. Expand. If it expands, and here we go. It's still loading up. Let me play the pseudo hearing. Tehuti made it all up. Here we go, everybody. Chrome tab. Boom. Boom. And here we go. Press play. Can you see it? Here we go.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down. He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side. You can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it. And the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about four craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system. And that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people. And that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Welcome back. Hope you listened to that. Rewind this over and over. What's on the screen here? Rewind that. Here we go, everybody. Let's continue. I won't even comment on what you've heard. You heard it. Let's go. Golden Tehuti Pod class. Woo! Anu's movie. Anu's movie. Here we go. Boom. And boom. So there is Matt Gaetz, lawyer, congressman, current member of the House, and he's a part of national security. He said the formation, he and only he had the authority to see, and he saw these UAPs imitating it. There he is right there. Representative Matt Gaetz speaking during the Wednesday UAP hearing subcommittee on national security, the border, and foreign affairs. I guess they're all pseudo and spooked out. Boom! The images were at first protected. Then he described what he saw as, I'm not able to attach to any human capability. The crafts in which he can only describe as orbs, formed, duplicated, a radar sequence that only he has the security clearance to have ever seen in the U.S. Congress. The orb had the ability to debilitate and collapse the functioning of security capabilities of the U.S. Air Force, of what he saw, and Commander Fravors airplanes, the most advanced airplane planes in U.S. technology at the time. Thus, this is the most imminent threat known to ever exist to America. No country on the planet Earth can debilitate and collapse the function of security capabilities for the U.S. Gates proceeds to ask retired naval commander David Fravor, how should we think about this craft having the ability of disarming the sensor and collection system of the U.S. military crafts? Remember, Naval Commander Fravor, retired naval commander David Fravor, continues to confirm that this happened to him as well, and his military unit, these crafts disabled their abilities, and that yes, this is a national security threat. While your current teacher is saying this is pseudo. There is Commander Fravor again. He looks like the gentleman who played Mork and Mindy, but there is Commander David Fravor, retired naval pilot, David Fravor is a retired naval pilot and commander of the VFA-41, also known as the Black Aces. He is one of the primary witnesses to the 2004 USS Nimitz UFO incident. He was featured in the 2008 PBS documentary Carrier and has been interviewed on Joe Rogan's podcast and the Joe Rogan Experience. Fravor joined the military at age 17. He has a career spanning 24 years, 18 of which was a Navy pilot. He had completed 5 tours to the Persian Gulf starting after Operation Desert Storm. He commanded the squadron of 12 airplanes consisting of 330 people. Fravor retired in 2006. Tell your skeptical teacher to go debate Fravor. See how that works for him. Before we move any further, let me introduce you now to David Grush. Who's that, Tehuti? Here's David Grush. Who's that, Tehuti? Is that one of your pseudo friends? The skeptics in the conscious community whose supreme talent is only the skeptics in the conscious community whose supreme talent only seems to be to disagree and argue and doubt may say, Tehuti, who is that guy? Is that one of your pseudo friends making up stuff for the House of ATTON? We the atheists only deal with professionals. Well, actually, let me take you to the House of Representatives, Secret Security. Let me take you. I'm going to take you. Well, actually, let me take you to the House of Representatives, Secret Security clearance bio from the White House of David Grush for his official qualifications on the matter. Who's David Grush? We're going to go to the House of Representatives, House of Representatives, Secret Security clearance bio from the White House of David Grush for his official qualifications. Here we are. We're going to go to government. We're going to go to house.gov, the official United States of Representative house.gov website, legislative activity, find your representatives. Went there. Here is David Grush. His security clearance, active top secret, SCI with CI and LS polygraph, additional language abilities, German, business non-technical, professional certifications. Let me see if he's qualified to debate these YouTube conscious community skeptics. Let's see if David Grush is qualified. 2016, Faculty Security Officer, FSO, Security Development and Security Excellence, CDSE. 2019, Hummant Intelligence Reporting Program, Control Officer Training, McLean, VA. 2020, Intelligence Fundamentals Professional Certification, IFPC, USD, INS. 2020, Licensed Real Estate Broker, Colorado, National Association of Realtors, NAR member. 2021, Security Fundamentals Professional Certification, SFPC DCSA. 2021, Special Access Program Professional Certification, SPSC DCSA, Education, Bachelor of Science degree, Physics, minor in German, University of Pittsburgh. 2010, USAF Intelligence Officer 14N Training School, Goodfellow AFB at Texas, TX 2010, Air and Space Basic Course, Air Education and Training Command, Maxwell AFB AL 2010, Space and Missile IFTU, National Space Security Institute, Colorado Springs CO 2011, Advanced Orbital Mechanics, Advanced Space Operations School, Colorado Springs, 2012, SATCOM, Advanced Course, Advanced Space Operations School, Colorado, 2012, Counterintelligence Analytical Methods Course, Defense Intelligence Agency, DC, 2012, Master of Arts degree with honors Intelligence Studies, American Military University, 2013, Department of Defense, IC, Interrogancy Operations Planning Development Course, HQ, USC, ENT, COM, Florida, 2015, Squadron Officer School, Air Education Air Education Training Command. Woo! Maxwell AFB. Oh my goodness. Woo! I'm just trying to see if he's qualified, to debate the guys on the channels with Sam Pseudo. Oh my. Squadron Officer School, Air Force Education Training Command, Maxwell AFB, Alabama, 2015, Space 200, National Space Security Institute, Colorado Springs, CO 2021, Air Command and Staff College, Maxwell AFB, Alabama, 2023, Master of Public Administrative, MPA degree, University of Colorado. It goes on. I'm just going to stop there. Maybe he's qualified to debate your current YouTube teacher who says that this is pseudo. Maybe, hopefully, David Grush has qualified to debate your current teacher who says there's no such thing as UFOs. Maybe. We'll see if he can reach the qualifications. Here we go, everybody. So, here we go, everybody. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Here we go. Boom. There's David Grush right there. And look where he is. Where is he? There's all his credits right there. Some of them. It's not even all of them. And there he is. Security clearance. David Grush, security clearance. It goes on and on and on. The credentials go on and on and on. That's David Grush. Now that I have taught you all of this, alone with David Grush accolades, I will show you that David Grush was also at the same subcommittee on national security, the border and foreign affairs hearing that took place held by the United States government and foreign affairs associations. Here is the footage. Tehuti made it up. Here we go, everybody. Here's the footage. Oh my! Ooh, we got Matt Gass. Let me go ahead and okay, David Grush. Ooh. Here we go. Oh my! Ready? Let me go ahead and clip this off. This is Anu's movie. I hope you all are truly appreciative of this because I don't know where this is happening. I hope. Here we go, everybody. This is a short one right here. I'm going to play two short ones here. And here's David Grush right here. The one who's trying to qualify to debate your current YouTube skeptic that says there's no UFOs, they made it up, but they made it up. Here we go, everybody. We're going to stop this present. Boom, 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 boom. Subcommittee, House of Representatives, National Security meeting right here. Here's David Grush. Ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you can imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD-19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD-19 or ICD-120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
That's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes. Mm-hmm.
You know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And for the next one. Here we go. Next one right here. Boom, boom, whoop, boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Large screen. Boom.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Did you all hear all that? One second. Come on. There we go. Did you all hear all that? Here we go. Boom. Whoa. Biologics, people getting hurt. This is let's go. You all heard it. I don't need to comment. I'm just gonna go ahead and go right back to the screen. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. We're at 2 hours. I think we're at 2 hours. Let me see. Hour and 56 minutes. Let's go. Welcome to Tutsi Pod class. We'll see. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And entire screen. Here we go again. Let's go. 2 hour class, 2 hour answer. What's happening here? Let's see. Screen share, boom, entire screen. It keeps going and it keeps disappearing. Here we go. Boom, there we go. Hopefully you can see that. There we go. Woo! Boom! For the skeptics and naysayers who may speak out against Tehuti because I appear to be an easy target. After you finish hanging out with your friends, smoking weed, and you're watching the Knicks game, make sure you do a live YouTube video of you outside of the House of Representatives or the White House denouncing the national security clearance, intelligence, and national threat military officer David Grush. Let us know when you make that video. It's easy to attack Tehuti. Make a video about David Grush outside of the White House. See how that goes for you. So boom. So this is the military-industrial complex, the United States Defense Security. So boom. So does, not is. So does the U.S. military-industrial complex. So does the military-industrial complex, the United States Defense Security, do reverse engineering on extraterrestrial technology? Yes.
When you're out at the museum park, spending hundreds of dollars, or you're at the movies watching your Avengers, hanging out with your friends, smoking weed, hitting the club, finding the latest shoes, gossiping, arguing, watching TV and YouTube for entertainment. Yes, that's what they're doing. That's what's happening with the government. As I've shown you, live footage, the United States government are having national security meetings on reverse engineering of UFO and UAP, otherworldly technology. And UAP, as seen here again in Texas Standard, July 27th, 2003. Texas Standard, July 27th, 2003. Whistleblower describes secret U.S. program to capture and reverse engineer UFOs at a House Oversight Subcommittee. A retired Air Force intelligence officer said the military had non-human biologics. Whistleblower describes the U.S. program to capture and reverse engineer UFOs. By Michael Marks and Alexandra Hart, July 27, 2023. And there he is, David Grush. The government has denied that they have ever used any such project or technology of reverse engineering. But yes, the project of reverse engineering, the technology of UAP, UFO technology, does exist. Do you want the actual name? I gave you Project Legacy. Do you want the actual name of the reverse engineering UFO technology project? I gave you Project Legacy. Ready, everybody? After Project Legacy, for the first time here, June 1st, 2024, 11:11 p.m. Let me give you the name. Kona Blue. There it is. Boom. Kona Blue. Yes, now. You have the actual name of the reverse engineering UFO technology program here for the first time at the Tehuti pod class, June 1st, 2024, because this is brand new release disclosure information. That's why you haven't heard this before, because this part of it is brand new information. This was just released exactly 1 month ago, 1 month and 2 weeks ago, and broadcasted April 18th, 2024. Let me play the footage clip. This is brand new. This just happened, this release. Ready? Welcome to Tutti Pod class. Here's where you get it first. Here's where you get it only. And everybody else can argue the Egyptians are black. Keep arguing. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Wow. Ready? Here we go. Kona Blue reverse engineering. Let's expand. Blow up.
Kona Blue have anything to do with the program David Grush says exists? News Nation's Joe Khalil is here now with more. Joe, there is a tiny credibility question here. The Pentagon has been saying for the past year there was never any such reverse engineering program. Now it says, oh, there was one, but it never really got started.
Yeah, I mean, there were rumors about this program, the code name Kona Blue, for a long time now. And it was only last month that they acknowledged for the first time ever that it existed. Now we are getting an inside look at how this program was propped up. So it's called Kona Blue. It is real. It was a special access program, very highly classified. It was proposed from the Pentagon to the Department of Homeland Security. We now have all of these declassified documents, and in them, it describes the purpose of the program as, and I'm going to quote here, acquiring, studying, and engineering technology that the U.S. got from UAPs or UFOs. In the documents, it refers to them as AAVs, Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. Ultimately, the program was scrapped by the Department of Homeland Security, but not before years of planning went into it from the Pentagon, and it describes in detail how they stood the program up. They set a budget, $12 million to $15 million the first year, going all the way up to $50 million down the road. And the program in these documents now also makes specific reference to locations in Nevada where some material may be housed. It also references recovered UAP material, personnel with knowledge of recovered technology, and also personnel who know of the whereabouts of this. And just lastly, if you think this sounds too sci-fi, or that this was maybe one or two rogue employees at the Pentagon, in these documents it also shows that the Undersecretary of Science and Technology signed off on this program and approved it, saying in these documents that it was a necessary step for national security. So all of that is in here now. We did get a response from the Department of Homeland Security today, and they said simply, quote, while this program was considered under a prior administration, it was never fully established by the Department of Homeland Security. DHS has released these classified documents consistent with its commitment to transparency. So, Elizabeth, it looks like we now have some very clear specifics about what was in this, at least proposal for this plan from the Pentagon.
Wait, you mentioned some budget figures there in the tens of millions of dollars. Was that money ever spent? Was money ever spent on Blue Kona?
I don't believe the money was spent. The money was effectively sort of earmarked within the DoD's budget or the Pentagon's budget, but the program, to my understanding, was scrapped before that money was spent because it was allocated specifically for year one, year two, year three, and year three being an expectation for what they would need at that point.
And what do we make of the fact that they keep talking about locations in Nevada and material being housed in Nevada? What is that a reference to?
Yeah, that was really interesting. So it was referencing locations where the program was scoping out for if they had recovered these types of material or pieces of recovered vehicle, where they may be housed, where they may be kept. They were bringing on a scientific team to study and do that kind of thing. So they were literally already scoping out locations where that type of work was going to happen. And it's all laid out there in these now declassified documents, right in black and white.
All right, Joe Khalil reporting live from Capitol Hill. Thanks so much.
Did anybody see the technology flying over the military base? Did anybody see the body? Did anybody catch that part? It wasn't a craft. Did you see the stand-up erect body flying over the military base? Anybody see that? Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. 2 hours in. This is 2 pod classes in one. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, you saw that. It was exactly what you saw. It was exactly what you saw, that they will never release. I mean, they have released, but they try to desensitize and make it look like a joke and sci-fi, and it's literally a biologic flying with no visible equipment, no visible plane needed now. It's anyway, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to 2T Pod Class. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. That's why they have to make me disappear. Gotta make me disappear. I don't match the common arguments. Releasing information that is based on your question at the 2T Pod Class, the only place this is happening on the planet Earth. Let's continue. There we go. Boom. There's the clip. Woo. Woo, woo, woo. How much did I put together? How much is here? Boom. And of course, if Tehuti shows you the footage that, yes, reverse engineering of UAP extra biological technology was and is national security threat project held by the government, of course you know that Tehuti has the actual document. Let me take you to the advanced technology thread. Advanced Technology Kona Blue Homeland Security Reverse Engineering Declassified Document from the Deputy Secretary of Defense 1010. So I'm going to take you to the Kona Blue Homeland Security Reverse Engineering Declassified Document from the Deputy Secretary of Defense 1010 Defense Pentagon. This is the document that Tehuti made up. Here it is right here. Boom. What are we looking at here? Unclassified. This is scratched out. Some things are scratched out. Some things are blocked out. But this is what is released. Homeland Security project. This project will investigate. Let's go. This project will investigate and identify and analyze sensitive information, advanced materials, and technologies to increase the basic knowledge of potential emerging and our disruptive scientific technological data. This is here it is right here. This project addresses basic, applied, and advanced research technology demonstrations in order to identify and anticipate threats to the U.S. homeland. An ununified approach will be used for data collection, analysis, advanced technologies, acquisition, applied technologies, theory, demonstration, and consciousness studies. There it is right there, everybody. There it is right there. Project Kona Blue. Homeland Security. Unclassified. Things are blocked out. This is Project Kona Blue. I'm not going to read this all, but there's the 22 million. 22 million. Maybe it's 22 billion. 22 million right there. Project Kona Blue. Everybody see it? There it is. From Homeland Security. Now it's unclassified. Express their interest. Establish research program plan involving exotic sciences. Exotic sciences. Here it is. Boom. Here we are. Since the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, AAITP, and study first commissioned, much progress has been made with the identification of several highly sensitive, unconventional aerospace related findings. Given the current rate of success, continued studies of these subjects will likely lead to technology advancements that in the immediate near term will require extraordinary protection. Can I read that again? Given the current rate of success, I thought you didn't find anything. Given the current rate of success, the continued study of these objects, I thought you didn't find anything. Given the current rate of success, the continued study of these subjects will likely lead to technology advancements that in the immediate near term will require extraordinary protection. In order to support this national effort, a small but highly specialized cadre of Department of Defense, the DoD, a private sector of individuals are necessary. These individuals must be specialized in areas of advanced sciences, sensors, intelligence, counterintelligence, and advanced aerospace engineering. It goes on. The methodology used to identify, acquire, and study and engineer the advanced technologies. The methodology used to identify, acquire, study, and engineer the advanced technologies. Yeah. Boom. Released by who? The Department of Defense. That's who released it. Do you see that? There it is. Department of Defense, DOD. I want you to remember that. Who released this? Specialized Cadre, Department of Defense, Homeland Security. That's the Security Department of Defense. That's why everything is security. Security officer, Department of Defense, Defense Defense and Security. Remember that here, Department of Defense. That's who released it, which is, according to Britannica, when we look up military-industrial complex network of individuals, institutions involved in the production of weapon and military technology. The military-industrial complex in a country typically attempts to marshal, protect, support for continued increased military spendings by national government. The term military-industrial complex was first used by U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower in his farewell address on January 17, 1961. Eisenhower warned that the United States must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex, which included, what does it include? What does the military-industrial complex include? Let me fix my glasses and see what it includes. It includes members of Congress from districts dependent on military industries, the Department of Defense, DOD, yes, the Department of Defense, Homeland Security. That's who released it. The military structure consists of Department of Defense. Boom, the military-industrial complex is the Department of Defense. So the answer to Anu's question is yes. The military-industrial complex is and has worked on reverse engineering of extraterrestrial biological technology, today called UAPs, to copy and use the technology to understand current national threats while simultaneously utilizing technology to enhance their military weaponry, while simultaneously disclosing to the public that nothing is going on here. Go back to Six Flags, enjoy and give reciprocity to the Avengers movie. You know, the sports game, restaurants, fast food, smoke your weed, man, and be in denial while Tehuti teaches it. Or open your eyes to what Tehuti is bringing you and show reciprocity. Like they are spending 22 million. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact and that has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of appreciation of reciprocity. Send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called reverse engineering, UFO, UAP, or any creative title you can come up with to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT Amun. Hotep, I'm done. Two hours and 17 minutes. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. I'm going to check the chat really quick, and I'm going straight to the Gmails to see the reciprocity and support for 2 hours and what? What was it? 2 hours and 17 minutes. If your boss was to ask you to work an extra 2 hours and 17 minutes overtime, you would immediately ask him for time and a half reciprocity. You may work for $20 an hour. I'm not sure what people work for. I'm not sure. I'm absolutely not sure what people work for, but your work could be sweeping at sweeping the floor of Walmart. But if you ask your boss, if your boss asks you to work an extra 2 hours and 17 minutes, you're asking for reciprocity for a time and a half for sweeping floors. You may be moving boxes. You may be washing cars with 1,000 people walking by you. Nobody's saying to you, holy smokes, you wash floors, you changed my life. It doesn't matter if you wash floors. It doesn't matter if you clean cars. It doesn't matter if you work at a rental company. It doesn't matter if you work at Chick-fil-A. But at 2 hours overtime, you would say to your boss, can I get an hour and a time and a half pay overtime? That's what you would say for a job that you're doing that's not impressing anybody or saving anybody's life. So for those who are watching, 47 people that are watching, Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. You may work for $20 an hour. So time and a half would be $35 an hour. So for the 2 hours overtime, you get paid $70 for sweeping floors. So hopefully this 2 hours was equal to you, everybody watching, to your floor sweeping. I hope you appreciate it as much as your boss appreciated that, because this is something that's not happening anywhere on the planet. So please support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I hope this is greatly appreciated. We have some beautiful people on the panel. The person who asked the question, who set this all off, ANTU, and then we have the wonderful, great energy showing up at every break, Nefert ATTON. I'm going to get a couple comments from all three of you, then I'm going to go ahead and check the emails to see if anybody thinks this is equal to me sweeping floors. Go ahead, Anu and Antu. Break it down. What do you think so far?
I'm extremely appreciative of you, Sabatudi. I learned a lot. I have more confidence now in that particular subject. I'm very appreciative. You have broadened my horizons, opened up my eyes to various different things. I'm so thankful for you. I definitely have more questions as always. And I'm happy to be here with you. I can't even imagine how long it took to put that all together, especially with all that you have to do already. So I am extremely thankful for you so much. So Tua Hotep Marie.
Thank you very much, my good brother. I started putting it together in '98. I'm not sure how old you were in '98, but that's when I started, when I got removed from that organization, because I was teaching like that on that particular, on those topics. I was teaching about reverse engineering and Robert Lazar since '94. All right. So nobody's ever asked me that question before, so I was waiting for this question, and of course since '98 and '94 all type of new information and new things have happened. The SR-72 wasn't out yet, so all type of things are going on. So thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Go ahead, Antu.
To us so much, Sabatudi. There was so much in that breakdown and build-up. I really loved how you were playing so many different videos and just showing so many different things. And for me to see those things is just, it's life-changing. I don't even have the words to express how deep this is. I'm so thankful for you coming out and teaching us this. I'm thankful for your health, life, and safety to offer everything that you do for your students.
Nini Uk. Nini Uk. I'm glad you appreciate that, Antu, and yes, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. These are things, some of these things I was there for. Some of the things that I'm teaching about, I was viewing. So I was there up on the rooftop when the UAPs came. I was there on the rooftop when the UAPs, when the government sent the black choppers for the UAPs and they were disintegrating them without sound. I was there watching it happen in 1997 or 8. While simultaneously on a rooftop organizing a conscious step team. You know, the what do they call? I don't know. What do they do in college? The step thing. They're doing the steps, and as the steps are going on, and I'm practicing performances. Here come the UAPs, and a war breaks out in front of us. We didn't have these cell phones at the time. Like, we didn't have nothing like this. I wish this stuff existed back then. I would have had all type of videos for you. I've been there for all type of encounters, but glad you appreciate it. All I can show you is the videos that did come out after the cameras started coming out. All right, Harass did is here, and I think Nefert Atten was here, so I'm going to go to Nefert Atten first. Go ahead and give Tefrem is here. Go ahead and give a couple comments, and we'll see.
Hotep, I partly took I passed out. I took a little nap. So I'm not gonna lie to you, Saba. And yet,
don't lie to me.
won't ever do that. But when I woke up, it's like, yeah, the lies just keep going. You could take a nap, and yet there's still more to be broken down. You know, so many questions we have here on the panel and at the House of Atten is like, you know, how can lies continue, and how do people fall for this? And the reality is the Matrix has made being a liar palpable. Like, they've made lying okay and acceptable. Like, thievery is okay as long as it's not their stuff, right? Thievery is okay because we'll just take it, and when we admit it and acknowledge it, we won't apologize for it. And that's a mass hypnosis that gets a lot of people, is that thievery has been tolerated. And this is why we're here, is to put an end to that and say, no, like, this thievery has been here. And that's a part of, you know, it's like roaches are everywhere in the consciousness, and we're going to be the ones to flick on the light and say this place is a mess, and we're going to exterminate it with our Netzer axis. So Tua, for you, we're in the red. We're in the red, and destroying, and yet doing it in the most Netzer, most Nefer way possible, where there's still life after, and it's not complete destruction.
Right. Nini, I'm glad you appreciate that. That is key. A lot of my students have come to me and said, one of the things we like about your teachings, Tehuti, is that there's something afterwards. It's not Nicholas Nowadik, and I mean over the years since '94, but it's not just doomsday and worry, and this is what's wrong, and then you just leave the person like that. There's no discipline, there's no spirituality. It's just, this is wrong, that's wrong, they're doing this, they're doing that, and that's not the case. Every evil thing everything that appears to be evil, some of this is not evil, some of this is not actually evil, but everything that appears to be evil and everything going on is just confirming what exactly we are. That's all that is doing. It's just confirming what it is that we are. And them being in contact with other extraterrestrial beings, they're worried too. They're not in full control. They're not in full evil control. The beings that they're in contact with are above them. At any time, they could dismantle their security. They don't. The Senate and the White House here, they don't know what's going on either in most cases, because there's not one set of extraterrestrial beings. There's over 70 or so. So, but with a lot of them. But anyways, yes, appreciate your appreciation, and I'm glad you appreciate what's happening here, and spread it to the world. Let people know. Gabriela Lopez, brain is, I don't know if it's coming out of your ears, if your brain has exploded an hour ago and you gathered it back to learn more and came back. I'm not sure, because I know this is all new to you.
Definitely. I feel like this is something that I've heard my entire life. You know, you hear your parents talking about it, you hear other family members, and then of course you hear it through school, when you're in school, and just the news, and just these quote unquote rumors. So I've always been curious on how much the government really knew and how much they were really hiding. You know, you hear all these different rumors and conspiracy theories and all these things, and I'm the type of person that's like, I like to see the evidence before I even make a decision, because there are things out there that are not true, and there are things out there that are very true that the government, as we saw, will say, no, there's no way, like, no. But I've learned through you that about 99% of the time when they say, no, it's not true, it's true. They just haven't released their disclosure. So it's very interesting. I did write some notes. It's your breakdown and buildup was just amazing for both questions. But it's a true skill to be able to say or to answer a question and to have so many videos and just be able to say, here's this video, now here's another, now here's another, now let me break this down, now let me show you another video, because the non-believers, there's no way that they could deny or say, no, Tehuti made it all up. It's a lie. It's not true. It's pseudo. So it's I'm very grateful. Primordial is very grateful for your knowledge, for your ability to be able to do classes like this, because that's where your conspiracy theories come in, because anybody can say anything. But what can you actually prove? What is your research? And you are the master researcher. And that is the biggest difference between you and a lot of other teachers, quote unquote teachers, that they're not focusing on this kind of information. They're not showing the proof. They're not doing the research. And so it's truly an inspiration to learn from you and how detailed you are. I truly love your build-ups and breakdowns, because there's just so much to learn. There's so much to rewatch. There's so much to absorb and take in. And even I've noticed that there's little things that you have that we may not really pick up on, but when you do rewatch these videos, these classes, you pick up on subliminal messages that you have. And so it's very interesting to see that. So Tua for that. This class was very powerful. It's very knowledgeable. And, you know, I know Primordial and I are going to have to rewatch this. He does send his apologies for not being here to end the class with everyone, but he's still not feeling well. So, you know, Tua for this, because you're right. When we are asked to stay overtime, we are paid the amount of money that we should be paid. And so you'll see plenty of donations from us. So thank you again. And just, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Nene, I'm glad you appreciate it. Tell Primordial that's a peace and love. I hope he's resting and healing his tooth, and you have a very elaborate appreciation. I don't know, soliloquies, or you have it's like a song. So you really, and this, I know this is of anybody here. This is the newest to you. So I'm glad that you're not. A lot of this would scare a new person if you're brand new. I mean, everybody here has been with me for like 2-3 years from the Killer Priest, right? Everybody, Cherry Cos, but ANTU, Tef, but this is brand new, and it could scare a brand new person away, and you're loving it, and that is exactly beautiful. I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm glad you're not coming from the Killer Priest history where you were watching this and absorbing this and had years to digest. You're like getting hit you're getting hit brand new, boom, boom, boom. You don't have a time to rest your brain, and then you're watching pod classes in between the week. So you're a very strong female, and you're very, very serious. And Primordial should definitely hold you strongly. So shout out to Primordial. Grab her hand and hold it tightly and kiss the belly. So thank you, Gabriel Lopez. Appreciate you. And I'm going to go to a Tef Rimkem Ma'at, who's still absorbing the class. How you doing, Tef? You okay?
Otep, great Saba. Yes, I'm well. Very grateful, very appreciative. Hinu to you, great brother Anu, for asking this question. It's very necessary, and I just want to thank you, great Saba, for waking us up and for continuing to wake us up. You are correct. I've been a student of yours for now since the very first time that I saw you on Killer Priest on that podcast. And in reference to this particular subject that you just taught on, I remember very vividly when you spoke about an ancestor named Delbert Blair. I had never heard of him, and it caused me to go and look him up and do some digging, and he spoke about those things very very, very in depth, and it was very enlightening. So I thank you for that. And one of the things that it caused me to do was just to be more aware. That's what I do. Because of your teachings, I'm more aware of things, surroundings, my environment, and I've been noticing different things, in the air, in the environment that I don't have an explanation for. Very recently, and it doesn't scare me. It doesn't scare me anymore like it once would have. And even when I share these things with my mate, they acknowledge things that they've seen that they can't explain as well. And it's things that said like, well, I wasn't going to say nothing, but I thought, and I didn't know how you would take it, and these things. But it's just so beautiful that you're able to wake us up, especially to who we are. I really understand what you say when you say those things, because acknowledging, because questions that I had was, what is it about us that they hate so much? It can't just be the money. It can't be they want us poor and they make the money. So if the money got their faces on it, their ancestors. So if they don't want us to have the money, they just won't give us the money. It has to be something deep. What is it about us? This whole matrix that we're living in was designed by them. So it's like, what is it about us that they hate so much? Who are we for real? Like what? We can't just be what they said we are. We can't be African Americans and Black and all of these different lies that we've been taught to believe. Like, well, what is it about us? Who are we? who are we for real? You know, so Tua for your enlightenment and enlightening us and waking us up to who we are. You know, I'm not gonna go deep, but I mean, these are questions that I had, and you continuously and consistently break these things down and open these doors for us. So Tua Hinu for that, great Saba. And I'll end it with that, you know. That's another thing that, you know, you did some classes that are related to that on the Shimsu Hor, and you know, it was just enlightening that, because everything connects, you know, with who we are, and you know why the racism or the I don't that's not even the right word, but you know what, you know why the hate is so great for us, you know, in particular, you know. So Tua for that, great Saba, and I'll end it with that. I'll let her ass speak. But Hinu, and this was an excellent breakdown, and thank you for again removing the lies. And I heard you say one time before, you said they can hide the lie, but they can hide the truth, but they can't make it go away. So Hotep and Hinu for that, great Saba.
Thank you. Salute to you, and respect to everything you just said. Wonderful words. Appreciate you and appreciate your appreciation. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Thank you. Harass did. What'd you do?
Definitely remember you telling the story about your experience on the roof, and I had thought about that earlier, so I'm glad that you brought that back up. Again, I just want to say Tua for again continuing to expand my mind, because again, before I was trapped in a box where I wouldn't even touch on these subjects because I would be praising aliens. This I'm quoting Sizzlers. I don't know if you heard that me earlier. But yeah, so I appreciate you, and I appreciate this, and this is like what Gabriella said earlier. I'm the type of person where I need to see tangible proof. I need to, and I've never seen anything, so again, I stayed away from it. But again, you have definitely taken me out of that box and continued to stay in my mind.
Thank you, Araz. Let me ask you a question. There was a time where you really didn't want to hear anything about UFOs or aliens, right? You said?
That's correct. Like I said, I mean, I had one friend was like, no, there's. I would be like, no. Again, I would quote Sizzle like, "Who do you praise, the aliens?" And like.
Let me ask you this: were you in that frame of mind when I told the story about me and the roof, or by that time you had already broken out of that?
I trust you, so I trust. It might take me a little bit to grasp it, but no, I trust everything that you say. I know that you're not selling me any gimmicks. So, but yeah, no, I mean. I can't remember when it was, but I was newer to it. But no, I definitely remember. And if you say you've seen it, I know that you've seen it.
Okay, thank you. All right, everybody. I think that's everybody. I'm gonna go. It's late. Woo! What's class is we're in 10 hours. Oh boy, let's get into the support. Let's get into the support, everybody. Let's see what everybody thought. What people thought of that class. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and show we're at to who's this? I am Kadzani. Nefertatin. Oh, that's from before. Sabaton. Okay. Okay, that was the last one. Here we are. I am Kadzani. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I'm gonna go through these supports and donations and see. Last week there were some big ones, but it didn't seem to be as much as usual. I'm not sure what happened, but I hope this donation support I hope they equal what it is that I'm teaching. I hope because I could definitely answer the questions in 20 minutes. So I'm trying my best to give you the full movie. Who's this? I am Kadzani. I am Kadzani. Gave a tip. Custom made tees is I am Kadzani. That's right. Okay, here we go. This is I am Kadzani, which is also custom made tees. There's also another couple names, but I am Kadzani, custom made tees. $6.66 for, what does it say there? Gabrielle, could you read that for me, please? Rest my eyes a minute.
Yes, it says Custom AT sent you $6.66. And it says disclosure, disclose to I am Kudzani.
I am Kudzani with the eyeball there.
With the eyeball, and then an alien, and then I'm an alien head, and an alien, a UFO.
I didn't even know that these emojis existed. Okay, give him a hand clap. Give him a hand clap. I got a message from. I sent a payment on Men in a Class 4 on the 31st. Oh, on the 31st, and that means that okay, that was 2 days ago. That means I'd be reading it in this class. 31st is 2 days ago, right? Or was that yesterday? No, March of 31st. That's interesting. Kudzani said he sent something on March of 31st, and then another class number 4. Okay, let me go ahead and see what the email is, and see what happened. I also sent a payment from another class today. Okay, I'll go ahead and see that March 31st. What would that be? The number 4. So that'd be okay. Let me go ahead and send that out. Meru class number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What is it? GD? G? Oh boy. Tell me if you see this. I am Kudzani here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this as a GD. G what? G Devor original. Okay, let's go. All right, you should have it. You should have that one now. I'll look and see about the one for today because I'm reading them all now. I'm reading all the donations that have been sent for today. I'm reading them right now. So here we go. We'll get to you. If you don't see me call your name out, then we'll try to figure out what happened. But there it is. The next one is oh, you're the next one. Men in a class. Well, is this for another class 5? Okay, here we go. Shout out to I am Kudzani. You actually were the next one up. Nice timing. Okay, here we go. Boom. We're gonna put a Medu 18. Medu sent. All right, I am Kudzani. Check your email and tell me if you see the Men in the Class 4. And then what's the other one? 5. Check your email and tell me if you see when you see Men in the Class 5. You should actually have them both in your emails now. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that on the screen. Shout out to I am Kudzani. Oh, here he is. Boom, there it is. Custom ATs, Men in the Class 5, please. I sent for Class 4, but haven't received it. Will send you email. Okay. So you have them both now. You should have them both now. Check the chat. Give them some hand claps, please. I am Kudzani. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now tips for this class that I just taught. We got a couple sending together. Here we go. OFO. UFO, UFO, UAP. Okay, the next one is the wonderful couple who is represented on the panel by half of the couple, and that is none other than why does it keep disappearing? Hold on, it keeps disappearing. Why does it do that? Gabrielle, let's see this. Okay, there we go. Are you there? Hi. Strange. Hold on, let me try it one more time. Something is going on. Share screen, window, make cafe scan. Okay, let me try it one more time. We're gonna go save here. Gabriella, I see it here on the screen. I'm going to cancel that and see if it will pop up one more time. I'm not sure why the computer is going strange tonight, but there it is. We got it from Gabriela Lopez and Primordial Thought. Go ahead and read that, please, Gabriella, for me, please.
We sent $27.72 for Tehuti overtime from Primordial and Gabriella. Blue Heart.
Give them some big noise, please. Is Annie on the screen? Because I'm not looking at the screen right now. Thank you so much for the support, continuous support, Gabriella and Primordial and Tip. And yes, Gabriella, you've been ever since you made an appearance, you've supported every single pod class. I don't think there's one you missed, and so Tua for that, Primordial. Tua, you two are wonderful with the support and very, very appreciative. Thank you so much, Gabrielle. And Primordial,
the least we can do. We always say that it's very easy for people to spend money on food, Starbucks, Nike brands. So what you're giving us is way more worth than any materialistic or just, part of the matrix. So it's the least we can do.
Thank you, Gabriel. Have you ever left your house with Primordial and come back home and say, holy smokes, we spent $50? Like, it wasn't even a part of the if anybody ever left their house and then you come back and you're like, what did we do? And you like got a little bit of food here, stop here, and it's like $60 gone just for you. You didn't even go out for those things. You ever had that?
Yes, that feels like all the time now, especially when the kids are with us. We're like, this is like triple what we normally spend. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, I used to. I know what that's like, and so I appreciate you saying that this is worth more than a lot of those things, and a lot of people just frivolous spending. I've seen frivolous spending for things that people spend money on, things they actually don't even appreciate. I've seen people spend money on things that they don't even really care about. They're just like, yeah, take this, and it's really a waste when you could take those, and even if you have no reciprocity, if you're not in a situation where you have reciprocity because you have a good teacher, well, you do now because you have me, but at least consider what you're spending out there and put it towards health products, put it towards books, put it towards cleanliness, things that only benefit your life existence. Stop wasting it on cotton candy and the football game. Okay. All right. Next up, coming up is Sarah. I see Sarah on the screen. and she, oh, it's doing it again. Sarah on the screen, and she has, where is it? UFO. Okay, I see. Cancel. I see what's going on. Okay, there she is. Sarah is on the screen, and Sarah has sent in $7.25 for, and I think this is maybe her third tip, maybe her fourth donation of the night, because there's a big one way down somewhere at the bottom of my head. Scrolling up, I saw some big one. So we'll get to that as I scroll down. $7.27. Tip for eye opener on. Oh, you guys found the. I know there's emojis for UFOs, but give her a clap. Give her a clap. UFOs have made emojis now. Okay. What do you type in for that? UFO, and that's what comes up with them. I wonder if it's gonna ever update to UAP. Somebody tell me when you type UAP if that comes up. That would be pretty. That'd be interesting. I want to know the day when they upgrade that. Shout out to Sarah Jean. Okay, next up we're gonna go through. I'm going down from the top. Hey, Mark Strobel, who sent the incredible question on the dogs, and he found a papyrus not many have ever seen before, and he sent, I think, $150 donation. Got an answer out of this world. It's good to see. Good to see people that are watching send the support, even though I don't know who's watching, but it's very honorable. If you're watching and benefiting, send the support. I'll never know if you do or not because I can't see who's watching, but this brother did. Mark Strumble sent $7.77. Hey, do the hooting sound, Annie. Hooting for Tehuti. I guess he got that from you. Shout out to Mark Strumble, $7.77. Hooting for Tehuti with an owl right there. Appreciate you, Mark Strubble. Thank you. Appreciate you. That was cute and nice. Hooting for Tehuti. Primordial thought. Even though we can't see him physically, his presence is still here in two forms. One is in the form of his beautiful, wonderful, supportive companion, UFO, Gabriella, and the other is in the form of him supporting, which is this right here. And tip sent in from Primordial, $15 for tip for reverse engineering made plain, a fist, a black heart, and an orange sun. Give him a hand clap, please. Give him a hand clap, please. And I'm going to take a break in a few minutes. Gabriella's name is here. Gabriella, how much support? Your name's here like 4 times or something. Let me scroll down. Didn't I already do 2 for you already tonight? Or no? I see it 2 more times.
The amount does not matter. The knowledge matters.
Okay, I'm like, it's Gabrielle. I scroll down, Gabrielle again. I'm like, hey, what? Thank you, Gabrielle. Here's Gabrielle Lopez again. Wonderful. It's thank you so much, both of you. It's like back to back. Primordial, Gabriella. Primordial, Gabriella. Which one's this for? This is another tip for the same thing. The class I just did. Thank you. Tip. I'm going to put UAP. I'm going to do 2 more, then I'm going to have to just step away for just a moment and recover something, and I'll be back to do the rest of the support and donations. I have to revive myself. So here, Gabriella with 1111. I like the number 2 with the purple, the blue heart. Reverse. Can you read that, Gabriella, please? And rest my eyes. Read that, please.
1111 for reversing the matrix and building us up, blue heart.
Give Gabriella another hand clap for that, please.
Back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I like you all are really creative. Thank you, Gabriella. Look at this one, everybody. What? I think this is my favorite title. This is creative. This is awesome. UAP. Another tip for the UAP. Look what this one is called, everybody. This is great creative right here. Look at this. This is great. Shout out to Anu and Antu. Read that for me. One of you, Antu, read that for me, please.
$33 for independence from the UAP matrix. Hotep and Mary.
Oh, that's great. Give them a clap, please. Give them some noise, please. That's great. Oh my goodness. Independence from the UAP matrix. Wow. That's creative, man. That's creative. I'll do two more, then I'm gonna have to take a break. And we got oh, look at all the ones from the bottom. Let me see if I gotta go way down. Owen Hythe, Robert Williams, Craig. I'll do Craig right here. Oh no, I can't do Craig because I don't have his I don't have his information. That's right. He didn't send me his I see Robert Williams. I see you here. I'll read you soon. I'm gonna go to just another tip support, and which is Robert Williams. Let's see Annie Patah here as well. Did I already do Vortex Ninja? I gotta scroll down. I think I did. Oh my. Okay, 24. Tip UAP. Shout out to the great brother here. Of course, Robert E. Williams. Let's see if that will show up. Yes, it will. Finally. Thank you. Yes, here we go. Robert E. Williams. It says, Sherry Ka, could you read it? Sherry Ka here? Okay, I don't know if she's here.
She's not on the screen right now.
Okay. Harassed, could you read that for me, please?
Absolutely. 2222 for reverse engineering the UFO tour from Robert Williams. Robert E. Williams Jr.
Nice. Very straightforward. Give him a hand clap, please. And I'll do this one, and I'm gonna take I have to take a little break. Yeah. Thank you. 25 tip. The great brother Robert E. Williams. Hey Robert, are you in the chat? Let me look in the chat and see. Is Robert still here? I hardly look at the chat, but I'm gonna look at the chat right now. Is Robert Williams still here? Robert Williams, are you here? Hey, peace, Robert. Are you coming to the pathways? I'll wait for his answer. Am Kadzani says, this is great proof. This is one of my favorite topics ever. Since the 90s, I've been following this blue door. Led me to many experiences. Dig, dig, dig for the truth. Thank you, Am Kadzani. Are you in the UK? Shout out to you, Am Kadzani. I remember speaking to you a while ago. I think you have a children's program or some type of program going on where you're helping the youth. If that's you, keep doing it. Keep going. Peace to Am Kadzani. Oh, you received it? Thank you. He received it. I received. I appreciate you too, SABA. And apologies for whatever happened why you didn't get the class from Mark. I'm not sure why that is. To you. And Robert Williams. Does anybody see Robert Williams in the chat? Thank you, Auntie Amat. Awesome class. Robert Williams, I hope you come to Pathways of the Awakening. You are
You're par excellence. You've been doing things. You've been doing things for the pod class before there was a pod class. Much respect to you. I think I have one more, and then I got to take a break. Did I do Oxafec already?
No.
Okay. And here's the support from Oxafec. He does a palindrome 1331. UFO reverse engineering. Make some big noise for Oxafec, please. Make some big noise. Thank you. I'm gonna take I see you, Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe's here. Nefret Atten. Ren. Oh. Okay. Yes, I'll read that. Primordial Thought Ren. A lot of people send me emails on the Ren. Okay, I'm gonna take a break right here just for a moment, and I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. I just have to take I have to refresh my mind for a moment. I appreciate everybody who appreciates the time spent that it takes to do this. I know it's difficult to appreciate the time spent that it takes to do this because there's no answers like this to compare to say, oh, well, this takes this certain amount of time. But you do appreciate what's happening, this phenomenon. So thank you all. I'm going to take a little break. For those who are watching that appreciate what's going on, a TEF will take over. A TEF will take over. But Cash App TT Moon support, PayPal at RockySV. If you appreciate it, what's happening here. The first answer was, what was it, an hour and 40 minutes? The second one was 2 hours and 17 minutes. I appreciate everybody that's here, that's keeping things moving and going, and the questions are what's keeping this class going. So make sure you send in your questions, because none of this information that I'm teaching about is my choice. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal RockySV. I will be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Oh, chap. Peace and love. I was trying to work this chat, trying to do this moderator thing as a little isfet in the chat. But yeah, I'm grateful for my SABA, man. Y'all know I wasn't on the panel, but I was in the class the whole time. I was with my family, taking care of stuff. But my glasses, can y'all see me? Oh, y'all can't even see me. Am I on the panel?
You're frozen right now.
Frozen?
Yeah,
You can hear me? Okay. Yes. I can't log out because I won't be able to come back in, so we'll just keep it dark. But yeah, I'm just grateful, and that, man, listen, that was a great question, Sister Angela Gates, for asking that, because that's definitely one of the things that I wonder too. I'm like, how do people get the truth? At least the truth that I have. And I know there's a lot of people that have been enlightened or, had experienced even just the word ma'at, which means truth, and examine and those things. And for me, it's very recent. For me, it was just a few years ago where I even heard the word, at least consciously. I probably heard it and didn't even pay it no mind. But just to know the truth, like, there's no turning back. I'll be on an airplane. I have a Bluetooth glasses. I'm listening to the class. I'm always here, no matter what, because people do what's important to them. I'm not always able to come to the panel, in the beginning, especially when he switched from Friday to Saturday, but I'm here. I'm there. I'm here. And I don't understand how people, now I understand, but before he answered that question, it used to baffle me. I was like, how do you be enlightened with this information and then turn away? The only explanation I could come up with on my own was, just thinking, because I work in a hospital, and I deal with a lot of people that have schizophrenia and mental health disorders. And a lot of the things that they say are true. And then a lot of it is kind of far out. But it's a lot of truth in a lot of the things that they say. And, SABA said one time, he said, it's like giving a 5-year-old a Ferrari, it's like you're bound to crash out, so it was like, that was my thought, with a lot of people that have the knowledge, and what they do with it, it's like they drive, the knowledge drives them crazy. And for me, it's refreshing, it's nourishing, as Neferteten says, this is food, this is nourishment for my ka, for my existence. Like, if you recognize, like, I mean, even with that, some people think Doritos are nourishing, as Saba points out, so just as the lie is revealed slowly but surely, and the layers of the onion and the matrix are peeled back, it's refreshing, it's enlightening, it's nourishing. And when I first got exposed to the knowledge, when I first began to pay attention, really, that's what I'm gonna say, because the knowledge has always been there, it's always been around, but when I started to pay attention, it reminded, the only thing I could relate it to, and I told Saba this, was like a movie, like a kung fu movie, where you live in your life and you're like searching for something, or like you're searching for the master, and like you meet the master, but you don't know he's the master, and he's teaching you, you want to learn how to fight, and he's teaching you how to clean, or he's teaching you what you think is a menial task, but yet he's truly teaching you how to fight, and he is the master. When I met Saba, I knew immediately, just by his tone, how he speaks, what he speaks, like Haraz said, she trusts him. Like, I immediately trusted him. Like, it was because it was different. It was so different than what I was accustomed to, because we're so embedded with the lie. The lie is everywhere, television, everything that you could pretty much see is we're surrounded by this false matrix, so when Saba began to talk and he was showing, and he was showing it, he wasn't just talking. Before that, I was hypnotized by the fast talkers. They spoke very well, and some of the things that they said made sense. Some of it didn't, but they said it so well that you just go ahead on and accept it. But when I heard Saba talk, I knew something was immediately different. And I had purchased a book for my mate, and the word netter was in it, and I had never heard that word. Those 3 letters, NTR, I hadn't saw it before. And when I tried to understand it, I was like, how are they using it? And I didn't want to crease the book. I didn't want to crease the pages, because I had got it as a gift for my mate. And I looked at it, but that piqued my interest. But I had already begun a Tepeka Mku to cleanse myself. I had already began to fast different things, remove different things that I knew that weren't healthy for me. So it was a journey. And then, like they say, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And then I'm watching this show, and there's Saba, and it was just never, like, it was so beautiful. And I even then, I had no, I really couldn't grasp the totality of what I was witnessing and what I was beholding. But one thing I knew was that he was showing us stuff. Like he says, like, don't give me advice, give me an example. He was showing us. He was showing the screen shares. He wasn't just talking. He was showing it. And the things that he was showing that I could look up, I was going and looking it up myself. I wasn't skeptical, but I wanted to see for myself. you know, and that's how I am now, to where I like to show people things. I have these folders on my phone with just metal netta definitions, and you know, I'm as I'm learning from my SABA in conversation when I speak to people, because you know we speak English, but you know the way he articulates and the way he teaches, I'm learning that when I speak with people, and I'm having people answer their own questions, and you know my version of the snake style. You know, I'm an apprentice, so I'm learning, and even that's beautiful as I practice on people when I'm having these conversations and they're saying these things. I'm like, well, just show me, you know, okay, all right, you know, just can you show me where that's written at? Can you show me on an ancient papyrus, or, you know, something old, you know, or what is the definition of that? You know, okay, cool, that's what it means. Can you show it to me in a dictionary? You know, and I'm going and I'm looking, I have a whole list of just words and just different things. So, you know, we have to appreciate what we have when we have it. I've experienced a few people in my family have transitioned, and just understanding that process now is never, it's totally different. You know, my understanding of you know, life, quote unquote, life and death is totally different. And I'm so very appreciative of all the questions that you all ask and all the support. And, you know, people support what's important to them, and people, you know, support the things that are beneficial to them. At least that's what they think. But if they just take the time to realize, you know, what's being shared, then they will really realize, like he said, the people that left, are you coming back with something better or just as good? We don't even, not even better. Is it just as good? Is it comparable? If we weighed it on the scale, does it weigh? Does it balance out? And it doesn't. You know, it was very comical to me when SABA, even, you know, when he would teach us, you know, it makes me laugh sometimes, because I'm very aware of what's going on. And you know, the truth, like he says, you can hide it, but you can't make it go away. So the truth is evident, and everything that he says, he shows. You know, and it's just beautiful to be up on this panel. Nefertati, that was a wonderful class that you taught. Just, you know, what he's producing in us, in all of us. The great brother ANTU, you know, with his classes, you know, it's just the great brother Primordial Thought. You know, it's just beautiful what he's producing. You know, the as they say, the proof is in the pudding. You know, I had a fear when I was first asked to come to the panel, right? And it was my mate that had me sit up straight. When I came to the panel, I was laying down. I had my phone in front of my face, and I was laying down. And my mate, she told me to stand up. You know, sit up straight. You know, like what are you doing? And she had no idea what she was witnessing, but just that advice, you know, motivated me, and that's what our mates are supposed to do. So it's so beautiful to see all the feminine energy up here, because for so very long, I watched the great brother Hati, you know, support SABA by himself, you know, for a little bit. And then later on, we came along, you know, some of the brothers, and we didn't know each other, you know, and we're all in different places, but the support is there. And as we're growing brick by brick, it's just so wonderful. When you guys don't see me, I'm with my family. Like, you know, I'm always, and you guys are my family too. But I'm with my family, and I have my glasses on, and I'm in the class, even though I'm doing stuff with my family, my immediate family that's in my surroundings. But, you know, it's just so great to see what we're building. You know, it's so great to see the women, you know, the feminine energy coming up on a panel and, you know, supporting SABA and supporting the truth, because ultimately that's what we're all doing, you know, especially with what's going on in the world around us. You know, it's easier to support the lie. It's easier to just stay what we was doing before, you know, but as we get into the teachings, and as we read for me, like now reading the ancient literature helps me to understand, how we should be living, and it's so very important for me personally, because I know how Spider-Man became Spider-Man, but I don't know nothing about the tomb of Seti. I know nothing about Ramesses. I know very little about our ancestors, but I know who Clark Kent is when he takes those glasses off. I know who G.I. Joe is. I know, all the cartoons and Tom and Jerry. I've watched, hundreds of episodes of Tom and Jerry and Garfield and all these different things that benefit me not. That all it does is program us to keep us in hypnosis, but the literature of our ancestors and what they brought forth, there was no time for games. There was no time for isfet, So thank you to everyone that supports this class and keeps it going. For everyone that's new, that comes along, that appreciates, what is actually being done here. This is not being done anywhere on the internet. It's not being done anywhere that I'm aware of where you can ask a question about whatever, the subject matter is so vast and broad, it makes me laugh when people compare SABA to, such and such, and no disrespect to whoever and what they're doing, but it's no competition. It's absolutely no competition. There's no comparison. And, I look forward to more people supporting, and I look forward to more people gaining this knowledge because, right, what it's doing for me personally, what it's doing for my family, and then what I know it's doing for all of you, how it's building you and how it's, benefiting all of you, all of us. We've all been in classes together, the Monday classes, the Saturday classes, the Sunday classes, and I spoke with Minty, Hinu to you, great sister, a while ago, and that was one of the things that she said. She echoed my sentiment. She was like, all I want to do is learn, all I want to do is just spend as much time as I can in this frequency, because it's very challenging, very, very, very challenging. Once SABA logs off and it's over with, it's very challenging to stay plugged in. But it's easier for me now because this is my life now. So, I'm here and then I'm in the books and I'm with my family and I'm taking care of my family and I'm growing and I'm purifying myself. So, it's a beautiful thing. I don't have time for isfet. Physically, it affects me. Like it really affects me in a way that it didn't before, right? I feel ill. I physically begin to feel ill when I'm in certain environments. And these are environments to where I felt like I was thriving. I felt like, I had to be in the mix. I had to be, gossiping and, around people gossiping and talking about nothing, but now I can't stomach it. Shout out to Saba's gut brain teaching. I can't stomach the isfet, man. I don't want to be around it. I have no desire to be around it. And this world that we're living in, fortunately and unfortunately, it's we have to consciously remove ourselves from these environments because it's all around us at our workplace, wherever we, make a living at, where we go, when we go outside our house, it's everywhere. So, Hinu to all of you, as you, make these journeys on a daily basis, and you navigate this matrix, may you stay, in this frequency of Ma'at, and may you not turn back or get lost or lose your way, because I've seen a few in the panel. I've seen a few on the panel. I've seen a few along the way, you know, and that psychosis that he taught about, you know, they call it goulash. You just take everything and mix it up, you know, and then you nourish yourself with that. It's just, that's another part of the matrix, you know. So, you know, and it's sad. It's sad because, you know, the children are suffering, you know, we're suffering, but our children are suffering. We don't think that we're suffering, you know. It's very, very, very sad what's going on with our people. And when I say our people, I'm saying the followers of Ma'at, because SABA broke that down for us so very many times. But for me personally, he broke that down to me personally, to us, the brothers, when he taught about you're either a follower of Ma'at or you're not. You know, these things that we call ourselves, they're not real. Hotep, great SABA.
Hotep, can you hear me? Greetings.
Yes.
Wonderful, Hotep. I'm back. Thank you for your great words. Thank you for your great words, Hotep. I like how you stress you have no time for Isfat.
None. SABA, I think my screen is frozen. I'm gonna log out and come right back in.
Okay, good. We're gonna go for the rest of these donations. See if we can close up. I have a big meeting tomorrow, and see if we can go through these, see how much more support is given, and then, oops, what's that? Am I still here? Can you also see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, shout out to oh. Okay, and now it's gonna show. Shout out to Annie and Nefri Keperet for their great support. Here we go. $40.72 for ATTON and Nefri Keperet, reverse engineering the matrix. Over the tip. Is Annie here?
No, Annie is not here.
Oh, Tefrem Kema, do you have the sound mixer? Yeah, that's right. Tef, yeah, Tef and Annie have, you never know who's on the keys. Tef is quick on the board. Tip. Okay, we're gonna cancel that. Shout out to Annie, a 10 Tehuti. Where's the screen? And Nefri Keperet for reverse engineering the matrix. That's wonderful. Nice creative title. That's exactly what I'm doing. Reverse engineering the matrix. Okay. Shout out to you, Annie. I guess you have to step off for a minute. Gabriel Lopez again. Here we go. Gabriel Lopez is on. Wait, what's this? Wait. Gabriel Lopez is on fire tonight. Let me see. I've lost track of the amount of support. Gabriel Lopez is on purple fire. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez. And here she is again with 2772, a palindrome, Nefri class with the blue heart. Give some big noise. And I have a question for her. Give some big noise, please. Excellent, wonderful. Gabriella, real quick, why'd you change from purple heart to blue heart?
What's going on here? You're the purple lady.
The purple lady. That is because even though our SAW is being created right now, thanks to you and your knowledge, we have a baby on the way. So the blue heart is from our SAW.
From your SAW, as in from the baby?
Yes.
Okay, that 120. Is that because you're Medu sent some, one second. Is it because you're where are you? You're off the screen. I gotta get back to you. Is it because you're hoping it's a boy? Is that why? The color or? Oh, okay.
I think the baby is a boy because I have a lot of similar symptoms to my son. So I feel that, but we'll see.
Okay, and also, are you one of those who have the experience when it's a girl? It's you feel it taking a lot from you because she's taking from all things that make her feminine. Have you experienced that it's harder to tolerate a female pregnancy than a male, or is it both the same to you?
Well, for me, it was my daughter was very different than my second child. With her, pregnancy was a breeze.
Oh, nice.
It was a beautiful thing. Even labor was easy for me. And I know that a lot of people say that first-time moms that are delivering are in labor for a long time. And I want to say I was in labor for 5 hours with my daughter. With my second child, I was in labor for about 2 hours, and it took about, I don't know, a few minutes to deliver him from when I was ready to deliver him to when he was born. So it was both deliveries were very easy for me, but they were very different.
Okay, wonderful. I know, and Antu's hands are under the table taking notes. Oh, this is a 5-hour labor, hold 2-hour labor. Okay, shout out to you, Gabriel Lopez. Appreciate the answer, and if it does come out a boy, congratulations. If it comes out, whatever it comes out, congratulations. But if it comes out a boy, congratulations for your prediction.
Thank you, Tua.
Okay, Nini harassed it is like, I remember those days where I'm done now. Shout out to harass. How many do you have? Yeah, that's okay. You've retired from baby making, or okay? All right. Okay, so let's continue, everybody. Let's continue. The next up for the support is actually the brother who ordered. What did he order? Is it Big Vapes? Yes, shout out to Big Vapes. If you're in the room, I'm going to put you up on the screen right now. I am so impressed that you're already at Mednetter Class 50. I remember when you started from Class 1. He started ordering from Class 1. Next week, Class 2. I can believe it, but it's impressive that he's already at. It's been 50 classes. Shout out to Big Vapes, who's on Mednetter Class 50, starting from 1. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. And Big Vapes, you have that class already. Check your emails, and the class should be sent, and you should have it already.
And the next up for supporting the Tehuti podcast, another consistent young brother whose name used to be Netter Unkhotep L. I don't see the L in it anymore. Now it's just Netter Unkhotep. $20, and the AUS should stand for, it does stand for, to my knowledge, Ankh Uja Seneb. Give Netter Unkhotep some big noise, please. Okay, and now my good brother Owen Hythe here, who I've definitely told him he has full reign to come onto the panel anytime he wants. From my memory, he supported every single pod class, and the ones that he missed, he re-supports, and he puts a date on it and says what he missed. Owen Hythe, definitely, whenever you want to come to the panel, speak, or whatever it is you want to do to show yourself on the panel. I think you've come up one time before, but you definitely have access to come up at any time. Owen Hythe, 2172. Continued excellence. Don't stop. Give him some big, big noise, please. And of course, I have to go I'm getting down to the bottom. The bottom is where ANTU and ANTU, because they're so diligent, they actually send their support very early, way before the pod class starts. So because of that, they're actually at the bottom of the Gmail. Shout out to ANTU and ANTU. I see you down there with monster support. And Harass must have sent very early too, because she's at the bottom of the email. But we're getting there. We're slowly getting there. Slowly getting there. Okay. Who's this now? Oh, Tefrem Kema'at. Wonderful. Give some big noise to the good brother. Tefrem Kema'at. Tefrem Kema'at, $20.72. Give some big noise, please. And Tefrem Kema'at, could you tell the audience, tell us what that says at the bottom again?
It says Hotep Ma'at Ankh Uajit.
It says Hotep Ma'at. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hotep Ma'at. Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin Ankh Uajit.
Oh, there it is. Yes. Okay. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. We have another one coming up from you. Right next. Who would have thought, Tef, that you'd be on here from seeing me on the Killer Pre-Show, that you'd be on here as a moderator on another channel donating in the Mednetter language?
I would have never thought. I could never imagine, SABA.
Well, that's amazing. I love seeing everybody's journey and everybody's advancement. I love having memories of everybody from the very beginning. I remember a young lady sent me a message about being on a balcony and seeing a bird, and she manifested in the pod class as Nefertatan from send me a message about seeing birds, and now she's doing her first class on the bird. Wow! Shout out to Nefertatan. You evolved from. You have evolved. It's a beautiful thing watching people just grow. Thank you, Nefertatan, for your diligence and growth.
and the Tef and everybody. Okay, next up. Who's this now? Next up, doing it again. Let me go back and see who's this. Tef, we only read one from you, right?
Yes, should be 2.
Yeah. Let me. It wasn't showing up. Let me see if I can get it to show up now. There it is. All right. Give some big noise again to Tef Remkem Ma'at 777. Next. Oh wow, this must have been from really earlier. This is a tip for the first class coming from Nook Punuk. I'm just seeing it now. 30. Shout out to the great brother, enthusiastic, always in the chat, just taking over, typing, all type of meta-netter excitement, and that's none other than the brother who actually was on the panel, Nook Punuk. This is a tip for the psychosis class. It says, Ka, psychosis, Ket, Netert, Angela, and Netter, Tehuti, Makaru, Ma'at. Wow. Give us some big noise, please. Give us some claps and big noise, please. And another order of the magic class. Is none other than the good brother who said that the psychosis class really affected him because of where he was in mind state. I think he's talking about mind state, where he was right when he had met me, and the psychosis class was really touching for him. Shout out to this brother right here who is Ox Effect, who said he received his name from me in a dream. Medu Magic class number 25. Give him some big noise, please. And Ox Effect, I don't know if you're not sure if you're in the chat, but if you're listening, you can check your Gmail. You should have the class in your Gmail right now. Should be there. Shout out to Ox Effect. I'm scrolling down because I know I'm trying to get to Anu and Antu and Sarah. Oh, I'm okay. I'm where's Anu and Antu? They must be at the very bottom. That's cool. No problem. Okay, shout out to who's this? My good brother here who lost his phone. I hope you found the phone back. He had not given any donations in a little bit, and he hasn't been sending me the morning messages that he usually does. And he came on and said he had lost his phone. So hopefully he found it back. That's none other than this good brother right here. He's full of just pure innocent frequency. His frequency is very pure to me. And that is this brother here, Jason Kirkland, Solar Flyer. I like that. Solar Flyer. Henu SABA Nefer Optics. Tua for the teachings. Nefer Optics. Okay. Is that for some Nefer Opt? Okay, shout out to Jason Kirkland. Appreciate you. I don't think you're in the chat anymore, but when you see this, we greatly appreciate you, and I hope you found your phone back so you can keep your daily communication with me as you do. And now we're getting into the here we go. Now we're getting into the monster donations. We have Bella, and I think coming up next is Sarah, and then trying to get to Anu and Antu. I'm trying. Okay, here we go.
Shout out to Bella. I don't know if you're listening. I don't know if you're in the chat. I've been seeing you on the panel a little bit, so maybe you had to rest. Not sure. But shout out to Bella. Atef, give her some big noise, the Transformers, and all the big noise, please. Give her some big, big noise. Thank you.
I don't play with pseudos.
Yeah. Oh my god. And Nefert Atton, could you read that for me, please? Nefert Atton.
Yes. From Bella, for you and your Naturts make me so happy.
Thank you, appreciate you, Bella. If you're listening, if you're in the chat, I'm not sure because I can't see the chat. 80% of the podcast, I don't see the chat, but much respect for you and the love and everything that you do off and on here. Shout out to you if you're listening. Appreciate, much respect to you. Okay, we're going to and now we finally gotten to Rder. That means Anu and Antu are close. They're close. Okay. Did it save? Shout out. Oh, where'd it go? Shout out to the. There it is. Shout out to the wonderful young lady on the screen who is. I remember when these supports used to start out without the first 5. The first 5 number wasn't there. I used to always wonder who's Tara Jean. It always pops up with 555 all the way from the beginning of this. I think Sarah Jean was in the very first, maybe the second pod class as a donation. I would see 555 and I see her pop up again 555. We have advanced and now it's 55. 55. Could you please give Sarah some huge noise? Couple Transformers and whatever noise you got at Tef. What up?
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
Oh my.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
Fellow practitioner of what? He said.
Thank you. And Sarah, are those 2 hands? Is that the ka? Is that what I'm seeing? It's a little tiny. Is it 2 little hands like this?
Yes, the ka sign.
Okay, good. I like it. Were you there? I'm sure you were there, so you've seen every class. Of course, you there for my class where I did 2 classes elaborating on the number 5?
I think so. Earlier, correct?
The Venus one was
yes.
the Venus.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I needed to hear.
Okay, good. Okay, wonderful. Sparked by Nefertat and the Venus.
I was going to say, Nefertat asked that question.
That's right. Yep. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. We're gonna go to. Is there any? Where is Anu and Antu somewhere? And that is because I had to get resent every single MedNetter class. That's actually what happened, ladies and gentlemen. I had to put every single MedNetter class in my email from 1 to 65. So because of that, it pushed down a lot of the donations all the way to the bottom because now they're under 65 emails, and that's why some of these I can't see yet because they're buried under 65 emails. I know Anu and Antu are somewhere. Maybe their email number 72 or something. Okay. Shout out to Shout out to Angela Gates again for your courage and dedication. 100, a heart, and the axe. Give her some hand claps and noise, please. Thank you. Where is okay? I see it. Oh, they're way. I see you, Anu and Antu. There they are. Oh. Okay, shout out to Angela. Appreciate you for your great consistent support. And Anu and Antu, I realized what happened. You sent the day before the pod class, didn't you? You didn't send that today.
We sent our big donation on Friday.
That's why. Okay, so you're all the way back in yesterday's email. That's what it is. So I'm slowly getting down to. I have to go through a full day of emails, and then you're in the day before. So we're slowly getting to you all. Here we go.
SABA, as you're searching through your emails, something that's really hitting me now about this pod class is your ability and your gift is truly incredible, but so is everyone's questions. Like this, in searching for the truth, like all of these questions means that there's people out there that really have this desire in their eve to not settle for the quote unquote new age or settle for the typical answers we get. So just Henu and celebrating everybody who does come forward and presents these questions and allows Saba the opportunity to show his gift and that he truly is a living mentor, but also that this consciousness and a hunger for the truth truly does exist.
Beautiful. And what's the last? You said the consciousness and what for the truth? The hunt? The what?
The hunger for the truth does exist, or else there'd be no questions coming in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sherika.
Who's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, I gotta erase. And you know what? It's why it's stuck in my head so much is because you did some beautiful things with that name. You did the put the raw in capitals and made it reverse, and now I gotta scratch it all. And Nefert Atten.
Yeah.
Nefert Atten. All right, you're absolutely true, Nefert Atten. Absolutely true. Without you all, it's the questions that make my answers so good. That's about a good 50% of what's happening. The questions are sparking me to dig into realms that are there is no normal question sent to the pod class. There's no does the Bible have a contradiction? There's none of that. There's none of that. And none of that. These questions are advanced and it sparks me to do that. So thank you, Sherry Khan, for giving everybody Henu for that. You're absolutely right.
Who? Saba?
Like, oh my goodness, I did it again. I gotta go back to the emails, change your name. I gotta go my text and change the name and all those.
I accept the challenge. I just have to do more extraordinary things so that Nefert can be solidified in your brain. So I accept that challenge.
Oh my goodness. I remember in the beginning I was calling you that dancer when you first came. I was reversing, but now that's all wiped out. We're back to Nefert Atten, which should be an easy name for me to remember because that's the family. So okay, Nefert Atten, wonderful. And you're a huge part of what you just said. Your questions have sparked some of the most amazing classes. The Venus, Nike, what? Amazing, Nefert Atten, wonderful. Okay. All right. And now next up we have what's that? I'm sorry, I got off the screen.
The one on time, slowing down, that's memorable.
I don't even know where
the questions are there, but I wanted to give space and really let others come through. So that's the beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Nefert Atten. And now for a large Medu Magic order, and that's coming from the good brother Robert Williams. We're going to give him some big noise. He's actually ordered 5 magic classes. Robert E. Williams. Give him some big noise, please.
Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side.
How is that? How is that already a soundbite? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How? What? You all are fast. You all are fast. You all are fast. How do you have the soundbite from the code of the class I just taught on? You are very fast at Tefrem Kema'at. That's wow. Amazing. Thank you, brother Robert. And let me go and see what the 44, 45, 40. Oh, very easy. 1 second here. Is Robert Williams? Does anybody see Robert Williams in the room?
I don't see him in the room.
No?
No.
Okay, Robert, if you're listening.
It was at about 2:57.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tef, are you saying something?
Robert Williams was in the chat about 2:57. It says 2:57 a.m.
Oh, that must be his time. That's your time? Okay, I see. That's another time zone. Okay. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Robert E. Williams, if you're listening, check your emails. You should have the classes in your emails. They're slowly coming up. I think there's 2 more that should be coming your way. And is Robert Williams' order for the classes still on the screen?
No.
Okay. All right, Robert Williams. You should have everything right right now. You should have it all. Shout out to Robert Williams. You're definitely collecting up all the magic classes. Let me scroll down. I gotta scroll down. Go to the next page yesterday, and hopefully I can find. Anu and Antu have to be here somewhere. All right, everybody, we have found. I have scrolled down to the day before, and this may be the last donation of the pod class tonight. Let me see. I'm going to refresh the page and see. But what a wonderful donation to shut things down from the wonderful couple Anu and Antu, who actually send their donation the day before the pod class starts. We are going to make transformer noises, put all the sounds. Top donation $155, and to or Anu, whichever one. Could you read that please for us? Thank you.
To Tehuti for performing his will like the Natiru every day.
Read it one more time. Let me see. What?
To Tehuti performing his will like the Natiru every day.
Oh my goodness. Tua Tehuti. Oh, and by the way, that's the real way you spell Tehuti. I don't think I've done that class. That's the people think that Thoth is actually a Greek word. That's another class. So thank you for that. Performing his will like the Natiru every day. That's a very special statement, because that is that's actually my life here when the pod class shut down. So thank you very much, Anu and Antu. Did we give the monster noises yet? Whoa! Man. What else?
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Oh my goodness. Forget the wheel of the
Nev never unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Oh my goodness. Minty, where's Minty? Shout out to Minty, peace and love. I saw a message come in from you. I have to still read it. Shout out to you if you are listening. Let me scroll all the way up, all the way down. I think that is it, everyone. I got a message from Rafael Ortiz think he wants a one-on-one. I'll click and respond to that more likely tomorrow. I see the beginning of your message. Looks like you're asking for a one-on-one. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, everybody. I think that is it. I'm going to get a closing words and remarks from scrolling this way. Anu, and then Antu, and then Nefertatin, Rder, Tefrem Kem Ma'at, and Gabriela Lopez and Primordial Thought. But she'll be the spokeswoman for both, for all three, and baby. So we'll start with Anu. Give some good words, please.
To all for this Nefer class. Hotel Marie, to you, Salvatore. This was an excellent, wonderful class, both questions and answers. Hotep, and to out to everybody on the panel for being here. To out to all the supporters, all the people watching the playback. Make sure to support the wonderful Salvatore Amun Hotep Ra. Peace and love and healing energy to Primordial Thought. I hope his tooth heals, and Salvatore, I hope that your bite continues to heal as well. Stay safe, please. Peace to the super baby, taking in another wonderful class. Super baby. And I'm happy to be here. I'm happy you're all alive. I'm looking forward to seeing you all next Saturday. And I will end with this praise to Salvatore. Ha'ayu, Neteru, Masen, Tehuti, M, Peru, Nefer, Her, Kat, N, Nut, Mesu, Nut, Ra, Neb. Rejoice the Neter when they see Tehuti at his manifestation, beautiful in the body of Nut. Gives him birth, Nut, every day. Hotep, Uncle Justin M, Marie.
Beautiful. That's beautiful tour.
You knew.
No, I'm not gonna show this. I'm not gonna show this. Tour to you. I was gonna put the Cobra bite on the screen, but that's okay. Tour to you. Now that you guys see what the daily regular life is of Tehuti. Nice Cobra chunk. All right, tour to you, Anu, for the beautiful words. Thank you for the great. Thank you for merging your adoration into. Those are words from the Perm Haru, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for merging. That's the part of the magic. You're merging your emotional state and your appreciation into words from thousands of years ago, and then you're reiterating them with your ka inside of it. So that's a beautiful aspect of magic. You're bringing words to life that are now a part of you, and they mean more to you now. So tour for that. Okay. And two, go ahead and give us some great words.
Hotep and Mary, Tua Sabatudi for being alive and healthy, Tua for letting us know what happened and letting us know that you're alive and healthy and being here and continuing to teach us and raise us all up. I'm very thankful for everything that you do for us. Tua for saving my ka and Anu's ka. Tua for all that you do daily, for everyone in the pod class, and for your family. Your words are as fuel when it spits on fire. Anu and I's ku expands with every interaction with you. And I will end with my utterance to Tehuti. Anu and Antu, Shesu, Ket, Tehuti, Hurt, Netter, Oset, Iment, Kutsen, Her Out, and Tehuti, Ur, Hetep, Her Ma'at. Anu and Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at.
And again, that's ancient words. That's from the Perm Haru again. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful, wonderful merging. Merging what meant so much to someone over 3,000. Okay, okay. Merging something that meant something so powerful to someone 3,000 years ago who has passed, and now you're reading the same words and applying it to your emotion over 3,000 years later, keeping that frequency alive. So that is a beautiful thing. Appreciate that, Antu. And on to Nefertatin.
Yes, Hotep. Wonderful class, Saba. Thank you as well in this, I don't know if it's been 3 years, however long you've had the pod class, that you stayed true to yourself and you have sold out. You haven't changed your approach. You have been who you are through and through, and it's, you know, wavered and been in, but you've kept the core and the purity of what you want to bring through. You don't care about likes, you don't care about the amount of views, you don't care about teaching in the truest sense. So Tua, because it is rare and it does not happen often. So it's a true reflection of who's really here for Ma'at. And we've all been on this junk food diet of consciousness. And it's like when you eat crappy food and you get a big bowl of salad, you don't want to eat it. Like that's what the pod class really is really reconfiguring our taste buds for the truth. So Tua for that, and so much more I could say, but that's a good way to close it, and greatness ahead. So Dua, and appreciate everybody here hanging in and just getting, you know, staying connected, because it means everything.
Thank you, Nefertatin. Beautiful words again and again. And I look forward to seeing what your next presentation will be. Peace and love. And let's move on to Harass. One moment before I move on to you, Harass, I'm going to come off the screen for just a minute. I'll be right back in a minute and hear you out. One moment. Hold on.
Saba, you're still on screen if that's your intention.
Yeah, one. Oh, I'm still on screen. Thank you. Hold on, one second. Nana? Do you hear any noises out there?
Saba, you're also off of mute.
Okay, one moment, everybody. One moment, everybody. Hold on.
I don't know if it's an alligator, a crocodile, a Komodo dragon, a set, a cobra, a viper. It's Nefer.
Yeah, can we get the turtle? Can you bring the turtle back? Something that's just nice and slow moving and.
I'm telling you, you're like in my brain. I said that. I literally thought about that earlier tonight.
The turtle.
A non-vicious biting creature is cool too, you know.
not the turtle he has. That's not that. That's the tortoise and the hair turtle. That's not SABA's turtle.
It's not SABA. It's gonna be like a turtle that's like a blowfish. When it gets agitated, just it's got spikes coming out of its back and its shell. That would be
Yeah, you know, like the one with the spikes on the tail. They used to show you when they show the dinosaurs, the old turtle with the horn on his head and the spikes on his tail. Is no telling.
Yeah.
Tell Gabrielle, tell Primordial Thought I send him much healing, much Ankh Uja Seneb, and tell him that I said this was my favorite class. Tell him he'll understand. This is my favorite class.
I will definitely let him know in the rising.
Yes, every class is my favorite class. Every class is something that I didn't know I wanted to know. I'm like, man, I was gonna ask that question. Like, that's a great question.
Gabriella, how are your senses? I know when I was pregnant, like I never needed a pregnancy test because as soon as something I would smell something funky, I'd literally start vomiting. So how is that for you? Like, I know I couldn't smell anything just a tad bit off. It could even smell good. Perfumes, like it would just send me into throwing up.
I smell everything. We went to the store today and I could smell the fertilizer before we even reached that area. So I was like walking around the store holding my breath, and I was telling Primordial, I can smell the fertilizer. Can we please move to a different area?
Oh, wow. Super sense. Super senses. Wow. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm back. Thought there was a strange sound. I heard the guys talking about the turtle with the spikes. If I bring out the turtle, it's really some. But I brought a little cute. That turtle was that's actually one of my Naturt's turtles that was given to her as a gift. And it's we laugh because it's the only shirt, like Nefertatan said, could you bring out something that's just peaceful, doesn't kill somebody? And that's the only thing that's in here that's like that. And it's not mine, but it's literally harmless, and it's hilarious seeing it around all the. I'm like, do you know you're around 50 killers right now, and it's just so innocent looking around, doesn't know. I was like, you're an innocent guy here, but shout out to his name is Upesh. Okay, we're gonna go to Harass did give us some good words, good vibration, good frequency.
Another great class as always, Tua, for that. Definitely something I will be watching on repeat. Just thank you for all that you do. I continue re-expanding because I anyway, great class as always. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Harass. Thank you. I know you're full. So thank you, and I appreciate your appreciation, and enjoy the repeats. You'll get something different. Somebody on the panel said, I think it was you actually. You get something different each time. I think a few people have said that. So enjoy the repeats. Thank you. All right, on to Atef Ramkem Ma'at. I don't know what you did with. I don't know what camera you bought. Spike Lee's camera. I'm not sure what you're using right now, but you have you're in 5K. You look clear. The statue behind you looks real. It looks like it's there. You look way better, Atef. I don't know what you did.
To our great SABA. Yeah, I did a couple things. Upgraded the internet, just a few things, but yes, Hinu to you, great SABA, Tua for your consistency, for all that you do, for your example, Tua for allowing me and the rest of the brothers and sisters on the panel to assist you in the way that we do. Just, I still don't possess the English language, the vernacular yet to express my gratitude for you. Yeah, what you give us is invaluable, and just, you know, hinu to you, great brother, because your example is, see, my screen went black. I don't know, it keeps shutting off. For me, I can't see myself right now, but just Hotep, great Saba, hinu for all that you do and all that you allow us to grow and learn, and your teachings and your example, everything, great brother. So Hotep and hinu to you, great Saba.
Thank you. Why is this something stuck? Uh-oh. Can you all hear me still?
Yes, we can hear you and see you, Saba.
Oh, you're funny. You're funny, little sneaky man. All right, Tua, for the beautiful words and appreciation of Tef. I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm glad you got here the way you did. It was like it was a complete purposeful accident. Something guided you on purpose, but you got here accidental. But it was too many synchronicities to be an accident. So it was a purposeful accident. It's like magic how you ended up here. Tua, for your great, Tua, for manifesting out of nothingness into here to this. So you're a great brother. And next pod class, are you going to be on? Are you on a family excursion every Saturday? Is that like your family?
Yeah, that's every, not on excursion, but every Saturday is I have to do something with my family, my wife and children. On Saturday, it was easy on Friday. Friday class because I didn't work. But Saturday we're doing something with the in-law. It's always something. But I'm here though. I'm always here, Great Saba.
Okay, I see.
I'm not traveling. No, I'm here.
Okay, good. In the middle of the podcast, I'm always like, "Where's the Tef? Where's the Tef?" Okay.
And I was on the whole class. I listened
nice.
The whole class. I just wasn't able to come to the panel. There's a lot of noise. I'm not gonna be a distraction to the panel, but no, I was there. It was a great question that Angela Gates asked, and it was good to see everyone on the panel too. Yeah. So, and I know they had to take turns, so it was good though. It kind of, I don't know, allowing all the new people to come on the panel, but I'm here, Saba.
Thank you. Good to have you here. You are excellent. Excellent. Which is
I'm not turned away. So that was not for me. Laughing. My friends was like, "What are you laughing at?" Some people don't know my glasses are Bluetooth, so I have my phone and I'm listening. As I don't know if you can see my phone, right?
You're listening through your glasses?
Yes, my glasses are Bluetooth, so I was there the whole time as I was doing activities with my family. Yeah, it's that speaks to what's important to them, Saba. I don't miss a class. I told them I'm in Mexico. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I'm here.
I'm sorry. You're getting a sound? The sound of my voice is coming through some type of speaker through where your eyes are?
Yes, my glasses are Bluetooth. Yes, they're blue light glasses, but they're Bluetooth glasses as well.
I'm scared of this world.
So
you are advanced.
Tef is a lot. Saba just got his glasses.
I've always had these glasses.
He just got in this world.
Yes, I have a few pair. I have some without the Bluetooth, but you know, this is important. This is life saving. The class is important. This is I don't miss this. I am a Tef, so I'm with my family, my children, and I do have my cousin is visiting from out of town. So it's just a lot going on here, but it all traces back to what you taught originally, because I picked that up originally. It was biological imperative and how important the family is. That was one of the things I learned from you early on. So to our great Saba, yes, I'm here.
You're doing a great job. Thank you. Appreciate you. The sound coming through the glasses I'll have to do that for my next life or something. That's some, I don't know, man. Wow. That's where this technology, you're hearing me through, it's in your ear? Is that what you're telling me? Where the thing is, is a sound coming into your ear from the arm of the glasses?
It's coming from the arm, but it's nothing in my ear. So I don't have them on now. I'm using the headphones, but when I'm not at the computer and I use the phone, and it comes through the glasses, yeah. And I have a few pair of them. The technology is called bone conduction, where I can hear. So, yeah.
Oh, next week's class is on bone conduction. There we go. I'm done. I'm doing no more, man. Next week's class on bone conduction. Here we go. That's my next
SABA. So we learn from you. But people do what's important to them. You know, so I'm with my family and we're doing things, and you know, it's like I'm the father of fathers. So, you know, I'm still here. I'm stuck
on the bone conduction. I know you're the greatest father, you're the greatest family. I'm stuck on the I'm gonna ask about bone conduction and find out. That's something else, man. Wow. Shout out to you and the bone conductors. Oh my goodness. All right, shout out to you. We're gonna go to Gabriella. I'm still through the glasses to your bone. Wow. I'm asking a tear about that. All right, shout out to you, Gabriella Lopez. Give us some great words.
I feel like you feel like me right now. Mind blown.
I'm mind blown. Bone conductor. That's the name of my next class.
Well, first of all, Tua to everyone on the panel, Tua to you, Tehuti, and all your goddesses. You know, thank you for the energy that you give us and for showing up each week, for the knowledge, and for just always just supporting us, even in the ways that we may not know you're supporting us. Because I always feel like you're always around, even when we're not seeing you on screen. So thank you for your presence and your energy. You know, just truly grateful for you. How the great brother Atef said, I don't have all the correct words in this language. That I believe could ever express my gratitude and what I truly feel in my Eid, and for everything that you've done for me and my family. So Tua for that, and may the Naturo continue to give you life and protection and much peace and much, much, much merry to you and your family. Tua.
To you, beautiful words, and that's beautiful. I actually used to do that with my students, and I kind of stopped. But I used to do something where I would I could see in certain things. I could go and visit them and things like that. But so they would say, I felt your I smelled something. I was at the store and I smelled something. And then I would name the fragrance I'm wearing, and they would name the fragrance, and I said, yeah, that's what I was wearing. I used to do things like that a lot, so I appreciate that you, certain people I do that actually with, because I have to watch certain people, but I can't get too much deep into that, but I appreciate that you do feel that way, because I have to do that with certain people. So thank you, Gabriella, for all your beautiful words, your beautiful motherhood. You're about to be a brand new mother again. And I want to give everybody a jewel. Do not give anybody a Mother's Day gift on this silly thing called Mother's Day. You give the women a Mother's Day gift on the day they had the child. That's when they became a mother. It is absolutely foolishness to have a Mother's Day on a day where a woman did not become a mother. They became a mother on whatever day you had a child. So how many children do you have, Gabriella?
3.
So So you should be having 3 Mother's Days a year.
I will remain primordial on that one.
Yeah, Harass needs to be having 5 Mother's Days a year. Atef, what do you have? You have like, what, 11 children? How many children you have?
I have 3, and I'm so glad that you said that, because that is what I did, and that's what I do.
Right.
Never given a Valentine's Day, give Mother's Day, none of that. I don't. Yeah. When my child was born, that's when I gave my mate a beautiful gift. So 2 out for that is another synchronicity. You're right. I'm supposed to be here. It's an accident, but I was guided, so I'm grateful.
Yes, thank you. And so now that you all know this little extra jewel, now that you all know this, your Mother's Day gift and your Father's Day gift is the same day. So there's no such thing as this day and this month is Father's Day, this is Mother's Day. So on the day that you had the baby is the day that both you and the man should be celebrating Mother and Father's Day on this exact same day. And that will generate an energy to the children to say, what are you all doing? Oh, we're celebrating you. Oh, why is that? Because this is our Father's Day and Mother's Day. We do it the same day. How could a Father's Day and a Mother's Day be 2 different days? And the person became a father, the mother and father became a father and mother the same day, not 2 different days. Unless they're talking about their other children, maybe. So shout out to all of you. Shout out to all the beautiful love. This is wonderful. We're gonna get Atef Rem Kem Ma'at to do the affirmation. This is an 11-hour and 32-minute podcast. I must have a lot of love for you all. This is amazing that this is happening. But shout out to all you at Tefrem Kema'at. We're gonna do the affirmation, and then I'm gonna come on the big screen and do a couple words and just close it out. But peace and love to everybody on the panel, and the Tefrem Kema'at will close us out, because ever since the beginning, I don't even know how this started. One day he just did the affirmation and it just I saw it behind you on a wall or something. You had it up. Do you have the affirmation on a wall in your house somewhere?
I do. Yeah. So I have it in 2 places on my wall. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Harass has it on her phone, so that is a beautiful thing. So I remember from that day I just said let's whenever you're here, I'm just going to let you always do the affirmations. I'm going to go ahead and get this banner off the screen. Hold on. Oh my goodness. I don't know if somebody's somewhere. Okay. I'm going to take this banner off the screen. I'm going to go ahead and put the affirmation on the screen, and you can close out for us. And then I'm going to come on the screen. Where is the affirmation? Here we go. Okay, you ready, Atef?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, you're right there. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Atef. Oh, it's not on the screen yet. Okay, go ahead, Atef, and let's do the affirmation and close it out.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ema'at. On NS. Nintet or Sat Ema'at. Men Hepapat Ema'at. Her in Hu Kiwi. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Okay. Oh, it's still on the screen. Interesting. Wonderful. Thank you, Atef, for the beautiful affirmation. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go big screen. Peace and love, Gabriel Lopez. Peace and love, Harass Did, and peace and love, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. I'm going to go ahead and close out the on the big screen now. Get some good rest. Rest for the baby. Well, it sleeps anyway. I didn't care if you sleep. It's going to sleep anyway. He's going to sleep anyway. Okay. Peace and love, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow in the Sunday class. Are you teaching tomorrow, Atef?
Yes, Yes, I'm gonna read the part 2 for the hymn to Asar.
Okay. Do you not do any more presentations? You just do readings now? Is that what's happening?
Yes, pretty much. I'm still working on that, but yeah, I'm doing the readings.
Okay.
Mostly.
Okay, good. I like them. They're very peaceful.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's necessary too, because it familiarize us with the stories. We don't know the stories. So
Yeah, right.
I know how Spider-Man became Spider-Man though.
Yeah, we know. Hotep, we know Spider-Man became. That's true. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go big screen and close us out. Peace and love, everyone.
Peace.
Peace. Am I big screen yet? Okay, let me go solo. Okay. Peace and love, all. Oh, I have something on my screen. I can't see you all. Hold on. One moment. Hold on. Let me get this over here. You go over here. Okay, peace and love, everybody. This thing is in the middle of my screen. Let me see if I can move it. Now I can see you all. Peace and love, everybody. You all are wonderful, excellent, marvelous. Without you, we couldn't do any of this. Thank you all so much for your participation in the Tehuti pod class. The questions that you send in are actually what creates the pod class. The donations and support you send in is what keeps me here to have the ability to do such. Let me give a shout out to the people in the chat. Netzer Rafi, that's a new name. Shout out to you. I'm going to order some stuff. This knowledge is invaluable. Can't put I'm going to order some stuff. This knowledge is invaluable. You can't put a price on what you are learning here. Shout out to you, Netzer Rafi. Do I know you as another name? If not, that's a brand new name that I've seen. And peace and love to you for the support and realizing how invaluable this guidance is. So I look forward to you, and definitely go to the website, the houseofatton website, and somebody's knocking down things here. Shout out to you, Netzer Rafi, and keep up the good work, keep up the positive frequency. Let me go ahead and move this off the screen. Shout out to you, shout out to everybody, shout out to all the great supporters, shout out to the beautiful frequency of I Am Kudzani, Robert Williams. Shout out to everybody. Nook Panuk Panuk Panuk. It was so beautiful seeing you on the screen. You're such a pure, your energy is just, it's intense, pure, and calm at the same time. So keep that beautiful energy. Definitely keep the blue covering on. You don't have to put on the red covering. Keep the blue covering on. And keep your beautiful energy. You are definitely you're something special. When I saw you at the pathways, I was like, this is you look like you kind of hovered over. Shout out to you. You're really a good-hearted being. And shout out to you for all your support. Shout out to this brother here. This is my little son right here. VRI. Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love to you, VRI. You are you're very, very far away, and you're staying loyal and dedicated from a distance where you're not, I know you're not surrounded by Ma'at at all. You have all type of different kinds of beings around you and people and family, and you're all the way across the waters, and you are staying consistent and strong. And shout out to you for introducing this to the family members that you did. I look forward to hearing from that. You said you had an individual that had some questions. Definitely bring them to the chat, bring them to the pod class, and tell them to send in their question. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Shout out to all of you. Support the Tehuti pod class. Ask questions. Seek Ma'at. If you all truly appreciate this, then keep this phenomenon here. Keep this phenomenon here, because this is something definitely different and much needed. And we are the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru. For those who are just tuning in, we've been here for 11 hours and 40 minutes. and be a part of this phenomenon called the House of Attend. Today's class, of course, we covered spiritual psychosis. Why do people leave the truth? YouTube astrology, spiritual influencer ends in tragic sacrifice. UFO reverse engineering. Send reciprocity in life questions only at the Tehuti pod class. One answer was 1 hour and 40 minutes. The other answer was 2 hours and 17 minutes. And that's why we will not allow anyone or any frequency, at least myself, to take myself off of any path to entertain any type of nonsense or foolishness until I see that person do a 2-hour class. Or I'm not at all interested in anything but examples. I'm not interested in anybody's words, advice. I'm interested in set your example. Let us see that you are doing it better. And if so, let's join forces and do things better and raise the consciousness of these people and build the community. We have, of course, the beautiful website with all the wonderful products on it. The House of Attend, the Ancient Tehuti Teachings of the Neteru. Everything Neteru can be purchased there. Almost anything you can imagine. We create almost everything for your household, whether it is floor mats, House of Attend Neteru floor mats, whether it's suitcases, whether it's House of Attend notebooks, House of Attend shirts, House of Attend mouse pads, House of Attend bath towels. This is the only organization producing so much in the name of the netter. Everything we produce has the netter and the attend on it. So peace and love to everyone. Support the Tehuti pod class. Let me put it back at the bottom. Tonight was a beautiful night. And we're going to keep it a beautiful night. Shout out to Anu and Antu. I think this is the longest they may have stayed in the podcast from beginning to end. I know it's late over there. And shout out to all of you. Oh, here it is. Let me put that on the screen. I just saw that. This is the email that you email that, and you will get an automatic you will get a response either automatically or it will come the next day for the request. So if you email that email and put the number of the Mednetter class that you're Mednetter Magic class that you're ordering, as it gets processed and goes down, it will you'll get a response with the actual download. Just send it to that email, Rafi. Appreciate that. And you will get the it's 1 to 65 classes in total, and they're all starting from class 46 and on. 46 and on are all magic ritual classes. So shout out to you. All right, everybody, we're going to close this beautiful pod class up. You all are wonderful. I was feeling very intense today, so I decided to wear my red. I decided to bring the Red Viper to the pod class. His name is Set the Hyper Viper, and there he is. And there's the red matching the energy. To everybody for showing up to the Tehuti pod class. We're going to keep it moving. I will see you all. You can go to the class on Sunday and hear Atefrem Kem Ma'at do a reading from ancient scripts of the Medu Netter. Keep up the positive energy. Keep up the beauty. Say peace to the people. Peace and love.